British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 801, Friends in the American Military. It seems that the deviation is not big, but it is the details that often determine success or failure. Looking at the newspaper, Alan Wilson couldn't help but pay attention to the details and think about the changes that this little difference might bring. In the original Cold War, Yugoslavia was at the intersection of the power of the Warsaw Pact and NATO. It neither joined the Warsaw Pact nor joined NATO, but maintained neutrality and acted as a buffer zone. At that time, the two major military groups of the Warsaw Pact and NATO tried to win over Yugoslavia, but they could not control Yugoslavia, so they had to maintain the status quo of Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia also took advantage of the mutual restraint between the two major military groups and maintained relative peace during the Cold War, maximizing its own interests. Yugoslavia has a population of more than 10 million, and Eastern European countries generally have a small population, so the pressure brought is not as great as imagined. However, there is also a geographical location issue. Yugoslavia's joining the Warsaw Pact will change the situation, where the Soviet group is blockaded by sea and land. From the complete blockade of the Warsaw Pact countries by NATO countries, it has become a situation of interlocking confrontation. Not to mention that they are 50-50 geographically, but NATO's geographical blockade advantage is not that great. The Soviet Union has a springboard to the Mediterranean, North Africa, and the Middle East, which reflects the very important strategic position of Yugoslavia. Historically, Yugoslavia and Albania have successively fallen out with the Soviet Union, causing the Soviet Union to withdraw from these two countries. The consequence is that the Soviet Union has no place to stand in the Mediterranean. Greece and Turkey, which have joined NATO, have blocked the passage to the Mediterranean. If these two countries are determined to follow the Soviet Union now, the Soviet Red Navy will have unimpeded access to the Mediterranean. This is definitely not a good thing for the free world. This is especially true for Britain, because most of the current Mediterranean sea power is still controlled by Britain. There is also the US 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean. The US Navy entered the Mediterranean after the end of World War II. During the entire World War II, the main theme of naval battles in the Mediterranean was the confrontation between the British fleet and the Italian fleet. The US fleet, which invested a large part of its forces in the Pacific battlefield, did not enter the east of the Strait of Gibraltar. 2 months later, US President Truman sent the US Missouri to escort the remains of Turkish ambassador to the United States Munir Edgan, who died in the United States, back to his country. The giant ships and cannons showed off their might, becoming a landmark event for the US Navy to enter the Eastern Mediterranean. The following year, the United States officially established a new Mediterranean squadron in Trieste, a port in eastern Italy. The current situation in the Mediterranean is probably that the British Royal Navy and the US 6th Fleet are each in charge of one thing. The headquarters of the British Mediterranean Fleet is in Cyprus, and the base of the US 6th Fleet is in Italy. If the Soviet Union wants to use the ports of Yugoslavia, considering the geographical location, this should be within the business scope of the 6th Fleet. After all, there are Greece and Turkey to the north of Cyprus. It seems a little safer. The joining of Yugoslavia did not bring in the 10 million or so laborers combined with Albania. The population of Eastern Europe is far behind that of Western Europe, but it changed the original geographical disadvantage of the Warsaw Pact. Now looking at the confrontation between the Warsaw Pact and NATO, Turkey and Greece are just the edges of the Warsaw Pact, which is different from the original history, when Yugoslavia was outside the Warsaw Pact. Alas, it seems that it was a mistake to help Mihajlovic and others. Alan Wilson couldn't help but feel a little regretful and fell into the mood when he sent General Navar a few days ago. But there was nothing he could do at that time. After all, he was British. He always considered the interests of Britain first, and then considered the free world more widely. At that time, he only thought about attracting the attention of the United States and not focusing on Britain. How could he think so much? The United States has money, so it is not a problem. To strengthen the 6th Fleet, Alan Wilson comforted himself and used brainstorming to find a spiritual victory. Besides, Nehru's strong support is doomed to be gone. Now I wonder how to organize the non-aligned movement. After thinking for a long time, Alan Wilson still found a good news. The original 3 giants of the non-aligned conference, Nehru, Tito and Nasser, one embraced the Warsaw Pact, and the other disappeared, leaving Nehru to play a solo. Yugoslavia did not join the Warsaw Pact or NATO, but actively explored the Third World. It did well on the Third World stage such as the non-aligned movement, and received strong support. Now that Yugoslavia embraces the Warsaw Pact, it has increased the difficulty of Nehru, who is determined to be a powerful country, by more than one level. Ingrid Bergman and Hedy Lamar's idea of extending their vacation diluted Alan Wilson's physical anxiety, and made their men experience the beauty of the world at this difficult time. Why do you look anxious? Hedy Lamer lit a cigarette, and took a puff, then put the cigarette into the man's mouth with her onion-like fingers. Hiss. Alan Wilson took a deep breath and said sadly, such an enviable life is like a dream. I'm really afraid that one day I will be hung on the street lamp by the Soviets. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it just that the Soviet Union has gathered some poor countries? Ingrid Bergman pinched Alan Wilson unhappily and complained, you know you are afraid now, but weren't you very brave at the beginning? I have always been very brave. Alan Wilson stretched out his hand and pinched the fullness of the Swedish car. Since you are here, you should make the best of it. Alan Wilson is good at finding favorable places under unfavorable conditions. Yugoslavia's joining the Warsaw Pact mainly brings pressure in the Mediterranean. Although this is not conducive to the unity of the world, most of the pressure must be borne by the United States, because Yugoslavia is facing Italy. The 6th Fleet has to face the pressure directly, and the Royal Navy Mediterranean Fleet is in a supporting position. If Britain can make good use of this, it can still make a profit. After all, the national strength of the free world is far stronger than that of the Soviet Union with a group of poor people. If the United States can respect its allies and make adjustments in the face of pressure, it may be a good thing for Britain and France. Mountbatten, who was leading the British military delegation, heard the news of the establishment of the Warsaw Pact in Washington. Like his son-in-law thousands of miles away, Mountbatten, who grew up in the political center of Britain, immediately took out a map to judge the impact of the emergence of this group on the free world. Soon Mountbatten came to the same conclusion as his son-in-law, that the direction of Italy was the direction facing the main threat in the Mediterranean. The US 6th Fleet stationed in Italy will bear the brunt, and will bear this pressure. Taylor, the free world is now facing unprecedented challenges. We should unite to deal with the threat. As the first Sea Lord of the United Kingdom, Mountbatten solemnly expressed his position to his friend, who met during the war. Maxwell Taylor is the current commander of the US military in the Far East Theater. He has just returned to the United States and is about to take over as the Chief of Staff of the US Army. During the war, Maxwell Taylor was one of the few generals in the US military who knew little about Asia. He also worked with Ridgway in the same unit. Ridgway was the division commander, and he was the Chief of Staff. Mountbatten and Maxwell Taylor had known each other for a long time, but he was eventually sent to Europe to fight. This time, Maxwell Taylor was also on Mountbatten's list of visits. Although the two had never worked together, they had served as military commanders in Asia, so they quickly became familiar with each other as soon as they met. Maxwell Taylor has not yet received a formal appointment. He is still the commander of the US Army in the Far East. He said that now in Asia, Japan and South Korea are facing huge pressure from the Soviet Union. Mountbatten also agreed with this. Although he never had a good impression of Japan among Japan and South Korea, he was not shy about talking about Asian affairs. He served as the commander of the Southeast Asian Allied Forces, and his son-in-law was also a commissioner in British Malaya. Some of the views of the two major camps made Maxwell Taylor nod frequently, and then Mountbatten shifted the topic to the situation in Europe without leaving a trace, especially the establishment of the Warsaw Pact. Although Maxwell Taylor was interested in Asian talents, he was eventually sent to Europe by Marshall to participate in the war. Italy was an important part of Maxwell Taylor's military career. Maxwell Taylor was also very concerned about this place, where he had fought. After listening to Mountbatten's statement that Italy was the key country for the Warsaw Pact to exert pressure, he couldn't help but agree. General, you have served as the commander of the Mediterranean fleet. I absolutely agree with your professional views. It seems that I must temporarily add some topics to promote the work of Britain and the United States in dealing with such issues. Mountbatten sighed and said, originally, when I met with Ike, I wanted to talk about something light. Mountbatten only tasted the pressure faced by Italy. After all, the other party was an army general. It would be better to make the US naval generals recognize his judgment. Of course, there are such people, George Wellen Anderson Jr., who is now Special Assistant to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States. When George Wellen Anderson Jr. served in the Pacific Fleet, he happened to be a subordinate of his Southeast Asia Allied commander. After the war, Mountbatten and the US generals who had fought in Southeast Asia had established a good personal relationship. A special assistant may not be very high in rank, but Mountbatten happened to have the experience of seeing an assistant at work. He saw with his own eyes how the assistant to the British Indian Commissioner dealt with his immediate superior and turned such a large colony into his own vegetable garden. For several consecutive days, the British military delegation led by Mountbatten communicated with generals of different branches of the US military. Although there were many differences of opinion during the conversation, they were able to exchange views openly. Chapter 802 Visiting the Nautilus. Mountbatten rarely hesitated to express his views in front of old friends, even though his opinions sometimes sounded harsh to the other party. He did so in the Pentagon. This also reflects that the perspectives of Britain and the United States on the threat of the Soviet bloc are not completely consistent. When talking about the withdrawal of France from the Indochina Peninsula, Mountbatten gave his own advice. It is important to let South Vietnam have a national government and make it independent of the bamboo curtain, so I don't object to some assistance, but if we go to war, it may weaken the power of the free world. Mountbatten's next itinerary also includes a visit to the US nuclear submarine factory and nuclear test site with the approval of the United States, and a meeting with US President Eisenhower. Of course, these all require a response from the White House. Anyway, Mountbatten has time, and during this gap he gets together with his comrades during the war, which is also a pleasure. In his heart, he is ready to fight a protracted war. Given that the world is far from peace, Alan Wilson went to the Far East Joint Operations Command again. He was definitely not addicted to the tutoring of the boss of Woodpecker Pictures. Well, even if there was a certain reason, he really had something to do, and he was thinking about the summary of the Yijiangshan Island battle with the people of the British command. Chang Gong finally got one step closer to the aircraft carrier that the free world could not build, just like the 99.8% probability result of the Battle of the Liberation War. I don't know if my father-in-law, who was visiting Washington at this time, and his comrades in the Pentagon talked about Chang Gong's glorious victory. Anyway, at present Alan Wilson and General Bilton are really using public information to make a summary. Mr. Chang's army never surprises people. Alan Wilson shook the whiskey in his hand and said to Lieutenant General Bilton, according to the public war records, in the more than 3 years of the war, there were more than 1,000 battles in total. Mr. Chang won more than 20 times and lost more than 50 major battles. So this result is not surprising to us. Besides, this has nothing to do with the British Empire. It is something that Americans care about. Some people in later generations whitewashed Mr. Chang, thinking that it was an excuse, that the enemy was too strong and our army was incompetent. Alan Wilson thought it was not worth refuting. Starting from the time when the United States withdrew from Vietnam, South Vietnam still held North Vietnam for a year. Mr. Chang was able to hold out longer than South Vietnam because China's area is much larger than Vietnam. It perfectly reflects Mr. Chang's idea in the War of Resistance against Japan, trading space for time. But for a battle like this to seize an island, we thought there would be a miracle. General Bilton shook his head slightly. The reason why a miracle is called a miracle is because it rarely appears. Alan Wilson smiled and drank the whiskey in his hand. With an aftertaste, he said, so the strategy in Asia, Whitehall means to do everything possible to prevent the war from happening. As long as the war starts, no matter what the final result is, Britain has already lost. This is especially true for British Malaya. If the war spreads to Malaya, the British army loses, and Britain will roll up and leave. The British army won, Malaya was destroyed by the war, and lost its value in the eyes of London, but Britain still rolled up and left. The barrier of British Malaya is the Royal Navy, and the only place bordering other countries is the Isthmus of Crab. Generally speaking, it is still worth looking forward to. Indonesia wants to replicate the Yijiangshan Island battle, and give Britain a taste. To be frank, in front of the Royal Navy, this kind of behavior of seeking death is better than hanging. Borrowing this battle example, discussing how to deal with Indonesia's ambitions for British Malaya is the focus of the two people's discussion this time. After all, the Sukarno government was not actually the Sukarno government. Many countries at this time had a very obvious pro-Soviet tendency. The Far East Joint Operations Command had already made countless plans on how to overthrow the Sukarno government. It can be said that the relevant plans were updated every year, and the same was true for the administrative office. Alan Wilson did not expect to overthrow Sukarno. He just wanted to find an excuse to stay in Malaya. If Indonesia became a member of the hostile camp, Britain could stay and maintain its military presence in Asia in the long run in the attitude of protecting Australia and New Zealand. It can be said that he, the colonial commissioner, was the biggest supporter of Greater Indonesiaism, even more sincere than Sukarno's supporters in Indonesia. He hoped that before the end of his second term, the surrounding pattern could be settled, so that he could rest assured to leave office. This was a dilemma, a choice involving the interests of the entire free world and the interests of Britain. He did not hesitate to choose the latter. The free world was far more powerful than the Soviet bloc, and it was nothing to let Britain get a little more dividends. Even if Indonesia becomes an ally of the Soviet Union, Alan Wilson is not worried. After all, Indonesia is an extremely fragmented country, and there are many unfavorable conditions to overcome in order to transform into a powerful country. A powerful country must not be too small in area and have a sufficient population. Both of these points are very important. Indonesia has lost its two largest islands and has withdrawn from the candidate list in terms of area. However, the population is sufficient, and in terms of the carrying capacity of Java Island, it is already overpopulated. Once the population is too large, it will bring about involution in all aspects, and any aspect can be rolled up. This has been proven by the three East Asian countries in the 21st century. Japan and South Korea also have a large population for their territory. Once rolled up, it will affect all aspects of people. Take education as an example. Tsinghua and Peking University are at the same level as Oxford and Cambridge, but the difficulty for Chinese people to go to Tsinghua and Peking University is countless times greater than the difficulty for British people to go to Oxford and Cambridge. It is estimated that only the Indian Institute of Technology, another populous country, can compare with this difficulty. In Alan Wilson's mind, Indonesia no longer has the foundation to become a powerful country. Now he just wants to use the weakened version of Indonesia to provide a widely accepted reason for Britain's military presence in Asia. After leaving the British headquarters, Alan Wilson returned to the apartment of Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman. His wife Pamela Mountbatten took dozens of professionals from accounting firms to Hong Kong to calculate the industries of the four major families. In a short period of time, Alan Wilson could only be alone and find comfort from the two actresses to comfort his fragile heart. As for the work of the administrative office, it can be remotely commanded by phone, and there are West Malaysia commissioners to help manage it. On this day, Elisa called and said that the administrative documents of a big country in the north were under discussion. Let's see the effect first, and there is no need to rush to implement it, Alan Wilson said in a relaxed tone with the microphone clamped around his neck. A pair of thief eyes were not idle either, constantly looking in the direction of the bathroom. The climate in Malaya is so hot that it is normal to love cleanliness and take a bath frequently. Elisa's voice came again from the other end of the phone. Then we will archive the documents first and wait for you to come back and look at them. No problem. Alan Wilson agreed readily and encouraged. This method saves us a lot of energy. It is a very smart method. A large part of the development of British Malaya is to copy with the Sharingan with a learning attitude. I do what you do. You listed smallpox, leprosy, filariasis, and schistosomiasis as diseases that must be eliminated. Coincidentally, the colonial government did the same. You launched a national literacy campaign, and British Malaya also carried out literacy in the colonies. You cleaned up bandits, and I cleaned up bandits. You suppressed local tyrants and evil gentry, and I cleaned up gangs and eliminated evil. In short, if any policy is effective, the colonial government will follow up. One day, when the wave of thought sweeps in, the people in the Malayan colony will find that this is no different. They have already experienced it, so they will naturally give up the desire to make trouble. Just as the elimination of diseases requires a human body to produce immunity, Alan Wilson also built immunity in Malaya. This is also in line with the temperament of the British Empire. We join them, and then mess things up from the inside. After hanging up the phone, Hedy Lamarr walked out of the bathroom with a towel on her head, complaining that the tropical climate here was a challenge for her. You came out so soon. I wanted to go in and rub you. Alan Wilson expressed his willingness to serve with his eyes fixed on her. He was willing to be hung under the street lamp every day if he lived like this. You have a bad idea in your head. Hedy Lamarr spit lightly. This man thought she didn't know that he wanted to rub it inside. However, this kind of life also made her intoxicated. In fact, it was nothing to think about it. Compared with the Russian Hollywood at the beginning, the current life is already very comfortable. So some requests were approved by Hedy Lamarr one by one, just as some special hobbies of this man. At this time, Mountbatten was more than one level higher than his son-in-law. He was accompanied by Hyman George Rickover to visit the world's first nuclear submarine Nautilus. This was a very good way to prove his connections. Hyman George Rickover was the chief engineer of the Nautilus. The two were also familiar with each other. Originally, the Nautilus refused to allow all foreigners, including the British, to visit. But in the end, with Mountbatten's personal efforts, Hyman George Rickover made an exception and personally accompanied Mountbatten alone to board this highly confidential national heavy weapon. Compared with his son-in-law who could only traverse Hollywood movie queens, Mountbatten proved with his own experience that the Imperial Commissioner was just for fun. It's nothing to traverse the movie queens. It's really difficult to traverse the headquarters of the three armed forces of the United States. Hyman, have you heard about the progress of the Soviet nuclear submarine? Mountbatten's tall body shuttled inside the nuclear submarine and turned back to ask his friend with difficulty. I've heard about it. Hyman Rickover bent over and replied, but there is not much news now, and I don't know what stage it has reached. Chapter 803, Enemies on Capitol Hill. In short, this is a threat to the free world. General Mountbatten found a place to sit down after many twists and turns, ready to chat with his old friend. The Nautilus nuclear submarine pioneered the use of nuclear power, and submarines entered a new era. It has immeasurable value. Its political and military significance is far-reaching, so it is considered one of the important milestones in the development of modern submarine technology. But no matter what, as a pioneer, although the Nautilus is much larger than ordinary submarines, it only has a full load displacement of 4,000 tons. With the size of the Nautilus and the nuclear reactor inside, the internal space is actually quite limited. This is especially true for the tall Mountbatten. It was just a rare opportunity that Mountbatten ignored the small space inside the submarine and wanted to come in for a visit and get first-hand information. According to the original division of the four countries occupying Germany, the Ruhr area, the essence of Germany, was the British occupation area. Alan Wilson originally focused on plundering the British occupation area and sent the submarines and talons completed by the German shipyard to Britain. It was just that Alan Wilson was a small figure at that time, and he didn't know where the German submarine experts would eventually go. He only knew that the UK had indeed arranged for this group of people. Mountbatten was now the first Sea Lord, so of course he knew where these people were. With the presence of these German experts, some concepts and designs on submarines were no difficulty for the UK, but the difference between nuclear submarines and conventional submarines was the nuclear reactor, which the Germans could not help with. The Germans had taken the wrong path in nuclear weapons, and were not as good as the UK in this regard. In fact, there was certainly progress in Britain's nuclear reactors, but now the news from the Soviet Union made London want to speed up the progress, so Mountbatten set his sights on the United States. The United States went back on its word and tore up the Anglo-American nuclear agreement. Mountbatten certainly knew about this, but this did not prevent him from working hard for it. Now Britain must learn to be thrifty. If it doesn't work, then go and study it yourself. Hyman Rickover, an old acquaintance, happened to be a good friend of Mountbatten, and he decided to open a gap in the father of American nuclear power. The two men sat in the crew room and looked at each other. Because it was a visit, the crew of the entire nuclear submarine was not there. Mountbatten saw that some of Hyman Rickover's entourage did not follow him, and he spoke directly. In fact, the problems faced by the British Navy are exactly the same as those faced by the United States. You also know that the Warsaw Pact countries have chosen confrontation, and the current situation in Europe is not very reassuring. Alan Wilson could see what the Warsaw Pact with Yugoslavia would bring. Mountbatten had been in the political center of London for many years, and of course he could see that the Warsaw Pact could enter the Mediterranean at any time. The first to bear the brunt was the US 6th Fleet in Italy, but at the same time it did not mean that Britain was fine. The Mediterranean fleet where Mountbatten was previously located would definitely be under pressure. Mountbatten was a politician and general. He asked for help and directly scared Hyman Rickover. He hoped that the other party would help Britain to build a full nuclear fleet of the Royal Navy. Hyman Rickover was deeply shocked. This was a discussion within the US Navy, but when he thought that Mountbatten was the highest general in the British Navy, it was not surprising to have such an idea, but how could he agree? Even if the United Kingdom and the United States are in an alliance and in a military bloc, it is impossible to help Britain build an all-nuclear fleet. Mountbatten saw Hyman Rickover's reaction clearly, and of course he knew it was impossible. The Americans would never do this, no matter how close their allies were. From the breach of the Manhattan Project, it was good enough that the Americans did not trip him up. He was asking for too much, using the special relationship between Britain and the United States to make a huge request to cover up his real purpose. Alan Wilson once gave his father-in-law a move to get assistance in nuclear submarines by using nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Mountbatten went straight to the point and brought out the concept of an all-nuclear fleet, which could serve as a better cover than any nuclear-powered submarines. Now the concept of an all-nuclear fleet is indeed being discussed within the US Navy. Nuclear-powered ships that can run for more than a dozen or even decades without refueling are extremely enviable. Hyman Rickover certainly knew that the only obstacle was, in a word, the enemy on Capitol Hill. Dickie, you know, this is a big deal. Hyman Rickover expressed his refusal in a roundabout way. Hyman, I know you are an expert in nuclear power. The Royal Navy now wants to adapt to the pace of the new era. Our goal is to reduce the scale, transform the current huge conventional fleet into a smaller and more cost-effective all-nuclear fleet. From this point of view, our propositions are consistent. General Mountbatten's face was full of sincerity, deceiving Hyman Rickover's eyes. The Royal Navy and the US Navy have the same military construction ideas. Before the war, the Royal Navy was an enlarged version of the US Navy, and after the war, it was a reduced version of the US Navy. So it is not surprising to have the same thinking. Mountbatten knew this, and proposed a military construction idea similar to that of the US Navy, to cover up his true purpose. He discussed similar things with his son-in-law, and was not optimistic about the concept of an all-nuclear fleet. Moreover, the cabinet would not support the Royal Navy's nuclear power replacement. Britain is not the same as it was in the past. It is much tighter on hand, but nuclear submarines are different. This still needs to be fought for. Hyman Rickover could not agree. He did not have the power. Even if he did, he had no reason to do so. But Mountbatten immediately gave Hyman Rickover a reason. Hyman, actually the US Navy should help me. Our interests are the same, from the perspective of an old navy. Why do you say that? Hyman Rickover asked back with doubt. He had no problem from a personal perspective, but how could the federal government agree to such a big thing as a full nuclear fleet? Well, I don't expect to get everything, but from the perspective of some small nuclear powered ships, I can't return empty-handed, right? Mountbatten changed the subject and said, as for the reason why you help me, because we all face one thing in common, that is, the Navy costs money, and the Navy wants big money. I believe you can empathize with this. The enemy is on Capitol Hill. I have my enemies, you have your enemies, and we should solve this problem together. So, how do we solve this problem? Hyman Rickover's face changed. As a supporter of advocating a nuclear-powered fleet, he was of course dissatisfied with the congressional gentlemen who were stuck in the budget. This was a true expression of emotion. Like I said, the Royal Navy and the US Navy face the same problem. As the father of nuclear power, Hyman, you must support the all-nuclear fleet, right? But if there is no reference, your support will not be very useful. Mountbatten smiled and said in a tone of I'm ours, what if the British Navy has a similar plan? Then can it be used as evidence to ask the congressman on Capitol Hill for money? Hyman Rickover was silent for a long time and finally laughed and said, I will discuss it with my colleagues. I'm very much looking forward to it. Mountbatten stopped there and the two stood up and continued to shuffle among the nuclear submarines. After a while, Mountbatten and Hyman Rickover came out of the nuclear submarine together, arm in arm. In the eyes of others, it was a walking special relationship between Britain and the United States, and no one could find fault with it. Mountbatten's next stage of the itinerary is to meet with friends in the US Air Force, while Hyman Rickover is going to find another supporter of the all-nuclear fleet to discuss the feasibility. This person is Ali Albert Burke. He is a hot candidate for the position of Secretary of the Navy. Like Hyman Rickover, Ali Albert Burke is very supportive of the all-nuclear fleet. This admiral, who was later named after the R.L.A. Burke-class destroyer, was just 54 years old at this time. For a senior admiral, R.L.A. Burke is not only young, but also in his golden age. R.L.A. Burke is highly regarded by President Eisenhower. He became an admiral 2 years ago, but unlike others, he was promoted from a rear admiral to an admiral, which shows that he is particularly valued by Eisenhower. Mountbatten also wants to build an all-nuclear fleet in the UK. R.L.A. Burke frowned slightly, listening to Hyman Rickover's retelling. It seems that he has the same idea as us. R.L.A. Burke believes that the most valuable sentence in Hyman Rickover's retelling is that the enemy is on Capitol Hill. The establishment of an all-nuclear fleet must require a lot of money to support it, but the congressional gentlemen who approve the budget have never let the soldiers who are loyal to the country feel comfortable. If the UK can help, once action is taken, it may be possible to get the congressmen who often block the budget to allocate more budget for naval development. But what reason do we have to help the British? R.L.A. Burke said to Hyman Rickover, this doesn't make sense. We can't help, just because General Mountbatten asked us to. Britain's nuclear submarines have made great progress. We refuse to provide nuclear power support for aircraft carriers as an explanation to Congress. As for nuclear submarines, even if we don't help, Britain will make progress later. Why don't we take the initiative to help, so that we can understand the progress of British nuclear submarines? Hyman Rickover then said, General Mountbatten said that there is a need for cooperation between the two sides on aircraft carriers. Britain can transfer the patent of the steam catapult in exchange for support for aircraft carrier nuclear reactors. It shouldn't be a problem for us to use our support for nuclear submarine reactors in exchange. Once British nuclear submarines appear, it can serve as evidence that an all-nuclear fleet should be established. R.L.A. Burke stood up and paced back and forth, nodded and said, let's not make it public for now. I heard that the president has expressed his intention to meet with him. Let's see how the talk goes. Chapter 804, The Commissioner of Justice. The phrase all-nuclear fleet has a mysterious magic to some people in the Admiralty, and they are willing to put it into action. Hyman Rickover, the father of nuclear power, and R.L.A. Burke are both staunch all-nuclear fleet factions. The two can cite many examples to prove the superiority of the all-nuclear fleet, but they are not accepted by Congress. At this time, Mountbatten's appearance as a supporter of the all-nuclear fleet in the UK can further prove the correctness of the two's claims. They really hope that Mountbatten can have a pleasant meeting with Eisenhower. This idea is normal, just like the relationship between Whitehall and the British Chancellor of the Exchequer. Anything can be discussed, but budget cuts cannot. This set of bureaucratic ideas also works in the United States. Mountbatten's trip to the United States is destined to take a long time. Pamela Mountbatten, who also convened a group of nobles, also negotiated with the four major families in Hong Kong, which made Alan Wilson very lonely. Staying in Singapore, talking to British Command Lieutenant General Bilton every day about the ins and outs of my harmonious relationship with my father-in-law. In the end, the British garrison took away the right to deal with the soldiers who had been conclusively proven guilty. The military of any country is not easy to mess with, and the British are no exception. Coming out of the Far East Joint Operations Command, in the truck that was escorting the offending soldiers, 2 rows of British soldiers wearing silver bracelets looked angrily at the instigator through the view behind the truck. If it weren't for this person, they would never have enjoyed this kind of treatment in their lives. An administrative commissioner actually appeared in person at the headquarters and took them out of the garrison base. "Don't look at me like that." Alan Wilson, who was dressed in a suit, put his hands in his pockets, stared at the car in a gloomy tone and defended himself. "What I despise most in my life is people who are comfortable and irresponsible. I once had a good assistant who had a bright future, but now I don't know where he is. The mistakes are similar to yours, but not as serious as yours." The 2 major ethnic groups in British Malaya are very conservative in all social atmospheres. If you are involved in money transactions, I will naturally not go too far, but having a relationship with a decent girl is irresponsible and is not conducive to the work of the colonial government. Alan Wilson stood at the back of the truck and chattered. "You should be glad that you can get over it by getting married. If it was a lynching by the people, it would not be so easy to end it. I didn't force the other party." A private first class defended angrily. "I have a girlfriend in my country. Will I wait for you after serving for so long? There are some things I don't want to make clear." Alan Wilson looked like "You are too young," thought for a while and said, "I will contact Whitehall to understand your family relationship in China so that you can give up this idea. Well, Kingshan Mental Hospital welcomes you. The East Malaysia Commissioner will wait for you to finish living in the pigeon cage and preside over the wedding. If you refuse, we will follow the laws of the colonial government. Regarding rape, because the social atmosphere in the Malayan colony is conservative, chastity is extremely important, and such mistakes are felonies. In fact, for the later European and American societies with open gender relations, it is nothing to reduce the punishment for rape. The family has collapsed, and you are still entangled in such things? But it is different in Malaya, and the sentencing must be severe. Even if they are willing, it cannot be done. This is the atmosphere in the colonies now. Soldiers who commit crimes pat their butts and leave, leaving women in such a conservative colony. How can they live in the future?" Alan Wilson was at the headquarters, talking earnestly about the difficulties he faced as a senior commissioner. His voice was so loud that it could be heard in the headquarters building, which made the British military officers sick. Even General Bilton's conference room could hear it clearly. A group of senior officers looked unhappy and said to General Bilton, "General, military personnel should be dealt with by military courts. He is not in compliance with the rules. People from the Mountbatten family don't know the rules." Lieutenant General Bilton said with a bitter smile, "He is the chief executive of the colony. He made the laws of this colony. Whitehall is very satisfied with his work. It is rare for a colonial commissioner to have 2 terms. He will be here for the next few years." Although Lieutenant General Bilton did not respond directly to the doubts, he had hinted clearly. The administrative department wanted to transfer the matter, and he had no choice. At this time, Alan Wilson finally finished talking and took the time to look at the sergeant who beat Coker. He estimated that he would be taken care of in Kingshan Detention Center. From his perspective as a senior commissioner, let alone coming to the military to ask for people, even if he chopped off these people's heads in the street, as long as he could maintain the stability of this 500,000 square kilometers of colony, it would definitely be worth it. Seeing the military vehicle start, with soldiers wearing silver bracelets heading towards Kingshan Mental Hospital, Alan Wilson put his hands on his waist. It is said that people should do more good deeds. Doing one good deed a day makes the whole person cheerful. Thank you for the cooperation of the headquarters. A respectful shout came into the headquarters meeting room. This bastard. The whole meeting room was full of curses, and even Lieutenant General Bilton couldn't help shaking his head. Fortunately, after doing one good deed a day, Alan Wilson still left by car. He didn't come to cause trouble, but to reflect the judicial justice of the Malayan colony. If he caught 10 people here, it would naturally have the effect of blowing out 100,000 people. As for the operation process, you can also take the opportunity to see the ability of commissioners at all levels. He has always felt that bureaucratic incompetence and shamelessness can only occupy one, not both, such as a certain big country has a north-south difference. In fact, from his point of view, officials in the south are much more capable than their counterparts in the north. This strength is all round, especially in combination with public opinion hegemony. Good things should be promoted, and bad things should be suppressed. The heat of the Zhuangzi incident was suppressed. If this were to happen in places like northeast China and Henan, it would be unimaginable. Under the blessing of public opinion hegemony, some people will follow public opinion, otherwise there would not be so many people who believe that the South is really colder than the North, instead of spending a few dollars to buy a thermometer to see. Facts have proved that the world accurately abides by the 80/20 rule. There are many more stupid people than smart people. As a professional bureaucrat, Alan Wilson feels that if he can be successful in Malaya, it will be a piece of cake for him to play with the old-fashioned people in Britain after returning home. Starting from his second term, in addition to continuing to pay attention to the economic development of the colonies, Alan Wilson also began to secretly observe the ability of officials of the colonial government. He could not work in British Malaya for his whole life. If this is the case, the purpose of his current work is not for Britain, but he should consider when Malaya will be independent, and follow the example of Rhodesia in history, imagining how to be a mountain king. After returning to the apartment, Alan Wilson, who was in a good mood all day, held Hedy Lamarr in his arms, as if he was holding a little girl. This kind of intimate gesture is very pleasing to women. Who isn't a little fairy? During this period, he must brag about today's actions to uphold justice. After hearing this, Hedy Lamarr asked, "Your actions should win goodwill, but it is not good for the military. The people in this colony believe in paying with life for a life, and repaying a debt. But as a colonizer, I know that, although the same thing would happen if we didn't exist here, it would definitely arouse backlash, because it involves the garrison. So we have to downplay the colonial color and focus on the justice of the ending." Alan Wilson said this, and was silent for a while before emphasizing, especially in contrast to countries where US troops are stationed. "You're right, the French hate the US troops stationed here." Ingrid Bergman happened to be coming downstairs and nodded. "I've heard a lot of people talk about their views on the US troops stationed here. The French, it's a miracle they can tolerate it." Alan Wilson smiled, but it didn't matter. The French would drive away the US troops sooner or later. Just wait and see. Feeling Alan Wilson's reaction, that you came at the right time, Ingrid Bergman also came to sit down, and heard Alan Wilson say, "Sometimes I'm worried about you two living in Paris. The morality of the US troops stationed abroad has made France unsafe. You are just saying nice things. Anyway, the two of us should go back." Ingrid Bergman rolled her eyes at the man and whispered unnaturally, "If we continue to stay here, there will be four of us when we go back. Don't we have ways to avoid pregnancy?" Alan Wilson sincerely guaranteed absolute safety. Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman spit at the same time. This man doesn't think about walking the right path every day, but only thinks about evil things. The two will never agree. Alan Wilson raised his hands in surrender, indicating that as a man, he must walk the right path uprightly and not take the evil path. "Stay a few more days. I'm very lonely now." The hard-working colonial commissioner finally left the Singapore command and arrived in loyal Kuala Lumpur, chaired the annual meeting of the colony. The members of the annual meeting changed every year, usually reflected in the commissioners who rotated back from Christmas Island. Elisa had prepared information about a certain big country and gave it to Alan Wilson to see if there were any policies worth following up, including but not limited to criticizing bourgeois literary and artistic ideas, which were not needed in Malaya. Regarding the report on birth control, Malaya had no population pressure. Regarding the draft of the simplification of Chinese characters, Malaya had completed the simplification. New banknotes were issued. Malaya had already adopted the Asian pound as its currency, which was not necessary. Finally, Alan Wilson took out the documents about grain as the content of his meeting. Regarding agricultural work, he emphasized that it was necessary to further adopt measures to determine production. production, purchase, and sales in the work of unified purchase and sale of grain, so that farmers would have a clear idea of their own sales. This was of great significance for stabilizing farmers' emotions and easing tensions in rural areas. Chapter 805, Mountbatten's success. Commissioner, I heard from Ethel that you went to the headquarters and took away some soldiers. Alyssa asked with interest. What are the main crimes that require you to go there in person? There are more things related to women in the garrison base, and there are other things. Alan Wilson answered absent-mindedly while holding the documents. Oh, the commissioner still respects women very much. Alyssa giggled when she heard it. It's really admirable. Respect women? Alan Wilson looked embarrassed. Where did this come from? He shook his head and said, do you think I'm standing up for justice for women? Have you ever seen any independent force led by women causing trouble? I respect the men in the Malayan colony. The women here are worthless in my eyes. Alyssa's face was full of surprise, and then she fell into thought, and then said with curiosity, I want to hear this reason. Alan Wilson put down the documents and explained seriously, men are more violent than women. This is a problem that any government must face. We are still a colonial government. We must be cautious about issues involving mental humiliation. For thousands of years, no war has been fought with women as the main force, but there are countless wars caused by women. Women are a source of anger that angers men. Once most of the men in the colonies feel humiliated, Britain's rule will not be able to continue. This is why Alan Wilson keeps a close eye on the relationship between men and women in the garrison. There are only 3 modes for men and women to get along in later generations. Europe and the United States flirt and run away. Japan and South Korea lie down and pretend to be dead. And India in the world of peace religion with a strong religious atmosphere use various methods to firmly nail women to the Middle Ages and try to ensure the power of men. As for women, they can also be regarded as a person under certain, uncommon, and special conditions. For the governments of those countries, the country is unstable and there are many threats. When facing external threats, men are needed to fight desperately on the battlefield. The country's limited resources should focus on men. As for Alan Wilson, he chose the Indian model as a high commissioner, which can also be called the Taliban model, because the social atmosphere in Malaya is also very conservative. The colonies he manages must focus on disintegrating the resistance of colonial men. At this stage, the cost of learning from India is lower. It is a good idea to learn gender equality from the Soviet group, but the problem is who will take the money for the initial investment? And what should we do if we want to change the existing social conservative atmosphere and provoke colonial resistance? Let the leaders of the women's movement in the country know, but it will cause trouble. Alyssa sighed with a smile. It sounds reasonable, but why do I feel uncomfortable? Are they coming to Malaya? Then their lives may be threatened more than mine. Alan Wilson laughed and said nonchalantly, as we all know, the crime-solving rate in the colonies is relatively low, and I may not be able to find anything in the end. Alan Wilson doesn't care. There is a common feature of feminism all over the world, that is, to hit hard at men in their own country. As for men in other countries, they are mainly praised. All the evil sides are left to men in their own country. Because for most women, the market they face is their own country, and it is thankless to connect with the international market and there is no benefit. On the contrary, they are willing to use the advantages of foreign men to drag down men in their own country for profit. Therefore, European and American feminists praise the Peace Church in later generations, believing that the Peace Church men maintained the stability of the family, and European and American men should learn from them. Of course, it is absolutely impossible for them to live in a Peace Church country. It is okay to say something to get dog food, but it would be stupid to really get yourself involved. Alan Wilson believed that the women's movement in Britain, like its counterparts in all other countries, was showing off its power at home, and would never dare to go abroad to the Malayan colony. The members of this group of involutionary organizations were destined to be zero threat to him. He really cared about the women in Malaya. At least the colony had been in peace, and they could wait for the increase in the number of educated people and reap the dividends of the progress of the times. If the Malayan colony wanted to go against Britain, Alan Wilson was not threatening anyone. The fate of women would become more tragic. Once the war started, the violent side of men would be revealed, which would not be good for the old, weak and disabled. The next day, after returning to the administrative office, Alan Wilson took this plagiarized, borrowed, and original document of his own original creation at the meeting on agricultural development in 1955, and began to formulate agricultural policies. The beneficiaries were of course the Malays. According to the land distribution before the colony, the Malays took a big advantage, and had a dominant position in the agricultural field. The Chinese were mainly in the business and industrial industries. Every regional commissioner knows that this will help balance the two major ethnic groups. During Alan Wilson's first term, the industrial layout has almost been completed, and now we are starting to see the rewards. If this continues, the Malays will be dissatisfied, so we must maintain the balance between the two major ethnic groups in some aspects. Offshore balance is everywhere, and the regional commissioners have expressed their opinions, and proved with practical actions, that in this field, our country is full of talents, and any one of them can stand on his own. 2 days later, the New Year's conference concluded successfully. All the major newspapers were ready to promote the colonial government's policy of caring for agricultural development in stages, and from multiple angles. It can be divided into the following stages. The monster from Corsica landed in the port of Juan. The unspeakable cannibal demon is approaching Grasse. The despicable thief who stole the country entered Grenoble. Napoleon Bonaparte occupied Lyon. General Napoleon is approaching Fontainebleau. His Majesty the Supreme Emperor arrived in his loyal Paris today. By manipulating public opinion by first suppressing and then praising, the attention of the agricultural population in the colonies can be attracted, and the purpose of shaping the capable side of the colonial government can be achieved. The regional commissioners have received instructions from their superiors to buy a straw hat and wear it with them when they go out for inspection. Naturally, there will be newspapers that put them on the front page. Remember, to be an official in this colony, you can't be incompetent and shameless. Alan Wilson looked at his nearly 20 regional commissioners with a deep gaze. Whitehall has high hopes for us. I'm not accepting a second term to play around with you. When I leave, Malaya must assume all the responsibilities of the original British India, and do better. Yes, Commissioner. Under this coercive gaze, the imperial servants expressed their sincere wishes, which were absolutely from the heart, and without any falsehood. Gentlemen, show some motivation. A bright future is waiting for you. Alan Wilson praised with a chuckle. Alan Wilson himself was incorruptible, but he never asked his subordinates to be the same. Malaya was a colony after all. As long as they didn't go too far, and completed the tasks assigned by him, he could turn a blind eye to some things. Of course, it was absolutely impossible to do the same as in the last 2 years of British India. At that time, Indian colleagues were thinking of making a quick buck and running away, but now they had to contribute to the British Empire in Malaya. He definitely thought he was a to-sleeve man, and he didn't even use his power to beat around the bush, but it was absolutely legal to make money. In fact, as long as he said hello to Limla and Giark, with the conspiracy theory masterpiece that had already been completed in 2 volumes, the unsolved mysteries of the world could completely become the standard of major schools in the colonies in the name of popular science books. Now this set of books with a strong conspiracy theory is selling quite well in the United States, and McCarthy helped to get it published. Of course, McCarthy's wife has a commission for publishing in the United States, which is nothing. Appropriate interests between friends can make friendship more solid. Now McCarthy's wife is very appreciative of Alan Wilson and thinks that her husband is a very worthwhile friend. He even used the money from selling books to expand the Kingshan Mental Hospital, the original Kingshan Detention Center. The last time he entered, he saw that the local mountains and rivers were beautiful, and it was an excellent location for shooting ghost movies in the future. Therefore, in line with the simple public servant sentiment of improving the security of Malaya, he paid for the expansion of the Kingshan Detention Center and turned it into a comprehensive Kingshan Mental Hospital. For 1955, Alan Wilson's expectation was, of course, to replicate the success of the past few years, to move from one victory to another, and to gradually form the Asian lighthouse. Under the glory of the world's lighthouse, Mountbatten, a member of the former hegemon, just came out of the White House as a soldier. The two reached a consensus on the issue of how Britain and the United States should deal with the Soviet threat. Mountbatten also elaborated on Britain's military policy, which was to assist the United States in maintaining the prosperity and stability of Europe. The two agreed to strengthen military cooperation and to organize a maritime military exercise in the second half of the year in the name of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, in which the navies of NATO countries would participate. Regarding Eisenhower's question about the Federal Republic of Germany joining NATO, Mountbatten said that Britain was willing to work hard for this. The two countries' military cooperation also hoped that the United States would carefully consider it. Eisenhower was silent for a long time, and finally nodded solemnly, "We have always attached great importance to cooperation with Britain." The Daily Times reported that, because the US government had made a decision, and the emotional Major General Rickover, for the sake of old friends, went all out to help Britain develop nuclear submarines. In this regard, Dennis Wyatt, a staff officer under Mountbatten, wrote with some exaggeration, "Rickover doesn't care whether Britain can have nuclear submarines. He cares about whether Mountbatten can have nuclear submarines." Alan Wilson certainly didn't believe every word in the newspaper, but his father-in-law also sent a telegram, which did support a series of US proposals in NATO through an exchange of interests in exchange for the United States support for the British nuclear submarine project. Awesome. Alan Wilson held the telegram and expressed his sincere admiration for the British Long Ocean. Chapter 806 Confident Commissioner. Even if it is real history, the United States finally expressed its willingness to transfer nuclear reactor technology, which was negotiated by Mountbatten. However, it was not until the 1960s that Britain got what it wanted, and at that time even France had overcome all obstacles to nuclear reactors. You should know that the gap between Britain and France after the war was actually very large. France was busy suppressing the resistance of colonies everywhere, and a lot of energy was spent on these military operations. It did not have the conditions of Britain at all, but it finally successfully developed nuclear submarines. Technically speaking, nuclear reactors should not be difficult for Britain. With this technical foundation, it should not be difficult to negotiate with the United States, but the original history of Britain encountered trouble. In summary, Alan Wilson compared the two histories. In the original history, Britain was almost held hostage by the US debt, which led to the awkward situation of being tied up in the post-war dealings with the United States, and not daring to turn against it. At the same time, the United States held high the special relationship between Britain and the United States, using debt and aid as bait, to prevent Britain from turning against it. Throughout the whole process, in fact, after the war, Britain continued to sell its imperial legacy to the United States, just like in the World War, and received aid and technical support from the United States. Every time the United States appeared to help, it must be that Britain sold out the interests of the British Empire in exchange, until the British Empire finally disintegrated. Now, the biggest difference is that, by making a fortune in British India, backed by Australia's cheap mineral resources, supplemented by British Malaya's labour workers, and using the entire remaining pound area as a market, Britain has escaped the huge debt brought by the World War. When the debt problem no longer exists, Britain will have more confidence when negotiating with the United States. Some weights will not be used as in the original history, such as the Federal Republic of Germany joining NATO. After all, Germany is the source of the World War, not just once, but Germany launched 2 world wars. The establishment of the North Atlantic Treaty was also established under the banner of carrying the Soviet Union outside and defending against Germany inside. It has only been a few years since the Federal Republic of Germany was absorbed as a formal member of NATO. This is what the United States called for, but Britain and France can bargain and let the United States take out some benefits. From the telegram from his father-in-law, Alan Wilson could tell that Mountbatten must have used this incident to bargain. It cannot be said to be the whole reason, but it is at least part of the reason. In 2 different histories, on the surface, when the 10th year after the end of World War II came, Britain seemed to be no different. They all lost British India, and the huge Royal Navy was shrinking. However, the core was completely different. Alan Wilson believed that Britain would definitely take a different path from history in the end. It was enough for the nuclear submarine to progress smoothly. As for the all-nuclear fleet, Britain was originally a global navy. Even if there were no nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, the naval bases all over the world could maintain the combat effectiveness of the Royal Navy. The meeting at the beginning of the year would set the tone for the whole year to come. The agricultural documents had been known to all walks of life in the colonies through major newspapers, and the discussion was heating up. The West Malaysian Commissioner, Elisa, and the East Malaysian Commissioner, Etel, took out demographic data, compiled the demographics of each state and special city, and discussed the population problem of the colonies with Alan Wilson. The two major parts of the British Malaya colony are the Malay Peninsula and part of Kalimantan Island, commonly known as West Malaysia and East Malaysia. Elisa and Etel seem to be on the same level, but in fact 80% of the population of the colony is in the Malay Peninsula, and Elisa has much more things to do than Etel. However, East Malaysia is the hardest hit area by Indonesian infiltration, and Etel has a good relationship with the local British garrison, which is another aspect that reflects his importance. There are 9.5 million people in West Malaysia, 2.4 million in East Malaysia, and 12 million in the colonies in this round of statistics. There are definitely places that cannot be counted, but the difference is not much. Compared with the past, the number of newborns has exceeded 2 million. It is a very rapid data, and it has only been a few years. Etel reported with the statistical data of each state and special city. The ratio of Chinese and Malays has not changed much. The population of the colonies is growing very fast. Elisa asked after listening, I wonder if there is any domestic data for comparison. The population statistics in 1946 were 48.5 million, and the data last year was 51 million. The population statistics of Greater London are slowly declining, and the permanent population is decreasing. Alan Wilson knew this mutual data, and told his two subordinates directly. From this point of view, the population of the Malaya colony is growing too fast. With a base of less than 10 million, the increase is the same as that of the mainland. Etel took a breath of cold air. Do you want to think of a solution? After the World War, baby booms occurred in various countries. The fertility rate in North America climbed to 3.5, and Japan had 1.6 million babies born every year. Of course, Europe also had a baby boom, but it was not as exaggerated as North America. The UK's population growth seems small, entirely because of the immigration wave. Many people choose to immigrate to other white English-speaking countries, so it is not noticeable. If we really want to compare, British Malaya should be compared with Australia, which has the same population base. Australia's population is still more than 9 million, and it has received many British immigrants. The Malayan colony, which also has a population of nearly 10 million, now has 12 million people. And this wave of population growth is definitely not over yet. How old are the men and women of childbearing age? There is at least another 10 years of golden age, and it is inevitable that the population of the colony will increase. Alan Wilson was optimistic about the worries of his two subordinates. It doesn't matter. Although the birth rate is high, the base is here. There is no need to worry. The local population is 4 times that of the colonies. Malaya will not be able to catch up in a few decades. It's hard to say. Elisa felt that things were not optimistic. A person can get married at the age of 18 or 19. When the children now grow up, it will actually be 10 years later. This is based on the basis of maintaining high growth. Alan Wilson laughed and said, it won't be so easy. The ideas of the next generation will definitely be different from those of this generation. Such a growth rate is unsustainable. Do you think it is India? In fact, India's fertility rate has also dropped sharply in the 21st century. Of course, this is a place that the Indian government can control. As for the black households that cannot be controlled, there is no way to count them. If you want to suppress the population, you don't have to issue administrative orders. Many methods are more effective than administrative orders and can achieve the same effect. When the Japanese economy was booming, Japanese women were so rampant. The skill of this punch for 20 years is much better than that of European and American boxers of the same period. In the end, didn't they still kneel down when the bubble burst? However, the methods in my mind may not work in Malaya. I want to use boxing, but he is promoting conservatism in the Malayan colony. I also want to use real estate economy. The Malayan colony has 500,000 square kilometers and a population of 12 million. Even if we increase the indoctrination of this generation of parents to buy houses for their children, it will be useless. How can 20 people per square kilometer engage in real estate? However, there are still ways. Starting with education is a good way. Modern Chinese people firmly believe that backwardness will lead to beatings. Not boxing and not playing with real estate, but cutting leaks from the cost of education will definitely be accepted by the Chinese. The Chinese are absolutely willing to spend money on this. Moreover, Britain can do this. It is inevitable that Britain's education is not as good as that of the United States. It is still possible to stir up trouble in a colony, but I won't be a commissioner by then. How to harvest these thriving wheat will depend on you. Alan Wilson looked very optimistic about you and said with longing, in fact, we should all thank the Malayan colony for solving the living problems of 30,000 civil servants. Otherwise, when British India became independent, we would be unemployed. Raising the cost of education is only a means. The key lies in whether the distribution is fair. Alan Wilson believes that one of the major reasons for the baby boom in various countries after the war is that Germany suffered heavy losses in the war, and all the participating countries, except the United States, were in a mess. For people in various countries who have lost almost everything, the vast majority of people have nothing in their hands, which is equivalent to the proletariat just losing their shackles. In this environment, men and women with cleaner pockets will not be picky about each other, and naturally there is no soil for fighting. The United States has a lot of war money, and there is a baby boom because of the huge wealth backing it up. As wealth accumulates again, unfairness will slowly accumulate, and slowly there will be endless means of fighting, real estate, and education to sharpen the knives against leaks. As long as the exploitation is ruthless, no leaks will slip through the net. Alan Wilson remembered that later generations had counted the genealogies of the Ming and Qing dynasties, and 1/3 of the members in the genealogy eventually died without descendants. As long as the oppression is ruthless enough, the population cannot help but decrease. Even India, which has a caste system, can prove this point. When the caste system was established, the number of untouchables was certainly much larger than it is today, but after thousands of years, the number of untouchables was less than 1/5 of the total population, so the caste system was forced to roll back, and the Shudras became the de facto bottom. With the historical knowledge of the two ancient civilizations, Alan Wilson does not think that the problem of population expansion in the colonies is unsolvable. It's just that the leaks are not lush yet, and it's not time to start. Seeing that their boss is so ordinary and confident, Elisa and Edel can't say anything. The current task is to do everything possible to promote rapid development. You will know when the time comes. I'm not blindly optimistic. Alan Wilson comforted, raised his watch, and looked at it, tapped his wrist with his finger and said, "Look, it's time to get off work. We must strictly abide by the time off work." Prime Minister Adley called for the establishment of a socialist community of Great Britain. Chapter 807 Return to the Free World. The NATO joint military exercise in the second half of the year essentially had nothing to do with him as a colonial official, and he didn't care about what results it would produce. In short, it was not as important as the two actresses who were about to return to Paris. What he wanted was to continue his 5-day on 2-day off life. On the early morning of the weekend, Alan Wilson was still sleeping soundly in bed. In the bathroom, the two actresses who loved cleanliness teased each other under the shower and touched each other. "Look at what you looked like last night." Hedy Lamarr was amazed, and her eyes swept across Ingrid Bergman's nuclear bomb-like body. "No ordinary man can stand it. You don't have to talk about me." Ingrid Bergman raised her neck to the shower head, squinted her eyes and retorted, "You are not bad either. I don't know who hugged his waist to encourage you. When you were in Hollywood, you were sought after by thousands of people. You are no worse than Monroe now, but today it has come to this. I don't want to argue with you." Hedy Lamarr stopped exposing each other's shortcomings and wiped her body with a white bath towel. The magnificent scene was seen by Alan Wilson, who appeared at some unknown time. The Imperial Commissioner, who came with a baton, walked into the bathroom with a loud noise. For the sake of gender equality, no one could have privileges, and he had to wash himself. As a result, the time for handling personal hygiene issues was extended again, but the process was absolutely wonderful. The two coveted actresses were about to leave, so it was not time to go against the behavior of the child's father. I have missed my daughter for so long. I should go back to see her, otherwise she will not recognize me by then. Ingrid Bergman sat at the dining table and said as she watched the man serve the food. Hedy Lamarr also nodded, indicating that she had the same idea. Her son was still young and his mother could not always be away from him. Thank you for your hard work, ladies, Alan Wilson said with some apology, handing over 2 sausages to fill the stomach of the actress who had just eaten British sausages. Although I'm reluctant, the issue of the next generation is also very important. How can I compete with my children for maternal love? You are not competing enough. Hedy Lamarr rolled her eyes at the man. She did not believe a word of this hypocritical excuse. Alan Wilson coughed softly to cover up his embarrassment and said with a lack of confidence, you have to give me a broad mind. The children need it, so why don't I need it? The world should be better to men. You don't know how much pressure I have. I need a woman to talk to. I never see you talk to me normally. Ingrid Bergman muttered, I just see you like a bull. Ingrid, are you the sponsor of the French women's movement? Alan Wilson remembered that he had taught Ingrid Bergman boxing before and wondered if she had 20 years of skills now. Ingrid Bergman nodded. She had indeed heard the man's ideas before. She took a wave of bonuses and then asked, what's wrong? Pay attention to the immigrants in South Vietnam. The French withdrawal took away many people. Alan Wilson said with a smile, let the people you sponsor speak, and you don't speak. Those people speak in an extreme way, which shows that you are considerate. You and Hedy are in the film industry. You know without me saying that actresses can't support the box office. It's men who pay for the tickets. He didn't want the women's movement to affect Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman's career. Whether it was a film company or even Louis Vuitton, men had to pay for it. Louis Vuitton seemed to have female customers. If he didn't know that the salary of French women was only 60% of that of men, he would have believed it. I know. Ingrid Bergman nodded. She believed in the good intentions of this man, at least for her. Has the tape project not been settled yet? That is an industry that fits the French temperament very well. Film and music are both entertainment industries. Films were invented by the French. If the tape is standardized, it will also be a huge profit. Alan Wilson asked Hedy Lamarr, if there is no problem, it can be promoted as a free standard. If the standard is established, the future profit will be much greater than the patent fee at the beginning. I have been paying attention to it. Woodpecker Pictures has also invested in support, but some problems still exist, and the reliability is still insufficient. When it comes to business, Hedy Lamarr also becomes serious and tells the current progress. Both of them know that this man speaks very seriously when discussing problems, which is completely different from when he is having fun. It has indeed brought great help to the careers of both of them. It can even be said that he has given too much. It's good that your life won't be disturbed by trivial matters. Alan Wilson nodded and said, I'll take you to the airport tomorrow. On the last night in Malaya, Ingrid Bergman pestered the Imperial Commissioner to ask how to box. As expected, she also received a jab from the commissioner. This punch took 20 years of practice, but the Swedish queen with outstanding hardware could still withstand it. Alan Wilson, who was hugged by 2 actresses, couldn't sleep. He talked with the 2 actresses for a long time, until they fell asleep together. While he was working hard, the First Sea Lord had completed his mission to visit the United States and arrived at the Royal Admiralty. This visit was a complete success for him. He had made a good start just after taking the position of First Sea Lord. He got the nuclear power technology support he wanted from the Americans. He believed that with the research that Britain had been conducting, Britain's nuclear submarines would definitely be available in the near future. At 10 Downing Street, Mountbatten and Prime Minister Attlee reported on the progress of this visit, and also explained that the nuclear power technology support was exchanged on the condition that the Federal Republic of Germany joined NATO and participated in NATO joint military exercises. I hope the American experts will come soon. Only when the experts arrive will we be willing to give in on the issue of the Federal Republic of Germany. Attlee still remembered that the United States tore up the consensus of the Quebec Conference, which added a lot of obstacles to the British nuclear project. It can even be said that it was the first major event Attlee faced after becoming Prime Minister, and he couldn't help but remember it vividly. The Federal Republic of Germany joining NATO is okay for Britain, but the French must be uncomfortable. This is equivalent to the Germans inviting the Soviet Union to join NATO. The Soviet Union has always been the object of strict defense by NATO member states. The three nuclear-armed countries in NATO, the United States, Britain, and France, have also aimed most of their nuclear missiles at the Soviet Union. As long as the time is right, the major NATO member states such as the United States, Britain, and France will launch military operations against the Soviet Union. The reason why they didn't do so is because they can't do it. Prime Minister Adli may not know that decades later, the Germans really did something similar. German MPs from the Christian Democratic Party proposed inviting Russia to join NATO, believing that this move would help ensure Europe's security. Things are always changing. Today, France's vigilance against Germany has not dissipated, and they can also hold each other together in the future. It is inevitable that Germany will join NATO. The Americans hope that Germany can play the role of blocking the Soviet Union. General Mountbatten said with a wry smile, "As for the French's idea, I believe the French will understand." Mountbatten was very clear about politics, and knew that once the Federal Republic of Germany joined NATO, it would take a key step on the road from enemy to ally. He also knew that, although France was worried about Germany's rearmament, the Western allies still agreed to accept it as a member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. In a sense, this was inevitable. Germany had a population of nearly 60 million. Joining NATO would greatly enhance the strength of the free world. Only if Germany joined, would NATO not worry about the Soviet Union's numerical advantage. It seems that Morrison will be busy again recently. Prime Minister Attlee also knew that things were inevitable and could only let the Foreign Secretary and the French have a good talk. It would be better if we had Adenauer and our three countries sit down and have a good talk, General Mountbatten suggested, on the premise of safeguarding the interests of the victorious countries. Knowing each other's needs will make things much easier. Good idea. Prime Minister Attlee's eyes lit up and he said, "Louis, you should actually consider becoming a minister. I'm now the Minister of the Admiralty." General Mountbatten thought of his son-in-law thousands of miles away for no reason. He remembered clearly the look on Alan Wilson's face when he heard the word minister. Almost immediately, the British Foreign Office entered the working state and invited French Foreign Minister Georges Bidault to go to Bonn, the capital of Germany, to discuss Germany's joining NATO with Adenauer. It is easy to know what Georges Bidault really thinks. He is not interested in Germany joining NATO. But Morrison also made it clear that this is the future that the United States hopes to see to demonstrate the unity of the free world. Georges Bidault sighed. What can he say? France, like many European countries, is supported by the Marshall Plan. Although he knew in his heart, and even said publicly in Paris, that for every dollar France accepted, France's independence would be reduced by 1 point, there was no way to avoid it. Relying on the United States was a fact. In Bonn, the capital of Germany, British Foreign Secretary Morrison and French Foreign Minister Georges Bidault together stated the positions of Britain and France, and asked Adenauer to agree to the conditions of the two countries in exchange for the two countries not setting up obstacles for Germany to join NATO. The current Federal Republic of Germany is not yet independent, and the three countries' commissioners in Germany still have a lot of say. Adenauer actually has no qualifications to resist. Moreover, this is an opportunity for Germany to return to the civilized world, and it cannot be given up. Adenauer naturally accepted all the requests made by Morrison and Georges Dupieux on behalf of Britain and France. After a series of contracts were signed, on March 4 American nuclear power technology experts arrived in London, and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's headquarters in Paris announced that the Federal Republic of Germany joined NATO and became a formal member of NATO. Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman returned to Paris and happened to hear the news. Chapter 808. The fifth largest grain trader. The limousine at the headquarters building was waiting, carrying the two bosses, to face the loyal woodpecker pictures. It was obvious that the two bosses who had just been nourished in Asia were in a good mood. What was the significance of Germany's joining NATO? It was still too far for the two public figures. The driver, who was born in northern Rhodesia, strictly abided by his personal duties and never said a word. In fact, according to what he said, if the whole is divided into two groups called men and women, will the whole society have problems in the future? Hedy Lamarr looked at the fast moving scenery on the streets of Paris and said faintly, "What does this have to do with us?" Ingrid Bergman said disapprovingly, "He has at least been doing one thing all the time, and he has been doing it very well. That is, he will never deceive us." Before leaving, Alan Wilson taught them another set of boxing techniques, allowing the two to emerge in France. The two did not accept it completely. After all, Alan Wilson said it very bluntly. Under the language, that was not concealed at all. Some signs of future danger were still leaked a little. This allowed the two women to see that this set of boxing was a set of boxing techniques called the 7-injury fist. Sagan boxing champion is famous for taking shortcuts, and his boxing secrets have great sequelae. There is a saying that I have only seen individuals, but never seen the people. Dividing the people into two groups, men and women, will help increase the resistance of the free world under the red wave, caused by the Soviet Union, the source of danger. It is not a secret at all that many women's movements in the free world are supported by the Soviet Union. Since we know this, and cannot eliminate the influence through normal methods, then joining them, and then diverting the goals of the women's movement is a solution. That is not a solution. But this price is acceptable. It is better for the people to die than to die together. For the great victory of the free world, the leaks can still bear it. The male group will be hurt a little at the beginning, but as long as they think it through in the end, do not shoulder any obligations to women and families, return to the most basic competitive mentality, and do not treat women as women, they will eventually find that they are better off without the dependence on women. After all, in the field of employment, men's adaptability, endurance, and energy in the entire industry are better than women. Everyone is equal in front of capital. When faced with a man and a woman at the same time, the man with greater value will definitely be chosen. But it's okay to let men do anything, but marriage is out of the question. Anyway, the future of Europe and the United States is like this, and there will be no big trouble. To say whether Alan Wilson is ashamed, there is no shame at all. In order to defeat the source of chaos that advocates equality for all, people in the free world should bear a little insignificant sacrifice. This is also in line with Alan Wilson's long-standing advocacy of treating the weak with a heavy punch. Compared with men who don't know what they can do, women with little resistance are a good target to attack and can achieve the same goal. And that's a French matter. France has the French Communist Party, and the British Communist Party has little influence, at least for now. As we all know, once there is a trend-setting movement in France, Britain will never follow suit. At Kuala Lumpur International Airport, Sagan boxing champion Alan Wilson, with his Rolls-Royce Silver Soul, was waiting at a separate special channel exit. Not long after, Pamela Mountbatten appeared at the exit with her assistant Marina and several bodyguards. The dusty boss of the Mountbatten group got into her husband's car directly, and as for the others, there were naturally other arrangements. Without looking carefully, Alan Wilson saw the smile of a winner on his wife's face. He was not a curious person. Some things could be discussed at home first. Margaret is going to Hong Kong to play. I told her in the telegram that I would be back soon. Pamela Mountbatten leaned on Alan Wilson's shoulder with a trace of fatigue, but her tone was relaxed, and obviously she had gained a lot. Your Highness is really energetic. Reaching out to stroke his wife's hair, Alan Wilson spoke gently. You don't need to see it to know that you must have gained a lot. I'll tell you when I get home. Pamela Mountbatten smiled like a little fox, looking very proud. During this trip to Hong Kong, Pamela Mountbatten met with the four major families, but not limited to the four major families, as well as Qatari and HSBC. Alan Wilson knew HSBC, and HSBC was very famous. Later, in order to compete with the strongest Jardine group among the four major families in Hong Kong, HSBC was the god of wealth of the four major Chinese families in Hong Kong, and HSBC regarded the four major families as cash cows. When Pao Yu Kang took over Wharf Holdings, it was thanks to the help of HSBC. In fact, HSBC's move was also to compete with the Jardine Matheson group in the market. Later, HSBC also helped the Lee family to take over Hutchison Whampoa. In a sense, HSBC was indebted to the Lee family, so the Lee family could not fight with HSBC due to face. HSBC Group has many shareholders and is not a family business. When it was founded, the chairman was Chomley, the representative of the P.O. Shun Company, and the members included Hudson Land of the Iron and Steel Company, Hart of the King and Wood Company, McLean of the Beaver & Co., Douglas Laplake, a wealthy man in Hong Kong, Kaidi of the Chanson & Co., and Lemon of the Pacific Bank, Smith of Fredericks & Co., Arthur Sassoon of Sassoon, Robert Brent of Gong Li & Co., Barangay of Guangnan & Co., William Adamson of Benio & Co., Harrant of B & Co., Raston and Tunkisher of Shunzang & Co., and legal advisor Pollard. These people included the British American, German, Danish, Jewish and Indian passes, but in the following years, the shareholders withdrew, and HSBC was controlled by British shareholders. As for the Qadri family, it is also a very powerful businessman besides the four major family groups. This family is of Jewish origin. Will the Jews try to get close to you after hearing about you? Alan Wilson joked to his wife after hearing this. Don't make a fuss, let's talk business. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her husband, waiting for him to open the door, and directly asked, hurry up and run the bath water for me, I'm exhausted. Being respectful is worse than obeying, Alan Wilson said, and went into the bathroom happily. Half an hour later, the place where the official and businessman couple talked about business was moved to the bathroom. Pamela Mountbatten lay in the bathtub, and the Imperial Commissioner dared not speak, and moved a small stool to sit by the bathtub, and looked at his wife. It took so long this time, mainly to talk to the HSBC group again, so that they can understand that I have no hostility. Pamela Mountbatten stretched out her hand and slapped the foamy water surface, saying lazily, when Morgan saw Rockefeller, he inevitably became hostile. Alan Wilson laughed and made a vivid metaphor. Of course, HSBC Group also has industries, but the industries of HSBC Group cannot be compared with its banks. This is just like the Morgan Group from the late 19th century to before the Great Depression. The purpose of developing industries is to make its banks stronger. The primary and secondary relationships must be clarified. Pamela Mountbatten agreed with her husband's opinion and continued, that's about it. After meeting with the major shareholders of HSBC Group, the remaining thing is to discuss with the four major families in Hong Kong how to form an alliance. The other party is still sincere enough. It took some time for the people in the accounting firm to calculate the asset size. Listening to his wife's narration, Alan Wilson nodded frequently. The two of them had a closer combination than ordinary bureaucrats and businessmen. After all, the two were husband and wife, so they should be closely combined. Do you have any liquid funds in hand? Alan Wilson asked, while wiping his wife's body after taking a bath. Of course. You said before that they are the ones who need help, not me. Pamela Mountbatten was like a comfortable kitten, enjoying her husband's care. At the beginning of the year, the Administrative Office announced the adjustment policy for agriculture. It's about time to enter this important field. After drying his wife's body and putting on her pajamas, Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten walked out of the bathroom hand in hand. Alan Wilson's ultimate goal of practicing magic in reverse is, of course, to use other people's books, to read his own scriptures. The agricultural adjustment policy looks similar to that of the enemy camp, but the conditions in the hands of both sides are different after all. Its purpose is just to let the Malayan colony penetrate the enemy and then do things that are in line with its own interests. Dear, have you heard of Louis Dreyfus? Alan Wilson asked. A French company, right? I remember it is an agricultural and animal husbandry group. Pamela Mountbatten has worked with many French people and has heard of this company. Alan Wilson nodded. Louis Dreyfus has been established for 100 years and is the only French company among the four major grain traders in later generations. Louis Dreyfus grows, processes and transports about 80 million tons of agricultural products worldwide, providing food and clothing for about 500 million people around the world. Pamela Mountbatten knew her man too well and immediately knew that there was more to come. She pinched Alan Wilson with a snort and said, "Don't talk like that to your wife. Just tell me what you want me to do." Actually, with the conditions in our country, the food problem may be contained by other countries. Alan Wilson was swayed by his wife and said calmly, "There are only a few industries that are important to the country. With my father's help, arms, even if there is no progress in the short term, it will not be a problem in the future. The rest is agriculture. You have to support my adjustment of colonial agriculture. Of course, I won't let you work in vain. How about I give you the reclamation of the Isthmus of Crap? After the war, Britain's move was quite drastic. Not only did it cut off the Thai part of the Isthmus of Crap, but also the Burmese part was included in the Malayan colony. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 809, Military and Political Smoothness. At that time, Myanmar was not independent, yet and was a colony under the rule of the British Empire. The part of the Isthmus that belonged to Myanmar was also directly transferred to the Malayan colony. Myanmar, which was not independent, could not resist, and it was necessary to do so. The Myanmar and Thai parts of the Isthmus were intertwined. If only the Thailand was cut off, it would still be difficult for Britain, which was known for its navy, to defend. It was necessary to cut off the land of Myanmar as well. As for whether Thailand, which lost the Isthmus, was hostile to Britain, in theory, of course, it was, but considering that Bangkok and Jakarta were within the main gun range of the battleship, it did not show it. In terms of the current area of the entire Malayan colony, even if it occupied nearly 80% of West Malaysia, there was no population pressure. After a round of land distribution, there was still arable land everywhere for reclamation. Alan Wilson later saw a statistical data that the arable land area of Malaysia was slightly smaller than that of Vietnam. The two countries were at the same level, while the arable land area of Thailand was twice that of Vietnam. The arable land area of Indonesia was twice that of Thailand. This shows how rare Java Island in Indonesia is among the islands. Japan, also an island country, has only 1/5 of Indonesia's arable land. Strictly speaking, the Isthmus of Crap is not a very high quality arable land, but it is definitely not bad by the standards of a certain big country. Since it was ceded to Myanmar and Thailand, the area has been under military control. Limited land distribution has been carried out, and it is still a wild land in the Malay Peninsula. The Mountbatten Group has a branch company that operates grains. Pamela Mountbatten has been deeply involved in Australia and naturally bought some land for agriculture and animal husbandry. However, everyone knows the quality of Australia's land. The areas that can be developed, including major cities, only account for 4% of the country's land area, and a large part of it still depends on the weather. It is impossible for the Mountbatten Group to become a grain trader by relying on Australia, let alone compared with the four major grain traders. The emergence of the four major grain traders is rooted in the strong agricultural position of the United States and France. The agricultural empire attribute of the United States is more difficult to overturn than any imperial attribute it possesses. France is also the place with the best agricultural foundation in Europe. Half of France became the main battlefield of the tug-of-war in a few years during World War I. Even so, France did not experience a food crisis, while Germany experienced a food crisis the following year. The four major grain traders can be used to deal with any country, and of course they can also be used against Britain. Britain can't always put its hopes on France, right? Then emotionally, it's better to hope that the United States will be better to Britain. My dear, you really have high expectations of me. Pamela Mountbatten was surprised, and she looked very cute with her mouth covered. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Because agricultural issues are very important. You can't get in without a certain threshold. Don't think that everyone can farm. To grow the land well, it's not enough to just pull a buffalo to plow it. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly and said, that can only fill one person's stomach, not the level of weapons. Agriculture is an industry with large investment, but the profit is not very high in normal years, except for some years when the food war was launched. Therefore, to enter this field, it is impossible without huge capital, especially now that the four major grain traders have been operating for 100 years, and the late ones have been operating for decades. It is indeed difficult for Pamela Mountbatten to enter agriculture now. That's right. Pamela Mountbatten stopped talking and continued to listen to her husband's spirited advice. From knowing each other to getting married, until today, Pamela Mountbatten has formed an instinctive reaction. Her husband is very talented and has been doing his best to help her. Do you think I have the ability to enter the agricultural field now? Pamela Mountbatten asked in a low voice. The hardware should be almost the same. Alan Wilson said with a thoughtful look. After completing the alliance of the four major families, there are almost no areas with obvious shortcomings. For agriculture, in addition to some agricultural technology, arable land conditions, and seeds, transportation issues are also very important. Take Louis Dreyfus of France as an example. Louis Dreyfus operates a fleet of more than 170 ships to support its global commodity trading and processing business and customize shipping solutions for customers. Its fleet tonnage covers small and flexible ships and capesize ships, transporting goods across the world's oceans. The four major families in Hong Kong all run shipping companies. Shipping is not unfamiliar to Britain, and Britain is absolutely the leader in the European shipbuilding industry. Once these conditions are met, the biggest difficulty will be overcome. The Isthmus of Kram. Pamela Mountbatten saw the map her husband took out and explained the local situation. With a father, who is the first Sea Lord, I believe that the Isthmus of Kram, which is currently under military control, will not be an obstacle for you. From this point of view, the military-controlled Isthmus of Kram is simply tailor-made for Pamela Mountbatten, just waiting for this day. Pamela Mountbatten of course chose to believe her husband's judgment completely, and then asked, so what should we do now? Now, Alan Wilson was a little confused and said uncertainly, talk to General Bilton. Stupid, carry me to bed. Pamela Mountbatten pushed her husband. What General Bilton should she talk to? Let the horse run, but not let it eat grass? How can this make sense? You should have said it earlier. For the food security of the British Empire, the Imperial Commissioner dared not speak out, and could only sweat profusely, while serving the spoiled noble lady. The suffering in this process could not be known to others. The little foreign horse went to Hong Kong and just came back full of energy, showing excellent physical fitness. It took a long time before she exhausted all her energy and fell asleep with her beloved man in her arms. The attitude of the military was not a problem. It can be said that, if it were not for Mountbatten's overly enthusiastic proposal, there would be no three major joint combat commands in the Near East, Middle East, and Far East. Although at that time, Mountbatten was only a lieutenant general and only the 4th Sea Lord in the Admiralty. But as a 4th Sea Lord, he did the work of the 1st Sea Lord, and also facilitated the reform of the overseas garrison command system. This can only be said, that his identity is there, and things that are difficult for many people are not difficult for Mountbatten. Due to the division of responsibilities, in principle, Alan Wilson should not come forward, and it is not as effective as Pamela Mountbatten coming forward. He can only let his wife go in person to the Far East Joint Operations Command, to talk to Lieutenant General Bilton. With the encouragement that there is no problem, Pamela Mountbatten marched straight to the military stronghold, holding the agricultural adjustment documents issued by the colonial government, and met with General Bilton, who was very troubled for no reason. Mountbatten's son-in-law is already difficult to deal with, and now the more difficult little daughter appears, which makes the respected headquarters not know how to deal with it. Lieutenant General Bilton did not know Pamela Mountbatten's purpose, but he knew that Admiral Mountbatten was the 1st Sea Lord, had just visited Washington, and had a good relationship with the American military. Through the channels within the military, he knew that Mountbatten was now very popular, especially with the cabinet. Pamela Mountbatten has a great talent for business, running a series of businesses in steel, oil, and banking. There are many Grand Dukes behind her, and her business is spread across the Commonwealth, major colonies, and monarchies with harmonious relations with Britain. Pamela Mountbatten took the agricultural adjustment document of the colonial government and sat in front of Lieutenant General Bilton, who was dressed in military uniform. She greeted him politely. Dear Uncle Bilton, I haven't seen you for a while. I came to the headquarters rashly today. I hope you won't blame me. Oh, Pamela, how could Uncle blame you? Lieutenant General Bilton looked like a kind elder. His eyes fell on the document in Pamela Mountbatten's hand, thinking about the other party's purpose. Pamela Mountbatten smiled and said, Uncle is too polite. Father appreciates your performance in the war. Otherwise, the country would not give you such an important colony that manages one of the 3 golden waterways in the world. We all understand the importance of Malaya to Britain now. Then Pamela Mountbatten took out the document and handed it to Lieutenant General Bilton, saying, "Uncle, have you seen this executive order?" "Yes, but I'm not an administrative commissioner." Lieutenant General Bilton was a little surprised, thinking that this executive order was issued by your husband. "What does this have to do with him as the garrison commander?" "That's right. It concerns the development of the Malayan colony and the consideration of balancing the 2 major ethnic groups on a macro level." Pamela Mountbatten began to sing. The harmonious relationship between the colonial government's administrative department and the garrison, the complex division of labor, unnecessary disputes, in a nutshell, the overall opinions of the administrative department, and the understanding of the attitude of the garrison headquarters. I decided to help my husband, to join the Joint Operations Headquarters to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Lieutenant General Bilton's face changed for a while. When Pamela Mountbatten finished speaking, she said with a puzzled look, "So what are you talking about, Uncle Bilton? The Isthmus of Kra is under martial law, right?" Seeing Lieutenant General Bilton nod, Pamela Mountbatten did not continue to use her words, and went straight to the point. The local area of the Isthmus of Kra is in an undeveloped state. According to this policy adjustment, the administrative office believes that the martial law should be lifted and the local area should be included in agricultural development. Of course, this requires a lot of money. As a British citizen, patriotism is my responsibility. I will do my best to help the development of Malaya, and I hope the local garrison will provide convenience. "I see." Lieutenant General Bilton finally understood that Pamela Mountbatten wanted the land of the Isthmus of Kra, and said with a smile, "No problem. In fact, you just need to say it. The purpose of the garrison is to protect the healthy development of the colony. It's better to come, so that we can show our respect to the general." Pamela Mountbatten praised with a smile. Chapter 810. Everyone has independent rights. Based on the current population density, geographical area and other basic conditions, support for grain trading companies is provided in British Malaya. It will not impact the existing agricultural population. After all, the population of the Malayan colony is not large. Adult labor does not need to expand agricultural production to solve the employment problem, so the development of the Kra Isthmus this time follows the model of large-scale mechanized agricultural production. The United States calls it a large family farm. The Soviet Union calls it a collective farm. It doesn't matter what it is called, anyway, it's almost the same. It's not that intensive farming is called agriculture. Sheep-eating people is also called agriculture. While walking with his wife who came back from the headquarters, Alan Wilson took his wife's hand and said with a relaxed face, "It's not that we haven't done it before. As long as we respect the original intention of pursuing profit, we should do it bravely. Whoever dares to resist, I will deal with him for you. It doesn't have to be so serious. The technology now is much better than the era of sheep-eating people." Pamela Mountbatten said lightly. She was really afraid that her husband would be ruthless. She knew very well that her man always judged success by results and would do anything for it. "I'm just talking casually." He walked to a cool place, reached out to wipe the chair, and waited until his wife sat down before Alan Wilson sat down and said, "Of course, some stubborn people who may hinder the development of the colonies will be regarded as pro-Soviet element and cleared out, in order to protect the interests of 12 million subjects of the empire. I believe there will be no opposition." Pamela Mountbatten opposed a lonely one. Alan Wilson was more inclined to solve the problem once and for all. When necessary, he would instigate the ethnic groups that originally belonged to different countries in the Isthmus of Kra to cleanse each other. Exile to the Andaman Islands will do. Pamela Mountbatten pondered for a long time and proposed a compromise. She still felt that, if a large number of deaths occurred, even if it was attributed to ethnic conflicts, it would be detrimental to her husband's future. "Oh, dear, you are so kind." Alan Wilson sighed with apology. He had never thought of this method. "I even forgot the existence of this isolated archipelago. Indeed, this method has less side effects, so I went back to make amends and said, I'm just taking precautions. You know, in Asia, farmers are more likely to become pro-Soviet element. There are many examples to prove that what I said is right. After a self-defense, this topic was temporarily ended. The development of the Isthmus of Kra was just the beginning. The Isthmus of Kra alone could not support a large grain trader. Pamela Mountbatten listened to her husband's brief account of the history of the 4 major grain traders and nodded. Indeed, the shortest of these 4 companies has been established for 50 years. After so many years of development, they have accumulated strong advantages. Of course. Alan Wilson answered affirmatively. Even if a pig lived for 1,000,000 years, it would become an immortal. So the development of the Isthmus of Kra will not impact their status. One Isthmus of Kra is not enough. I will join other colleagues to find reliable places in Africa to expand the land in your hands. How about Northern Rhodesia? It is the area of 3 mainlands. Now there are Slavs living there. As long as half of it is developed, it will become the foundation to support your business. As far as British colonies in Africa are concerned, Northern Rhodesia is not special, but it is reliable. At least from the current communication, Northern Rhodesia has no tendency to be independent, and even if it is independent, Northern Rhodesia is far more reliable than black countries. Reliability is the biggest advantage. At least after signing the contract, it will not fall out with the Mountbatten Group. Like the banana republics in Central America, he sympathizes with these countries from a personal perspective, but from another perspective, it is completely different. After investing so much capital, no one wants to be confiscated by nationalization. This also explains why the CIA has to use Guatemala as a typical example to torture it to death. Thank you for your hard work, dear. Pamela Mountbatten glanced with her almond eyes, looking like she was relying on you. Today, Pamela Mountbatten has long understood the fact that big capitalists cannot leave politics. She knows very well how much convenience her father and husband gave her when she was doing business. If she thinks that all this is her gifted business mind, she is definitely lying. The next day, Alan Wilson, in the name of the High Commissioner, handed the documents for the development of the Isthmus of Kra to Pamela Mountbatten through absolutely procedural channels. The Mountbatten Group contracted the development of the Isthmus of Kra for £3 million over 10 years. Under the care of the Malayan administration and the Far East Joint Operations Command, with the help of Richard, the head of the Administration Bureau, and Pamela Mountbatten's order, the Mountbatten Group brought a large number of managers from Australia on Comet airliners to invest in the development of the Isthmus of Kra. On this day, Kuala Lumpur welcomed an old friend of Alan Wilson, John, who was once the Commissioner of the Privy Council and now the Commissioner of Sudan. John came to Malaya and brought bad news. Sudan's independence wave can't be suppressed. I have tried everything. The most important thing is that Whitehall also said that, although it has been trying to win the cabinet, it has not been very effective. Really no way. Alan Wilson looked sad. Although he had always been prepared for Britain to retreat step by step and knew that many colonies could not be saved, he still felt sad when this day really came. John shook his head. The National Alliance Party won the parliamentary election and formed the Sudanese national government. Political suppression has completely failed. The situation in Sudan has evolved to this day, which is also related to Egypt. Al-Kai looked like the reincarnation of Ali Pasha, and he was inciting tragedy in Egypt, and he called on Egyptians to invest in national construction with humiliation, which also had an impact on Sudan. Alan Wilson was embarrassed. It seemed to be related to him, but what could he do? Letting Nasser come to power as in history, wouldn't it be more embarrassing for Britain? The current dilemma of Britain lies here. It is definitely not okay to do nothing, and doing something is not necessarily much better than waiting in place. If there is really no other way, we can only throw away the warmth and not let any rebellious colony live well. Alan Wilson said coldly, "You and I are both from British India, and we are not unfamiliar with this situation." Yes. John squinted his eyes. Of course, he knew what Alan Wilson meant, and then said, "It requires the approval of the cabinet. Maybe just saying this is not enough to settle things. They kill each other, at least they won't disturb others." Alan Wilson raised his head and said easily, "Divide." Sudan has a natural basis for division, with Arabs in the north and blacks in the south. Why did it appear as a whole today? Of course, as expected, it was the credit of the British Empire. Like British India, Sudan was a political entity that was squeezed together by Britain. Although North and South Sudan have also had intersections in history, and the Arab Nubians had established a relatively weak rule in the South Sudan region during their heyday, it was actually the British colonial rule that really made North and South Sudan a country. The main ethnic group in South Sudan is black people, who believe in Christianity and primitive religions. Before the British merger, it was actually a colony of Belgium. In 1896, Britain and Belgium reached an agreement that the Lado enclave that Belgium had just occupied was transferred to Britain, and this region is South Sudan in the general sense. So far, North and South Sudan have become separate political regions, which is the independent Republic of Sudan later. In the early days of British rule, due to local ethnic and religious differences, the North and South Sudan regions were actually divided. But after the end of World War II, the British Empire's rule in global colonies faced collapse. In order to maintain its rule in Sudan and to consolidate its indirect rule in Egypt, Britain decided to unify the entire British Sudan. The biggest change in doing so is that the Nubians have gained greater power in the entire Sudan, and the Arabic spoken by the Nubians has become the official language of the entire Sudan. Essentially, the North and South Sudan lived together for only 10 years. Britain once again had an unshakable responsibility for the consequences of the world not having 500 countries. I'll go to London with you. Alan Wilson had learned from his colleagues about the seriousness of the matter. This was not the time to enjoy life in British Malaya. He had to face it bravely. Okay. John agreed readily and said, since you want independence, you must bear all the consequences of independence. Everyone has the right to pursue independence, including black people of course. Alan Wilson smiled indifferently. We give South Sudan a chance to choose and ask whether it is willing to be with the Arabs or become an independent country. Or not to be independent first, and see how Sudan develops after independence in a few years. Let's take it one step at a time. It's too early to talk about it now. When he returned home in the evening, Alan Wilson confessed the matter to his wife, who remotely controlled the development of the Isthmus of Crap. I have to go back to London to help John get Sudan's independence done. There are many things involved, which are the responsibilities of the Overseas Assets Control Committee. We can't let the independence of any colony impact the mainland. That's it. Pamela Mountbatten saw her husband's seriousness and nodded. Go. I'll arrange a special plane for you. Margaret was about to come here, and I wanted you to arrange an itinerary for her. Your Highness, just receive her. Alan Wilson distanced himself from the matter without a trace, as if he was willing to go through fire and water for the Empire. Chapter 811 Partition of Sudan. You are so anxious. Is it the wave of Sudan's independence that has inspired your memories of the glorious days? Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her husband with a smile, her eyes reaching the heart of the Imperial Commissioner. I'm not that kind of person. Who do you think your husband is? Alan Wilson faced his wife's scrutiny with a stern face, and finally couldn't help laughing. Well, just know it yourself. He had a petty bourgeois gloating mentality in his heart. His favorite scene was that, if you had something unhappy, you could tell me, and make me happy. Now as a colonial commissioner, this dark thought of not wanting to see others do well was magnified. He muttered, I'm doing this for the interests of Britain. Can this country find an imperial servant like me? Whatever you say is fine. Pamela Mountbatten was also caught by her husband's pigtails. She knew that her husband's words in this regard were always serious. Persuasion was useless, and it was best to pretend not to see it. For Britain, the partition of British India was indeed very tragic, and Britain did prevent it. But the result now is that all countries in the world believe that the British India has evolved into the India-Pakistan partition, which is intentional by the British. But only after entering the British official system can Alan Wilson see clearly that the British have always been keen on merging colonies for unified management, but colonial policies are destined to cause trouble. Countries that want independence never think that they have obtained anything by relying on the mother country. They only think that this should all belong to them. So Nehru declared that, although Greater India does not exist geographically, it has always existed in cultural terms, and it is even larger than British India. The British nose that did not point at it asked why you did not take down Afghanistan and then give it to India, which was already a face-saving thing for the British. Indonesia is going to take over all the Dutch colonies in Asia, which is not enough, and even wants the British Malaya colony. As for Vietnam's claim, everyone knows that it wants to swallow Cambodia and Laos. This is not a secret at all. The series of colonies merged by the British will not receive even a little thanks. Since the colonial empire is destined to have original sin, Alan Wilson's idea is much simpler. You don't need to thank. Whoever becomes independent will be cut. Since the fact that British India was killing each other was a bit far from Africa, let's choose one that was not too far away this time. Sudan is in Africa, so it's clearer to observe from a close distance. It's a pity that the Bandung Conference is about to be held. The next day, when Alan Wilson and John boarded the Comet airliner, they were still lamenting that they might miss the Bandung Conference right under their noses. This was a pity. The conference of newly independent countries convened by Nehru. John looked at the special plane and said with envy, "It's very enviable to be a colonial commissioner like you. Pamela equipped you with a car for your own use. No wonder many people complain about you. You said I rely on the Mountbatten family? Cut, you don't understand." Alan Wilson said indifferently. He didn't need to explain anything to the ignorant crowd. Without him as a son-in-law, the Mountbatten family was just an ordinary member of the upper class. How could it be so glorious today? He did not need to explain, and said, "Washington has tried its best to stop it, but Nehru still wants to hold it. There is nothing we can do about it, but he will definitely regret it in the future. But I believe that Japan, which participated, will speak for the United States." The Bandung Conference was originally a nation-African conference, which was decided by the Colombo Five Nations Conference. It was not only a conference for the awakening of Asian and African countries and anti-colonialism, but also included economic cooperation among Asian and African countries. Japan, as a nation country, could of course participate. In fact, many countries opposed China's participation, because many Asian and African countries were very hostile, but due to India's insistence, China and North Vietnam successfully participated. Alan Wilson's regret was that he wanted to see what the difference was between the current Bandung Conference and the history. Because the United States has found its own agent, Japan, and the United Kingdom has actually found its own spokesperson, Egypt, and Pharaoh Kai has already expressed that he will participate in the Bandung Conference. There are also differences from the original history, which has nothing to do with Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia is a European country and has never participated in the Bandung Conference in history, although Tito is also a recognized leader of the non-aligned. Now Yugoslavia is not even a leader of the non-aligned countries. Tito has brought Yugoslavia into the Warsaw Pact. The Gold Coast, which was supposed to participate in history, has not been able to participate in the Bandung Conference because the leader of the independence movement disappeared with the plane over North Africa. So far, it has not succeeded in its struggle for independence, so it is naturally out of the Bandung Conference. Regrettable as it is, he cannot just watch the fun, ignore the difficulties of his African colleagues, and cannot ignore the urgent needs of Africa because of the high profile of the Bandung Conference, or the importance of colonies to Britain. Regarding Sudan's independence, Alan Wilson must provide a model for the independence of African colonies. He does not care how the countries live after independence, the worse the better. Maybe he is saving the African people. As far as he knows, the blacks and Arabs in North and South Sudan fought each other when Sudan gained independence. If the partition is successful, perhaps fewer people will die. From this point of view, he can say that he saved Africa now. After the debate transit, which has already taken shape, the two took the opportunity to refuel and talked about Debay, saying that it will definitely become an aviation center in the future, and then continued to fly to London. If the time didn't conflict, Alan Wilson and John would have wanted to visit their old boss, Sir Baron. When Comet 1 landed and appeared over London, Alan Wilson looked at London below through the window. After the London smog incident, London's transformation is proceeding in an orderly manner. In 2 years, many urban areas in London have changed a lot, especially the East End, which was originally a slum in London. Alan Wilson has contributed a lot to this, and he has sufficient reason to think so. After leaving the airport, Alan Wilson and John agreed to mobilize their own connections. His biggest connection, of course, was the first Sea Lord Mountbatten, who had a great success in his visit to the United States and was in the limelight. Sudan's independence is a big deal, and it must be ensured that it is in the interests of the United Kingdom. As for how to meet the interests of the United Kingdom, anyway, Sudan and Egypt are too close to be in line with it. Later generations of Egypt have found that in the process of driving the British away, they were still cheated by Britain. Egypt, with its population explosion and desert, can no longer become a significant force. Egypt has been trying to promote reunification with Sudan and establish a country spanning the upper and lower reaches of the Nile River. Some Arabs in northern Sudan have also tried to promote mergers or alliances with Egypt. This is, of course, the main purpose of Britain's control of Sudan is to control the Nile River basin and suppress Egypt. Once Sudan is divided, can northern Sudan, which is mainly composed of Arabs, maintain its independence and not be infiltrated by Egypt? This is the primary issue that London considers. After all, the Treaty of Anglo-Egyptian Co-Management of Sudan has only been abolished for a few years. Many Arabs in northern Sudan may still have a good impression of Egypt in their hearts. These are all things that must be considered. The most important thing is what the current Labour government thinks about the partition. Alan Wilson does not think that, if British India is divided, Sudan will be successfully divided. People have different ideas at different stages of their lives, and the decisions they make are the result of comprehensive considerations. You came back because of this? General Mountbatten looked at his son-in-law who came to visit him, then smiled and said, "It really shouldn't be surprising. You like to get involved in this kind of thing, and you can also make profits from it. Well, you can also call it preserving the legitimate property of the British Empire." Alan Wilson changed his words in front of his father-in-law. This statement must not be wrong. Everything he did benefit Britain. Just tell me what you think. General Mountbatten just listened to this kind of sophistry, neither admitting nor denying it. Follow British India and divide it. Alan Wilson's answer was concise. General Mountbatten chuckled, with a macro expression on his face that was not surprised at all. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "That's right. After all, you have a glorious history in British India. It's not surprising that you want to do the same now. What can I do to help?" Mountbatten knew that his son-in-law came to visit him, and there must be something wrong. This son-in-law is a person who will not get up early without profit. "I want to know what the cabinet thinks about the partition of Sudan now." Alan Wilson answered in detail. "As for Whitehall, I will go back to see Sir Norman later." "Norman is not working as a carpenter, is he?" General Mountbatten obviously knew a thing or two about the hobbies of the respected cabinet secretary. After thinking for a while, he gave an answer. "I will help you find out the cabinet's views. You go to see Norman." As an imperial commissioner with a promising future and fighting alone overseas, Alan Wilson has a habit of being keen on contacting others. Although he could not meet with the respected cabinet secretary, his presence did not disappear. Soon he appeared in front of Norman Brooke and listened to the teachings of the British civil servant who was in charge. "Alan, it's really gratifying that you can come back." After hearing what Alan Wilson said, Norman Brooke looked at his promising subordinate with great satisfaction, as if he was very moved by his behavior of paying attention to the future of the empire, no matter where he was. "I have heard about the Sudan. John has been busy with this matter for nearly a year and has done his best. Now he has found you. It can be seen that the determination to safeguard the interests of the empire exists. So what result do you want? The Sudan is divided." Alan Wilson looked at Norman Brooke's eyes and said carefully, "Then divide it. This is the opinion of Whitehall." Norman Brooke answered straightforwardly, but still left room. "Of course I don't understand the situation. This may not be the final result." After thinking about it, the chapter that was blocked yesterday reminded me that it is better to stay away from the Bandung conference. Chapter 812 Subway Delay. I believe that the cabinet will follow the professional opinions of Whitehall. Alan Wilson spoke at the right time, using a restrained but flattering tone to express the highest respect for the supreme authority. In fact, we can't just follow the professional opinions. Norman Brooke first generally recognized the professional authority mentioned by Alan Wilson, but then changed the subject and said, "There are some problems within the Labour Party now. Although we should not say too much in our position, it is best not to have anything that affects the country. Wow. When Alan Wilson heard the cabinet secretary say this, he immediately asked carefully for confirmation with an attitude of wanting to hear more details. Norman Brooks said noncommittally, although it can't be called a young and ignorant temper, it is very rare that it has continued to this day. Maybe there will be a result in a while. The dispute between Prime Minister Attlee and Foreign Secretary Morrison, the top two figures in the Labour Party, originated from the key election for the Labour Party's leadership. Morrison, who was expected to be the leader of the Labour Party, lost the election. If he had not lost his parliamentary seat in 1931, then the leader of the Labour Party and the future Prime Minister would not be Clement Richard Attlee but him. This blow made him unable to let go. Eden replaced the elderly and long unpopular Churchill, and ushered in a new era for the Conservative Party. It means that the Conservative Party has completed the generational change, while the Labour Party is still the same. When Alan Wilson heard this, Lou Booth's face appeared in front of him for no reason. A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? Morrison is also very popular, passionate about voters, and highly respected within the Labour Party. In the original history, Attlee was counterattacked by Churchill in 1951, and then the Labour Party returned to Morrison's hands. Just as Norman Brooks said, the feud between the two people happened in 1931, but it has continued to this day. After the war, because the Labour Party had been in opposition for a long time, there were not many people in the party with experience in governing, which led to the emergence of several super ministers, who were in charge of multiple departments, and Morrison was one of them. After Ernest Bevin died, Morrison became Foreign Secretary and the second person in the Labour Party. Whether in terms of qualifications or popularity, Morrison is qualified to challenge Attlee. Norman Brooks' result is probably a calculation of when the Prime Minister will remove Morrison from the cabinet. It may be next month or next year. It depends on Attlee's patience. Oh my god. Alan Wilson, who walked out of Whitehall, was not happy to hear gossip about the ruling party. It's already the ruling party. Why are you still tossing? Although he returned because of Sudan's independence, Alan Wilson still called on his friends to get closer to his colleagues in London. He worked overseas and could not alienate his friends in London so that he could be the first to know what happened in China. He naturally had friends in London City Hall. Maggins immediately responded positively and wanted to go around London with Alan Wilson. The urban reconstruction caused by the London smog incident was visible to everyone. There were also invisible things. Maggins pointed to the underground tunnel and said, the subway expansion planned in 1948 has been started. This project is no less than the urban reconstruction project. That's really gratifying. Alan Wilson was stunned for a moment, and then said with interest, then let's go to the subway and see how the world's first subway is operating. I also plan to build 2 subways in Kuala Lumpur and Singapore. If it is feasible, the order of subway equipment will of course rely on domestic companies. That's very gratifying. Maggins' eyes lit up. As a senior official of London City Hall, he certainly had connections with related companies and saw the business opportunities at a glance. The London Underground has been in operation for more than 100 years. In the early days, in order to lead the smoke from steam locomotives out of the ground, the tunnels had to be drilled with ventilation holes. The two of them entered the nearest subway station in Whitehall while talking, waiting to go to the East End. After all, it was also the credit of him, the High Commissioner of Malaya. While waiting for the subway, the two had endless things to say, and time passed bit by bit. A cigarette had been smoked, and the subway had not arrived yet. In the end, Maggins looked at the watch frequently, frowning slightly, and said, the subway has a fixed line. Why is it so late? At this time, the late subway finally heard the call of Lord Sheffield and came late. The passengers at this station were already very impatient. Almost all of them were angry, and they were obviously very dissatisfied with the subway's lateness. It seems that the subway is late beyond the normal range, Alan Wilson said when he heard the dissatisfied noise around him. It should be, I don't sit for a long time. Maggins has his own private car. This time he just accompanied his friends out to see the operation of the subway everywhere, so that Alan Wilson would have a clear idea of the subway plan when he returned to Kuala Lumpur. The subway just stopped. In the carriage opposite the two of them, a group of passengers got off the train cursing. Two policemen dragged a woman with blood all over her face off the train. The woman was obviously drunk. When she was dragged out, she kept struggling and yelling, "What are you doing? I won't leave. Quickly drag this bitch away, Mr. Officer." A passenger in the same carriage shouted impatiently. Obviously, he was also delayed and dissatisfied. Compared with the hurried passengers, Alan Wilson and the others obviously had plenty of time and were very curious to understand the whole story. In the end, it was determined that it was just an ordinary drunken disturbance. As a British gentleman, the two of them watched in a friendly manner and even missed this subway. But the matter was not over. One of the police officers obviously knew Mackins and greeted him embarrassedly. "Lord Sheffield, why are you here?" "I accompanied my friend to take the subway to look around. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain," Mackins replied with a wry smile. Alan Wilson looked at the woman curiously, wondering where she was hurt. His expression was a standard expression of eating melons. He asked Mackins' friend, "How are you going to deal with it? Put her in the police station and lock her up for a few days? We have dealt with many similar cases before," the police officer said calmly, but the scratches on his face were still very conspicuous. "Oh, that's it." Alan Wilson looked at the scratches on the other's face and asked indirectly, "Does this happen often? I mean, similar situations?" Both policemen nodded. Although the British are not as famous as the Soviets for drinking, they are actually not bad at all. Is this the reason why they didn't label her as an alcoholic? Don't you see who holds the hegemony of public opinion? While the two sides were talking, the woman was still cursing and accusing the police of violent law enforcement, but the two policemen didn't care. It was obviously not the first time they had faced such a thing. They just apologized to the two Whitehall civil servants. Actually, this won't serve as a warning to others. So the London subway is often late, and the environment of the subway is not good. Alan Wilson withdrew his gaze from the woman and asked the two policemen a soul-searching question. This is not capitalism at all. Who will bear the losses caused by the delay? Who will pay for the losses of the passengers on the entire subway line? It seems that the Labour Party cabinet claims to combine the advantages of capitalism and socialism, not the disadvantages of both. Record the identity of this woman. Alan Wilson looked at Maggins. Lord Sheffield looked indifferent, and then continued. Calculate the additional costs and losses along the entire line due to the delay, and then sue her. I believe the court will send the bill to her home. This is a positive case. I believe that there will be fewer such incidents on subway lines in the future. Alan, this is just a woman. Maggins was shocked when he heard it. She can't afford this money in her lifetime. I have eyes, Maggins. I can see that this is a woman. Alan Wilson pointed to his eyes and said, I love women, my wife is a woman. But we have to be responsible for the entire country. Otherwise how can we manage the country in the future? We can't let her go just because she is a woman. Alan Wilson was righteous and upheld national justice. Of course, he knew very well what the consequences of letting a woman bear the list of losses would be. Isn't it social death? Even if it makes a person pay an unbearable price in life, it can reduce similar incidents in the entire city. This deal is too cost effective. Even in London, Alan Wilson still did not change his Sagan boxing champion. He just made this woman pay a little price, at most social death. If she wanted to commit suicide, it was her freedom. Maybe it's a good idea. As a professional bureaucrat, Maggins said to the two police officers, let's do it. That's right. Alan Wilson said with appreciation, this is only in London. If it were a pacifist country, not to mention challenging the public sentiment of the citizens, daring to take the subway should be stoned to death. Out of gentlemanly manners, the two waved goodbye to the police and waited for the next subway station to arrive before heading to the East End. While the two were doing good deeds every day, the Cabinet Office was drafting a professional opinion on the partition of Sudan, explaining how to avoid the tragedy of British India and responsibly reduce the possibility of colonial conflicts, while Britain allowed the colonies to be independent. After the professional opinion came out, Norman Brooke took it to 10 Downing Street and asked Prime Minister Attlee to pay attention. The partition of British India caused a large number of casualties. Attlee was a little doubtful and seemed unable to make up his mind. That's because when the two major religions are together, casualties are not taken seriously. Norman Brooks said, "We invite both sides to talk. Even if a fight breaks out, it's fine as long as it doesn't affect others." Chapter 813 Algerian War. In principle, we respect the majority and protect the minority, but after the British withdraw, if there is a power vacuum, the Arabs may not continue to do so. And then the British situation will be very embarrassing. If we stand on the side of the blacks, the Arab countries may be dissatisfied, but if we stand on the side of the Arabs, what will the blacks in British Africa think? So the separation of Sudan is to clarify the boundaries between the two, so that if we intervene in the future, we will not be criticized. Is that so? Listening to Norman Brooks' words, Prime Minister Attlee pondered for a long time and asked back, "Indeed, respected Prime Minister," Norman Brooks said with a look of confidence. "For this reason, I specifically asked Alan to come back to deal with this difficult matter." The Prime Minister knows that he was the Assistant Commissioner of British India. In 1948, he handled the independence issue of British India very well. He is a very rare talent among the young officials in Whitehall. The prosperous Malaya colony now can prove this. Attlee nodded directly after listening. He remembered the young official, not because the other party was Mountbatten's son-in-law. It was simply because Alan Wilson's resume was too strong. In the last 2 years of British India, he and the entire British Indian civil service scraped out nearly £500 million. He turned around and became the chief executive of Newfoundland, reversed the debt-ridden Newfoundland finances, and directly extinguished the independence wave of Newfoundland. The final referendum result turned Newfoundland into a royal territory and created an offshore center in North America. The current Newfoundland Royal Territory has no post-war difficulties, and the living standards have long caught up with the United States and Canada. The existence of the gambling industry alone can take good care of the residents of Newfoundland. Although the Congress is dissatisfied with the practice of the gambling industry and believes that it is a very decadent policy, the Newfoundland Parliament and the British Parliament are not in a superior subordinate relationship and have never turned a deaf ear to similar opinions. Newfoundland is willing to be a royal territory purely because the small country next to the big country has a sense of crisis and is afraid of becoming part of Canada or the United States and losing its local autonomy. There is no such problem for Britain. After all, Newfoundland is separated from Britain by the Atlantic Ocean, and the distance creates beauty. After finishing his career as the chief executive of Newfoundland, Alan Wilson went to the Malayan colony as a high commissioner, and at the same time, served as the deputy secretary general of the Overseas Assets Management Committee, integrating the wealth of overseas colonies, and managing British Malaya on the front line. Now less than 30 years old, he is the chief executive of a colony of nearly 500,000 square kilometers, and he also manages more than £3.5 billion of overseas assets. The steel output of the Malayan colony alone caught up with the British mainland in a short period of time, filling the demand of the sterling zone and stabilizing the shaky sterling zone. After moving to the 3 major colonies, each one has achieved outstanding results, which makes people unable to ignore it. If Alan had paid personal attention, the situation would not have gotten out of control. Prime Minister Attlee finally expressed optimism. Of course, whether we can distance ourselves from the matter is the most important thing. Norman, you know that some countries always say that Britain deliberately divided British India, but that is not the case. After all, we don't want tragedy to happen. People with similar experience should be allowed to deal with it. Norman Brooks agreed loudly. The most important thing is that I hope Britain will not bear a moral burden in the future. Alan Wilson, who was riding in Magin's private car home, was very happy about the changes in the East End. He kept boasting all the way, feeling that if Alan had not been born, Britain would have been in darkness forever. As for the subway incident encountered during the day, that was also a matter, and it was not worth paying too much attention at all. Just follow the normal process. Unfortunately, London cannot ask for logistical support now, so this matter is more difficult. The other party's Royal Limited Edition luxury car has said that it can be tested at any time, but in London, the capital of the empire, how can you test drive a royal luxury car? The risk is still very high. This matter still needs to be considered carefully. It is more reassuring to do things on your own territory. He tossed and turned that night, and even when he accepted Norman Brooke's appointment the next day, he was a little absent-minded. Alan, I believe you have already felt the Prime Minister's trust in you. Norman Brooke, who was just a young official with a promising future, just because he had rushed back from Asia and had not adjusted to the time difference, asked, "What do you think about Sudan's independence?" There are a few basic ideas. Divide Sudan into two parts. Establish an independent country with mainly Arabs and blacks. There is no need to rush to withdraw troops, especially the garrison in South Sudan. It can reflect Britain's responsible attitude. Alan Wilson thought and said, South Sudan is not a big problem. As for North Sudan, to prevent North Sudan from merging with Egypt, only when we get there can we find which faction is worth supporting. For more macro aspects, such as the relationship between the Arab world and Black Africa, we can only adapt to the situation. The fundamental purpose is to prevent independent countries from living too well. For Britain and the entire civilized world, it is actually very important. Of course, respected Sir Norman, this is just my personal idea. It is also the collective will of the entire Whitehall. Norman Brooke nodded with satisfaction. When will your John leave? Anytime. Alan Wilson expressed his desire for progress at the right time, indicating that he was a brick of Great Britain, moving wherever he was needed, never asking how many enemies there were, only where they were. Then Alan Wilson left Whitehall, ready to face a brand new, not really brand new, he had experienced similar independence plans twice, once for British India, and once for British Newfoundland, with different results, but similar processes. From this moment on, the entire British Sudan independence agenda was in his hands, and the glorious era was back. So his first stop was actually Egypt. There was no way. Egypt was the leader of the Arab world, and Pharaoh Ka looked like Ali Pasha was still alive. What was his view of the Sudan that had once ruled? It was necessary to figure out. Then Alan Wilson and John set off, transferring from Paris to Cairo. After the two left, Hedy Lamer took the Arab robe and embarked on a logistics support journey. Not long after, the two had arrived at Cairo's Pharaoh Ka International Airport. It was now 1955, and there was still a year before the Suez Canal War in history. Alan Wilson did not think that history would continue to move towards its set goal so stubbornly, but the timing was sensitive, so he still wanted to learn more about Egypt at this time to see if there was any possibility of overturning. As for the basic independence process, it was not difficult for two people who had worked in British India. It was nothing more than a balancing strategy, leaving as many weapons and equipment as possible to the weaker Black Army in the south. This was all basic operation. Of course, there were British troops stationed in Sudan at present, with only more than 3,000 people, but it was enough. Like many wars against colonies, Britain also suffered losses in Sudan, and the governor was also killed by the Sudanese. The first conquest of Sudan failed, and Britain had repeatedly instigated Ethiopia to attack Sudan, greatly weakening Sudan's power. This was also a routine operation of the United Kingdom. Conquering India was to win over Hyderabad for help. Even if Sudan resisted to the end, it could not change the fate of Sudan's entire territory becoming a colony. Once Sudan becomes independent, where do you want to go? In the hotel, arranged under the personal care of Pharaoh Ka, Alan Wilson asked, holding a wine glass and looking down at the city of Cairo. I haven't thought about it yet. Maybe I'll go back to work in China? John was also confused when he heard this question. Obviously, he was not very sure about the future. Finally, he joked, maybe I will be a businessman and sell Arabic rubber. Although they are both called rubber, Arabic rubber is mainly used in the food industry. Arabic gum basically does not produce heat and is a good water-soluble dietary fiber. It is used in health products, candies, and beverages. In medicine, Arabic gum also has the function of lowering cholesterol in the blood. The largest producer of Arabic rubber is Sudan, which is also a more iconic industry in Sudan. John, don't be so pessimistic. Isn't there South Sudan? If a war breaks out because of partition, maybe South Sudan won't want us to leave. Alan Wilson is still quite optimistic. After all, the number of blacks in Sudan is not only small, but also the level of civilization is worse than that of Arabs, which meets the consistent standard of the British Empire to help the weak and suppress the strong. At least it is better than the situation in France. As expected, after the French army was defeated in the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, Algeria wanted to try the quality of France in person, and started to make trouble. This thing, once there is a start, there will be countless imitators. When Britain and India negotiated independence, many colonies wanted to continue the talks. When Vietnam and France won independence, countless colonies also wanted to come up and try. At the end of 1954, the Algerian National Liberation Army launched an uprising in more than 30 places across the country at the same time, attacking the colonial authorities' garrisons, outposts, gendarmerie, police stations and other military targets. It can be said that this was a blow to the Paris government, which had just obtained Algerian oil from Pamela Mountbatten. It's just that it hasn't formed a climate yet, and it hasn't led to a large-scale increase in French troops. Alan Wilson thought so anyway, but the facts proved that this kind of thing is not worth mentioning. On the day Alan Wilson picked up a woman in a black robe from Ferrari International Airport, Paris announced that it would increase its troops to Algeria, which was much faster than the reaction speed in the original history. Have you heard similar news when you were in Paris? Alan Wilson asked Hedy Lamer, who was dressed in Arab clothes. There are some folk news that the French are ready to go to war. Hedy Lamer thought for a while and said, I just don't know what it will be like. Chapter 814 Haile Selassie I. Yes, I'm also looking forward to it. I mean, I'm worried. Yes, worried. Alan Wilson, who realized that he had said something wrong, quickly added. The mean look on his face that was trying to sow discord turned into a look of compassion, with both worry about the expansion of the war and hope for peace. Eyes are the windows to the soul. Fortunately, Hedy Lamer was wearing a black robe. Except for a pair of charming eyes, the contempt on her face was all under the black veil, which avoided the embarrassment of the two. If you want to look cute in mourning, a black veil actually has a similar effect to a wedding dress. But obviously, Hedy Lamer's outfit does not have this effect. It is purely the dress of Arab conservatives in later generations. Even so, as long as you can see this pair of eyes, anyone will feel that this woman must be very beautiful. I'll change my clothes, Hedy Lamer said directly, and went straight into the bathroom. Alan Wilson sat on the sofa by the window and made reasonable guesses about this round of French riots. No matter what the final result is, it should be much more tragic than the same period in history. He even thought of a slogan similar to the Turkish government's, "There are no Algerians, only go be French." Hedy Lamer came out quickly, wearing long black stockings, opened the suitcase in the bedroom, and took out her underwear to change without paying attention to others, directly pulling the Imperial Commissioner, who was immersed in the great cause of keyboard politics, back to reality. This is too exciting. Alan Wilson made a suppressed cry, with an expression of unbearable. Hedy Lamer, who only had the black stockings on her legs not changed, looked up at Alan Wilson and kept complaining. Don't think I have a lot of time, it's just that others don't want to come. Greta doesn't even want to go out. Ingrid is still busy dealing with company matters, and in the end I'm the only one who sees you lonely. Hedy, I appreciate it. Alan Wilson didn't know what it was like for animals to be in heat, but his state at this moment interpreted the appearance of human heat. His eyes recorded the whole process without missing a single frame. Such compliments did not cause any waves in Hedy Lamer. Similar sweet words had been heard countless times in different stages of her life. After a while, Hedy Lamer put on a shirt, untied her braids, and sat down with her long hair draped over her shoulders. Will I look less solemn like this? Hedy Lamer put one black silk on top of another, and her hair was faintly visible under the shirt, but she asked with a serious look. Are you okay? Alan Wilson pretended to be serious and looked away with difficulty, wanting to reflect the professionalism of the Imperial Commissioner and evaluate from an objective and neutral perspective, but his peripheral vision always wanted to glance there, which was very embarrassing. What are you looking at? Hedy Lamer's mouth curled slightly and joked. It's not like I haven't seen it before, and I haven't asked you to explore it carefully. Now you are being gentlemanly again. Hedy, you know, I'm on a business trip this time. Alan Wilson organized his words, but after thinking for a long time, he completely forgot the basic qualities of speech and was ashamed of the years of training of the British Empire. Hedy Lamer nodded and said, yes, why did you come to Africa this time? You were so anxious in Paris, but you left after a short notice. What are you doing this time? This can't be blamed on him. It concerns the future of the empire, and it is a matter of utmost urgency. Alan Wilson certainly can't stay in the romantic capital for too long. He wanted to, but time really didn't allow it. He opened his mouth and Alan Wilson replied, "It's actually similar to what France is doing now, but the means are different." Hedy Lamarr suddenly realized that Britain was also facing a wave of colonial independence. With a curious look, he asked, "What place is it?" "British Sudan." Alan Wilson answered and added, "It's not smaller than Algeria, it's a very large colony. This is all modesty. The area of British Sudan is larger than Algeria." Hedy Lamarr didn't know the situation in Sudan, but she knew something about Algeria. France was ecstatic about the report of the discovery of oil in Algeria before, and the craze lasted for a long time. The side effect of the political chaos in France is that all parties are very enthusiastic about politics. In other words, the political environment in France is much more enthusiastic than that in Britain. Naturally, some basic information about Algeria had to be known to people like Hedy Lamarr who didn't care much about politics with this wave of popularity. "Are you going to suppress it too?" Hedy Lamarr asked, after thinking about it, with a flash of worry in her eyes. If she suppressed it, Sudan might cause a conflict. She had to be a little worried. Faced with such a terrible danger as war, women were still a little panicked. "No, the method used by France will never be adopted by Britain." Alan Wilson denied it flatly and added, "Generally we will use political means to solve problems. The fact is that Britain does not have extra troops to suppress it. Britain and France fought from the colonial era to before World War I, and the victory or defeat was quite obvious. Britain occupied areas with better land and higher civilization. The consequence is that the resistance forces faced by Britain are generally more difficult to deal with than those faced by France. If the same suppression as France is chosen, French Africa is within the combat range of France, and Britain's combat distance is farther than France, and the cost of suppression will be greater." Taking the pre-war colonies as a comparison, Algeria is the best among French colonies. But I believe that any normal person would not think that Algeria or Vietnam can be compared with British India. The national will may be higher, but this cannot make up for the gap in all aspects. After independence, India can beat Vietnam to death. If Vietnam goes to war with India, it can gain some advantages at the beginning, but once there is a mistake, it will end up with a complete collapse. What is the so-called mature political means? Hedy Lamarr did not think that Alan Wilson's words were literal. She also met this man in New Delhi. At that time, he was full of bad water, like a master key, opening many Hollywood locks. You will know when the time comes. Alan Wilson smiled lightly. He was really embarrassed to say that he wanted to divide and rule. After all, this trick has been used once, although this was the result of the two major religions themselves, and Britain was unwilling to do so at first. The area of British Sudan is 2.5 million square kilometers, more than twice that of Egypt. Just looking at the area, Sudan should be Egypt's big brother, but in fact, for ordinary countries, the size of the population determines whether a country is strong or not. After all, war requires the support of the population. Sudan has a population of about 7 million, of which the ratio of Arabs to blacks is about 4 to 1. There are more than 5 million Arabs and more than 1 million blacks in South Sudan. Egypt's population is more than 3 times that of Sudan. When there was no population explosion, Egypt's national strength was far stronger than Sudan. Of course, in the eyes of many people in later generations, Sudan's division is a strong evidence of British colonization, and they believe that the result of its division is a landmine buried by Britain. In Alan Wilson's view, this is even more ridiculous than the partition of India and Pakistan. Arabs and blacks, who is easier to deal with? It's as if without Britain, they would be a harmonious and loving family. Everyone is talking without any pain in the waist. Judging from the ratio of population to area, Alan Wilson is still quite confident. The population is only at the level of Hyderabad, or even worse. Sudan is in existence without resistance to Britain. At the British Embassy in Cairo, Alan Wilson, in front of his colleagues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and John, the Sudanese commissioner, brazenly shouted, "The future of the entire Sudan is in my hands." As long as I draw a line on the map with my pencil, a new country will be born. The British and the embassy burst into laughter and raised their glasses to express their agreement. They knew that this sentence was a boast made by Prime Minister Lloyd George and the French Prime Minister during the Paris Peace Conference, indicating that the post-war world was under the pencils of two people. At this time, Alan Wilson said the famous saying of the Paris Peace Conference, expressing his unparalleled determination: a colony with a population of 7 million. What do we want to do, and how do we do it? We don't need anyone's teaching, as long as we do it for the benefit of Britain. We don't need to care about what other countries think. That's right. Cheers. Colleagues in the British Embassy agreed loudly, and they agreed with this imperialist word. Alan, what are your specific ideas this time? John asked, holding his glass, if he had any ideas. Do you need to think of a special solution for such a small size? Humph. Alan Wilson drank the liquid in the cup and said nonchalantly, if you dare to provoke me, I might come up with a plan that will be very disadvantageous to one of the parties. This will not be good for everyone. Khartoum is the current capital of Sudan. Khartoum is the confluence of two Nile rivers. There is a small island called Earth Dyke in the middle of the riverbed of the Blue Nile, before it merges with the White Nile. It divides the Blue Nile into two. A stream of water in the south meets the White Nile on the south side of the island, flows forward, and merges with another stream of water at the north end of the island. The Blue and White Nile thus merge into one, called the Nile River, and then flows north to Egypt. Although the total population of Sudan is only 7 million, Khartoum is a real city with a population of 1 million. The whole city looks very Arab. After staying in Egypt for a few days, Alan Wilson and John, with their assistants, took a plane and landed at the airport built by the British, which was considered to be officially arrived in this independent city. At the same time, in the palace of Emperor Haile Selassie I in Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia, a white man in a suit was communicating with His Majesty the Emperor. Many gentlemen, and I believe that with His Majesty's influence in Africa, he should express his views on the situation in Sudan. Chapter 815 Colonial Sequelae. Mr. Charlie, I understand the British request, but there is one thing I don't want to correct again. Haile Selassie I said with a condescending attitude, I'm white. Of course, Your Majesty, you are the heir of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. Charlie smiled slightly. I would like to explain from several angles about the British request to His Majesty the Emperor about the situation in Sudan. First of all, the British Empire, like Ethiopia, is a monarchy. In today's world, because of the United States and the Soviet Union, many monarchies are in a very dangerous situation. London very much hopes that His Majesty the Emperor can take care of the stability of Africa. As for the other point, from a religious perspective, Ethiopia, like many European countries, is part of the Christian world, and you yourself are a descendant of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. But your country is surrounded by many peaceful religious countries. Whether it is for the protection of the Christian world or the current hostility of the Arab world towards Israel, you cannot stand idly by. What's more, Sudan is too big, and Egypt and Sudan are inextricably linked. Once Sudan succeeds in independence, there will be consequences that many people don't want to see, such as the merger of Egypt and Sudan. This is a challenge to Ethiopia's transcendent position in Africa. Charlie put forward many reasons. Whether from the perspective of religion, geography, or Haile Selassie I himself, there are reasons to assist Britain in controlling things this time. Every word he said is true. Haile Selassie I's confirmed titles alone include Lion of the Jewish People and God's Special Envoy. The former is destined to be associated with Israel, and the latter, from Ethiopia's position, is incompatible with the surrounding peace-loving countries. The Israeli government is indeed showing goodwill to Ethiopia now. After all, a circle of Arab countries surrounds Israel. If you are not careful, you can be driven into the sea by the Arabs like a sea. In order to break the isolation situation, Israel is very fond of Ethiopia behind Egypt. Whether this favor is sincere or not, it is true that Israel has expressed closeness. Haile Selassie I did not speak, and was obviously considering whether to express his views on the situation in Sudan. Because of its performance in the war with Italy, Ethiopia is the only country in Africa that survived the colonial wave, except for Liberia, the African mini-country of the United States. Indeed, many African politicians have been calling on Haile Selassie to express his views on the African independence movement. In a vague way, Haile Selassie is regarded as the savior of Africa. In fact, Haile Selassie has indeed met many leaders of the independence movement in the past few years, from all over the world, but rarely expressed his views on the independence movement. This time when the British came to the door, Haile Selassie was very suspicious of the real actions of the British. After all, Haile Selassie himself had suffered losses from the British in the past. But Charles's move to ask Haile Selassie to cooperate with the British in dividing Sudan dispelled his doubts. As a monarch of a country, he was still clear about the situation in Ethiopia, and what the British said was right. The current series of problems, as the other party said, are indeed what he and his country must face. Africa is actually two worlds. North Africa is the world of peace religion, which is the result of the Arab empire's plundering. Africa south of the Sahara Desert is a world of Christianity. The Christian world originated from the result of the colonial wave initiated by Europe, which pulled the black world into the Christian world, and became a part of it. Ethiopia is right at the junction in the middle. Most people in Ethiopia are Christians, including Haile Selassie himself. The population advantage over the peace religion exists, but it is not obvious. Mr. Charlie Ethiopia is willing to express a fair attitude on the rights of black people in southern Sudan. Haile Selassie's consideration finally paid off. I believe this will be rewarding, right? Of course, Britain is willing to provide political and material support for the reforms of His Majesty the Emperor. Charlie smiled happily. London is happy to see the country led by His Majesty the Emperor become the backbone of Africa's stability. In Khartoum, the capital of Sudan, Alan Wilson received a telegram from his colleague Charlie and immediately expressed his gratitude in the reply. Ethiopia's statement is important to the current situation in Sudan. Although Haile Selassie claimed to be white, this did not prevent black people from treating him as a savior. In fact, as long as they were not blind, they could not say that Haile Selassie was white by staring at the other person's dark face. This year is the 25th anniversary of Haile Selassie's accession to the throne. Ethiopia is indeed undergoing reforms. In addition to stipulating that the House of Representatives hold elections, the main reforms include the following clauses, such as reconfirming the emperor's hereditary system, stipulating that the country's largest gold mine will become the emperor's private property, etc. Is the white emperor willing to help? John came over soon and asked Haile Selassie's attitude. He was the Sudanese commissioner and of course he was very familiar with the situation around Sudan, including the Ethiopian emperor who claimed to be white. It's not a big problem. Alan Wilson handed the telegram from Ethiopia to John and said, in fact, we can express some real information. Let him judge whether it makes sense or not. From the beginning to the end, he believed that it was not difficult to get Haile Selassie to make a statement that was favorable to partition. Although this may lead to hostility from Sudan after independence, especially from North Sudan, the benefits of dividing a neighboring country into two are more substantial than empty hostility. Ask the Chinese if they would agree to divide India into North and South India, which can be done with just a statement of support from China. By the same token, Ethiopia certainly hopes that its neighbor is as weak as possible. The so-called British diplomacy, which is always successful, is nothing more than taking advantage of the current situation. The most fundamental reason is that Britain is strong enough. The performance of Britain in later generations has been far below the standard. It is not necessarily that British diplomacy in the 21st century is bad, but that the strength is not enough and the ability to take advantage of the situation is gone. Now there are two major political parties in Sudan, both of which are based on Arabs in the north. The blacks in the south are still a little behind. Of course, there is still an army mainly composed of blacks in the south, called the Equatorial Army. John introduced the current political situation in Sudan. Both parties were founded during World War II. Nationalist parties emerged one after another. The more famous ones are the Brotherhood Party headed by Ismail Azari, founded in 1943, and the National People's Party headed by Abdul Rahman Mahdi, founded in 1945. The former is based on the Katmiya sect and advocates union with Egypt to implement Nile River Basin unification. The latter is based on the Mahdism sect and proposes that Sudan belongs to the Sudanese, with the goal of getting rid of British and Egyptian rule and achieving independence. This party that is united with Egypt is really annoying. Is the situation controllable? The garrison can maintain the current stable situation. Alan Wilson snorted after hearing this, and he had no good impression of Ismail Azari, who advocated union with Egypt. The Sudanese army has 20,000 soldiers, including the Black Equatorial Army. John answered without thinking, "It's not a big problem." Of course it's not a big problem. 3,000 British troops are enough to deal with an army of this size. Alan Wilson laughed and said, "Then I'm relieved. This is simply an ideal place for us to show our talents." One of the two current parties is suspected to be very close to Egypt, which is very unpleasant. Alan Wilson knows the original history. Egypt and Sudan did not merge in the end, but he still has to be on guard. Originally, Nasser led Egypt, and Egypt agreed to Sudan's independence, so that Britain had to agree to independence. But now the ruler of Egypt is Pharaoh Kai, not Nasser, who is nowhere to be found. History has changed. Who says there will be no adverse effects on Britain? In fact, the two major parties in Sudan have already known that the Sudanese commissioner has returned to Khartoum and brought back a person to discuss the agenda of independence. Both parties are preparing to fight for the conditions for independence from Britain. Among them, the Sudanese Brotherhood Party advocated that under the rule of the common Egyptian king, Sudan and Egypt would implement a united system with the following as its main goals: to ensure the welfare of the Sudanese people, to ensure the development of their interests, their active preparation for self-government, and the subsequent exercise of power, to choose Sudan's future status. The 1899 agreement will remain in force until the contracting parties can fully and consistently achieve the last goal after consultation with Sudan. If Alan Wilson agrees, it will be a ghost. He would rather cut Darfur out of Sudan than agree to this idea. Before meeting with the two parties, Alan Wilson first went to the British military camp in Khartoum. At this time, the garrison was the most trustworthy. The next day, he began to count the number of British expatriates in Sudan and formulate an evacuation plan. This was all when he was in India. He had done similar things before, so it was not difficult for him at all. But after investigation, Alan Wilson had another condition in his mind, that is, what to do with the mixed-race population in Sudan. He didn't want these people to return to Britain. You know, Sudan is just the first one. Once this gap is opened, if a colony becomes independent and a group of people return to Britain, how many mixed-race groups will return to Britain and the entire British colonies in Africa? John, this is a big deal. Black people can barely pretend not to see it. But coupled with the issue of faith, if colonies become independent one by one in the future, Britain will have a big problem. Alan Wilson expressed his concerns to his colleagues. "I don't want to be too clear, but this matter needs to be resolved. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 816 North Sea Oil. That's what you said, but... John hesitated and said with an embarrassed look, "It's not easy, isn't it? If it was so easy to shrink, the United States would not be in such a mess decades later. As long as there is a little room for struggle, who would give away the territory that they spent time and energy on? But we must avoid the sequelae of colonialism in our homeland. The people in India are special cases. I believe no one would compare Tata, Bilal, and Maharaja Ali Khan with ordinary people." Alan Wilson sighed and said, "There are still many colonies at the moment. Thousands of people retreated at a time, and I don't know how many of them eventually returned to the homeland. At present Sudan's independence is the beginning of the independence of British colonies in Africa. We provide a model and make it a convention. The independence of colonies in the future will be handled according to the current standards." That's right. It doesn't seem to be a big problem now, but it becomes a big problem in the framework of the entire colony. John's face changed slightly. He felt chilled when he thought of the scene of foreign races everywhere in the homeland in the future. As Alan Wilson said, this is just a Sudan, but in Africa, the British have more than just Sudan. Even if it lives up to the grand occasions from Cairo to Cape Town in the past, the number of expatriates living in the colonies is still not small. Even if Britain no longer pursues colonial rule and really withdraws, it will be a long process. If it were not for the unified action in South Asia, it might have lasted for decades. At that time, both of them might not be able to take care of it, so it is imperative to provide a model for dealing with groups that intermarry with local people. This is also to provide a step-by-step example for other colonial commissioners. This is certainly not easy. Together with the garrison and the expatriates in Khartoum, it is not that difficult. The tricky part is how to deal with the descendants of these people and the colonies. This is also what John finds tricky. Looking at Alan Wilson, who is also a colonial commissioner, if something similar happens in Malaya, what would you do? Now it's Sudan that's in trouble, not Malaya, my friend. Alan Wilson corrected his old friend for many years. For this matter, we have to let the representative of Sudan's independence take the initiative to propose it, so as to reduce our inhuman moral burden. Since they want to fight for independence, I believe that making such a promise is not a problem. Although Alan Wilson intends to let the British troops in the colonies abandon their wives and children, and not bring their descendants with the locals back to Britain. But this kind of thing is more offensive, and he doesn't want to do it regardless of the risks. It's best for the Sudanese to take the initiative. If John knew the saying, that you can pass through a bush without getting a leaf on you, he would definitely use it to describe his colleagues' cunning. It's obvious that he wants to cut off the product of some expatriates who can't control their crotches, but he has to let Sudan take the initiative to propose it. This is of course. Isn't the new government after independence going to show some fraternity? As long as the Sudanese proposed it, Alan Wilson would not hesitate to agree to it directly, respecting the feelings of the Sudanese people, and allowing the British illegitimate children to stay in Sudan and shine for this new country. This is also for the benefit of these marginalized groups. Although there are Indian communities in the UK, the number of people is not large. To be frank, they were all issued residence permits by Alan Wilson himself, and the average assets per capita are £1 million. Such people are welcomed by the London government, and the citizens of London will not be disgusted. Alan Wilson was generous only once, and such things will never happen again. From this point of view, he is worthy of being an old friend of the Indian people, and has given India special treatment. Now the situation has changed, and Sudan's situation is not quite the same as India. The key is that Sudan is a country in Africa. If it is generous to take people back, will African colonies follow suit after independence and take back a group of black people? It's uncomfortable to think about it. It's okay if black and green occupy one, but if they occupy both, the imperial servants will not be able to get over it in their hearts. He has always respected the most successful peace religion culture in the agricultural era, especially the characteristics that are extremely difficult to assimilate. China and India are just for fun. Compared with the expansion speed of peace religion, they are nothing. It is a joke to think that the religion that appeared the latest among the three major religions and expanded the fastest, without the great voyages, the Christian world would have been surrounded. After the two discussed, they immediately took action separately to liquidate the British colonization of Sudan. How many families with colonists were left? There should not be many. If it was a French colony, there would be no need to check. Latins are famous for not being able to control their pants. The world does not revolve around an imperial commissioner. While he was busy with the British Empire's finishing work in Sudan, there were also far-reaching events happening all over the world. Although the United States has not forgotten to criticize the establishment of the Warsaw Pact, Eisenhower did not focus all his energy on confrontation. Although he was a military president, he launched a large infrastructure project in the United States. He used the reputation accumulated in World War II to promote the strategic highway plan of the United States. Where the huge construction funds came from became the key to the problem. Eisenhower, against all odds, prescribed a package of measures to cure deflation, including federal fiscal investment, increased employment, increased income, and increased taxation. After settling the objections from all sides, This major infrastructure project, which would serve until the 21st century, was officially launched in 1955. The long-term investment is expected to be as high as $100 billion, accounting for a quarter of the total US economy today. A telegram from Kuala Lumpur arrived in Khartoum, the capital of Sudan. The news came from South Vietnam. Ngo Dinh Diem initiated a referendum, and the situation was very unfavorable to Bao. As a card used by the French, Bao was obviously not easy for the Americans to use. They still hoped that Ngo Dinh Diem, who had a closer relationship with the United States, would control this bridgehead to resist the southward advance of the pro-Soviet forces. Elisa sent this telegram because she received an inquiry from Bao. If the referendum result was not favorable to him, would the original promise be valid? This promise was of course made by Alan Wilson, the middleman in the eyes of the Chinese in Malaya. Alan Wilson, who received the telegram, immediately called back Elisa, saying that the previous promise was of course valid, so that Bao could rest assured. If he could keep in touch with his wife, he would not have to send a telegram to Kuala Lumpur. Pamela Mountbatten had returned to Britain, not because the women's movement was fighting, but because there was good news about North Sea oil. If the discovery of other oil resources still benefited British oil companies, then the discovery of North Sea oil would bring greater benefits to Britain. You must know that during the first oil crisis, Britain relied on the output of North Sea oil to maintain a good economic development when Europe was in mourning. Otherwise, Britain's economy would have been surpassed by Italy as early as during the oil crisis, becoming the fourth largest economy in Europe. With its own oil resources in hand, Britain would be more at ease when dealing with the situation in the Middle East. The news that Britain discovered North Sea oil brought an unexpected consequence. The French government's attitude towards Algeria became increasingly tough. The French expeditionary force that boarded the ship at Toulon port set out on the journey again with the expectations of the French government and the French military's belief in revenge. Almost every day, new troop transport ships appeared in the Mediterranean. In the eyes of the French, Vietnam was thousands of miles away. Algeria was only separated by the Mediterranean, so it was definitely not a problem. The major French newspapers were agitating in a very radical tone. Algeria is the natural extension of French territory to the south, and we will never abandon our brothers in Algeria. At this moment, the support of the other party of the Anglo-French alliance was indispensable. Pamela Mountbatten, who returned to London, let the media power in her hands join in, and the slogan went a step further. There are no Algerians, only go be French. She had been keeping in touch with her husband, and believed in Alan Wilson's words. Someone must do the strong suppression. Our French friends are willing to do so, and we should adopt an encouraging attitude, and then secretly do the work at hand, while the attention is not on us. After receiving the order to divert the trouble to the east, the instigator Pamela Mountbatten went directly to talk to the people of British Petroleum. Because the North Sea also involves the Netherlands, and the negotiating party is also the Anglo-Dutch Shell Oil Company. Pamela Mountbatten is a newcomer in the oil industry, and may be less experienced than these old oil companies, but with Alan Wilson's words and deeds, Pamela Mountbatten understands the importance of Brent crude oil, otherwise she would not have set off directly to meet with the relevant oil giants. In fact, the discovery of Brent crude oil not only shocked these oil giants, the British government was also shocked. Now, no country has any doubts about the importance of oil. Modern society cannot do without this fuel, but the place where oil can be produced for a long time is the Persian Gulf. European countries are extremely dependent on the oil in the Persian Gulf. This hidden danger is not invisible to the governments of various countries, but there is really no way. In the previous conflict with Iran, Britain relied on the garrison in the Persian Gulf and the influence of the world empire to fight with the Iranian government for a long time, but finally gave up the unequal distribution agreement and shook hands with Tehran. There is also pressure from the United States and the Soviet Union, both overt and covert. Britain has to pay attention to its eating manners and cannot be unreasonable like before the war. Although there is nothing on the surface, the confrontation with Iran has also achieved a decent result. But that incident still made London wary and worried about its dependence on the Persian Gulf for oil. Now, the Labour government seems to be able to rest assured for the time being. If it is a large oil field, it will undoubtedly meet a lot of British needs and get rid of the situation of being controlled by others. Chapter 817 Bandung Conference. For Nasser, starting over was a difficult process. After leaving Egypt, he was no longer a senior officer. In a foreign country, he had to start all over again. The rebels who were pulled together were far from the supporters of the Egyptian army at the beginning, and here, the locals were obviously not as brave as the residents of Egypt, and were more afraid of the French. The only consolation was that the environment in Algeria was better than that in Egypt, even if it was only limited. The most trusted friend of this team was the camel, but unfortunately it suffered from the lack of pasture. Water was also scarce, and the last drop of water in the pond had dried up. The land was a mixture of soil and sand that was very unfavorable for the growth of vegetation. The rainwater accumulated after rain seeped into the sand layer and quickly disappeared from these strata covered with a large amount of sandstone that could not preserve any liquid molecules. Not only the land, but also the air was so dry that even iron objects exposed to the air would not rust. The wider area was desert, not only because of dryness, but also because almost no living things came here to venture. Nasser's team, walking under the scorching sun and through the air without a single drop of moisture, was obviously tired. The water they stored in sheepskin bags heated by the heat was gradually decreasing, and they had to limit their use, which made them very uncomfortable. Obviously, the lack of water would soon become an insurmountable difficulty. They had to stop advancing north or go back. Going back was impossible. They could not hide in the desert, like they had been chased by the French army before. Although Algeria is vast, the environment is not enough for Nasser to make a career relying only on sand. They must get closer to a place more suitable for human habitation in order to establish a long-term base for resistance against the colonizers. Nasser, who was born as an orthodox soldier, has now experienced the lifestyle of retreating when the enemy advances. Everyone tried to save their energy and reduce their own consumption. Fortunately, the day was about to end, and it would not be as painful to move at night as during the day. After a short rest, they set off again. Colonel Nasser used the ground conditions to set up some large triangles that did not require frequent setting of markers. Because they mostly work on clear nights, the markings in the Gobi Desert are very clear. This can save time and reduce fatigue. It should be admitted that it is a necessary skill for both those who are determined to resist the colonizers and the locals who are accustomed to living in a terrible climate. Finally, this team, after several days of trials, saw a small village on the edge of the desert. This difficult journey finally allowed them to find a place to stay and take a real rest. Nasser, who was exhausted, fell asleep soon. In his dream, he seemed to have returned to Cairo and became a respected leader, leading Egypt to a glorious path. Alan Wilson in Khartoum certainly didn't know that the famous leader of the Third World was suffering in the Gobi Desert in Algeria. He was so busy. In the dark environment, the hardship was no worse than Nasser. Finally, a head came out of the black robe, and Alan Wilson gasped, full of fatigue, that I couldn't breathe. Hedy Lamar's eyes were like a guiding light in the moonlight. She looked at the man who was doing the wrong thing with a reproachful look, and said inexplicably, a high-ranking official of the empire, he puts his mind on this every day. I'm just an ordinary man. I only put my mind on this. Alan Wilson sighed contentedly and explained, isn't it because I'm afraid that you will be lonely? You always stay in the room and there is no entertainment. I think you treat me as an entertainment. Hedy Lamar curled her lips and pointed directly to the essence of the problem. She knew that what the man said was also true. Her face was indeed too conspicuous. Even if she went out in the clothes of an Arab woman on the ship, she had to be careful because the two lived together and might be seen. Considering Alan Wilson's work, she could only stay in the room as much as possible and concentrate on logistics support. Alan Wilson was very grateful for the sacrifice of the queen of the screen and stayed in the room as much as possible, not running around. You can travel the world without leaving home. Why run around? This is already happier than many people in the world. Alan Wilson didn't know that he was now happier than Nasser, the Arab lion who was supposed to be a great man in Egypt. Compared with the great man who often hid from heaven, he had no right to be picky about the current environment. France's massive increase in troops in Algeria to suppress the resistance has been perfectly used to intimidate the leaders of Sudan's independence. It happened to be the right time, and it would be a pity not to use it. Although it may be a bit unkind to drag France down, publicizing France's attitude in the colony will help Sudan's leaders who can't wait to be the master, to sober up and not rush in without thinking. Regarding Sudan's independence, Alan Wilson's established policy is to complicate simple issues. The spirit of both is the original intention of solving the problem, so he will meet with Ethiopia's special envoy and also receive Faroukai's ministers. Sudan's independence is a big deal. The spirit of Britain is to hope that the whole process will be peaceful and avoid the tragedy after India's independence. So we must listen to the reasonable opinions of the two great powers of Egypt and Ethiopia. Even the Americans agree with this. In fact, after the war, the United States has already established a representative office in Khartoum, which shows its evil intentions. The capital of the British colony now has a representative office that shoulders the responsibilities of an embassy, watching Britain in the dark. How will it deal with Sudan's independence? Britain's attitude is generous. John goes to the American representative office whenever he has nothing to do, managing the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Maintaining transparency between allies is full of love for the rebellious son. These Americans, on the surface, have done nothing, but now they are the ones who want to reach out the most. John said with disgust, more than once, they asked us what plan we have prepared. As long as you don't tell them about the partition plan, the rest is not important. Alan Wilson held an ivory with a look of disgust. This kind of thing is useless to him. Is it used to play Mahjong? When will we meet with the leaders of the two parties? John is not as leisurely as Alan Wilson. After all, this is the colony he manages. In terms of duties, his responsibilities are heavier. According to the process, it will take some time. We have to negotiate with the blacks in the south before it will be the Arabs' turn. Alan Wilson put down the ivory and said indifferently, there was no way in India at the beginning. We could not weaken either India or Pakistan. Pakistan surrounds India from east to west, and India is stronger than Pakistan. They are in a delicate balance. Weakening Pakistan will make India bigger. Weakening India is not realistic. This time is different. At least Egypt and Ethiopia should choose agents to support them. Even Egypt and Ethiopia are not very strong. It will put Sudan in a low-intensity confrontation after independence, so there will be no development. We cannot just consider Sudan itself, but also the relationship between Sudan and its neighboring countries after independence. After all, from the perspective of the United Kingdom, if the former colonies do not develop well after independence, it is good for Britain. As for what the Sudanese think, it is enough to be independent this year. Forget about other demands. No matter what the demands are, Alan Wilson thinks they are too much. Sudan was in a suffocating silence. At the same time, the meeting that had attracted the attention of many countries since the beginning of preparations had been held. Bandung, Indonesia, has become the most lively place this month. Asian and African countries invited by Nehru and Sukarno have come together to participate in the event, including leaders of Afghanistan, Cambodia, China, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Iraq, Japan, Jordan, Laos, Lebanon, Liberia, Libya, Nepal, Philippines, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Thailand, Turkey, Democratic Republic of Vietnam, Yemen and other countries, making this previously unknown place the focus of global attention. The meeting was very lively from the beginning. Some American lackeys such as Liberia, Philippines, and Japan attacked Nehru, while Iraq, Egypt and other countries with which Britain maintained relations were in a state of indifference. Seeing the countries adhering to the will of the United States attacking, how did Nehru respond? Although the United States, Britain, France and the Soviet Union were not at the Bandung Conference, they were everywhere at the Bandung Conference, but the confrontation was carried out through other countries. From the perspective of the United States, of course, it is hoped that this meeting will not have any results. But Nehru is obviously not a pushover, and he has the support of Sukarno. In addition, India has always been very prestigious since its independence, and even the United States is unwilling to offend it. The attacks of these vassal countries will not shake Nehru's determination. Despite all the difficulties, Nehru still firmly grasped the direction of the conference, and all walks of life in India also gave warm support to the Prime Minister's performance at the Bandung Conference. Nehru eventually led the countries of the Bandung Conference and put forward the 10 principles of the Bandung Conference, which included but were not limited to the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. As the final communiqué of the Bandung Conference, it was announced as the final communiqué of the Asian-African Conference. In late April, the Bandung Conference closed, and Nehru, who was full of confidence, returned to the Indian capital New Delhi with Sukarno's farewell. He was always welcomed by all walks of life in India. Countless people flocked to the streets, holding up photos of Nehru to express their love. There is no doubt that Nehru at this time has reached the peak of his personal prestige in the whole of India. Whoever opposes Nehru is the enemy of India. Chapter 818 The Peak of This Life. Nehru. Starting from Delhi Gate, countless Indians came from every corner, forming a human wall that could not be seen at a glance. They shouted Nehru's name and cheered for the Prime Minister for presiding over this Asian-African Conference and establishing India's leadership position among Asian and African countries. Standing in the convertible, facing the cheering Nehru, seeing this scene, he could not help but feel proud and moved by the heartfelt love of the Indian people and kept waving to the cheering people. There is no doubt that the biggest star of the Bandung Conference was Nehru, the initiator. Although he had gone through many difficulties in many countries, Nehru finally made this conference a success, and the whole of India was proud of it. Nehru did not know that such pride was not all good things, and it might become the source of India's misfortune at some point in time, but at this moment, the love of all Indians made him extremely satisfied. There were still many problems in the whole of India, and he had many ideas to be completed. Even Nehru himself rarely saw such a scene. He could not forget the welcoming scene he had just seen when he returned to the Prime Minister's office. This was exactly what he pursued and had been fighting for. After Patel's death, Nehru was committed to unifying the Congress Party in terms of organization and ideology. Nehru advocated a unique Indian-style socialism. Nehru repeatedly emphasized that industrialization was the only way, instead of using force or deprivation, to change the existing social system and ownership structure. Basic and important industries were nationalized, and agricultural land was cooperative and collectively managed under the premise of parliamentary democracy. The mixed economy became a system and the core of India's long-term economic strategy. The public and private economies coexist, with the public economy being the dominant one. The state effectively regulates the mixed economy by means of planning. Under such circumstances, the assets of the Tata Group and the Birla Group, which amounted to $300 million, remained intact. Since it was impossible to use tough measures to deal with these large groups, other methods had to be considered. Fortunately, in the first 5-year plan, Nehru did not have to face tough opponents. Some power stations and a number of large-scale water conservancy projects were built. For industrial development, capital investment focused on transportation and key industrial sectors, especially basic industries such as fertilizers, steel, and machine tools. A number of state-owned enterprises were built. 3 state-owned steel companies that attracted foreign investment from Britain, West Germany, and the Soviet Union broke ground. Although he did not want to fall out with the United States, the Mysore iron mine was extremely important to India, and Nehru could not tolerate this extremely important iron mine for India being out of the control of the Indian government. In general, except for the Mysore iron mine, which could not be compromised, Nehru was quite restrained in other matters. But he knew very well that the first 5-year plan could be regarded as a fine-tuning after India's independence. Starting from the second 5-year plan, it would no longer be a small fight, and the resistance he would face would be unprecedentedly huge. He needed the support of the people to face this resistance. The greater the resistance, the greater the support Nehru needed. Land reform is the core of the agricultural development strategy. Nehru must do it. Otherwise, India will not have a radical change. He cannot pursue a one-step solution. He can do it slowly, but he must do it. Although the road ahead is difficult, Nehru believes that he can solve India's problems. Nehru was in a good mood, and even his daughter Indira Gandhi could see it. Indira Gandhi, who had not seen her father for more than half a month, expressed her congratulations to Nehru. This time it has improved India's prestige in the world. Of course, I have also heard that Japan, Liberia, and the Philippines, who spoke for the United States, have caused a lot of trouble. There are troubles. Facing his daughter's question, Nehru did not avoid it, and told all the problems faced in the Bandung Conference, including extremely difficult diplomatic issues. In fact, if we are realistic, who supported China and North Vietnam to appear in such a high-level conference? Among the more than 20 participating countries, only India spoke for these two countries. That just embarrassed the United States and France. India tried hard to find supporters at the Bandung Conference, and in the end, only Myanmar helped India to say a few words. Although the relationship between India and the United States is not good, my father must have made the United States very angry this time. After listening to this, Indira Gandhi couldn't help but feel a little worried. With the arrogant personality of Americans, will there be trouble? The low tide between India and the United States came from Kashmir, which is the hometown of the Nehru family. The United States wants Kashmir to be independent. How can the Nehru family agree? At the same time, the United States is very dissatisfied with India's unwillingness to get close to the United States and always talking about independence in the international community. After the Korean War, it began to provide military assistance to Pakistan. India is not a small country, and the world is not the only powerful country in the United States. Mr. Khrushchev is very kind to India. Nehru was not very worried. He believed that with India's size, neither the United States nor the Soviet Union would want to ignore it. Even if the relationship was bad, it would not last long. After listening to her father's words, Indira Gandhi nodded in agreement for a long time, and did not continue to delve into this issue. At this moment, his father was a hero of the whole of India, which was a good thing. In Khartoum, the capital of Sudan, Alan Wilson was holding a telegram about the Bandung Conference, scratching his head from time to time. On the table next to him were Indian newspapers, which reported that Nehru returned to New Delhi and the streets were empty. So many people. John came in and saw the newspaper on the table at a glance. He commented inexplicably, "That's right, India has never lacked population. According to Churchill's words, they reproduce like cockroaches." Alan Wilson laughed and then put the report of the Bandung Conference on the table. "This is outrageous. This ordinary meeting deserves such extensive coverage? A group of poor countries united." John was not optimistic at all. He saw a Chinese newspaper on the table and asked, "You are really well informed? I'm the Malayan commissioner. The Bandung Conference was held next to the colony." Alan Wilson explained with a smile, "I'm very guilty that I really don't know Malay, otherwise I would like to see how Sukarno brags about himself." The two laughed out loud at the same time, as if they remembered something happy. "You have come to Africa, and you are still so concerned about Malaya." John couldn't help but sigh. "I'm really sorry to ask you to come and help this time." "John, don't say that. After all, we are experienced professionals. We are the right people to deal with the independence issue." Alan Wilson waved his hand and said, "Everything is for existence, and existence is everything." The Bandung Conference passed just like that. The two of them just had some private discussions. On a broader level, given the geographical location of the United Kingdom, would it care about a conference that it did not attend thousands of miles away? The little remaining concern was still for the sake of the Malayan colony. The British troops stationed in Sudan are 3,000 people, and there are tens of thousands of British expatriates in Khartoum alone. The two have asked London for guidelines. Part of the British troops stationed in Sudan will withdraw from Africa and return to their homeland or supplement the British troops stationed in Germany. In short, they will return to Europe. As for the rest, they will change their guard. Although they withdraw from Sudan, they are still stationed in the African colonies. Judging from the distance, they should go to Kenya, the core area of British East Africa. Both of them have no objection to this. It's nothing more than talking to the British troops about which part will return to Europe, and which part will continue to stay in Africa. Knowing this situation, John thought of a way to avoid offending the garrison. We can keep the officers and soldiers who have formed families with the locals here, and let the garrisons, that have nothing to do with the locals, go back home. John thought, in this way, we can avoid the soldiers who have formed families to choose. Then I came here in vain? Alan Wilson shook his head directly, unmoved. This can avoid offending people, but it only postpones the problem, and these problems will still arise in the future. Then everyone will still have to worry about it. Since I'm here, I think I'll solve the problem directly, and don't bother my future colleagues to offend people. That's true. John nodded. Since Alan Wilson was willing to solve this hidden danger, he would not object. After discussing, the two reached a consensus to investigate the intermarriage between the British expatriate garrison and the locals. Because there are expatriates living in Khartoum, Alan Wilson believes that the scale of intermarriage should not be large. Generally speaking, most people will not choose people from another place to form a family. Alan Wilson is an exception. As long as the hardware is good, he is not opposed to women from any country. The survey is divided into two parts, the garrison and the expatriates, and the classification survey is also divided into two parts. British women marry Sudanese, and British men form families with local women. When the survey report was sent, Alan Wilson was not surprised at all. The latter far exceeded the former. Although the garrison should be more disciplined, and the British Army is considered a disciplined army in the world, but let the officers and soldiers be stationed in the colonies, and expect them to be monks. This is really asking too much. After serving for a few years, you will think that a pig is handsome, not to mention that the people in Khartoum are Arabs, so they are not so disgusted. There are more than 800 men in the garrison, and expatriates who are in a relationship, and less than 20 women have families with Sudanese. Alan Wilson took the survey report. I will deal with the men, and the dozen women are yours. I'm the Sudanese commissioner, and I always keep you busy. John said a little embarrassedly. What should I do about this? There is nothing wrong with it. Men are easier to deal with. Men and women have different ideas. Alan Wilson said indifferently. For example, the weight of economic conditions in marriage. If a man attaches great importance to money, he will directly say that he wants to work 20 years less when encountering such a question. Women will not do that. Women will say some conditions that seem not too high, which makes them seem not as materialistic as men. But when these conditions are combined, few people can meet them, which also means that they want to work 20 years less. Chapter 819 Wilson, the friend of black people. What do you want to do? John felt that Alan Wilson was comforting him. After all, compared with the number of women who married abroad, there were too many garrisons and expatriates who were involved with local women. Tell them the truth. Alan Wilson said directly. Tell them clearly that they should abandon their wives and children. I believe that after consideration, they will make the right choice. Men are not women. The so-called empathy of women is, to put it bluntly, which is not to say that there is no empathy in men, but it is almost non-existent. At the peak of the British Empire, even the poor in the East End of London worshipped and were proud of this empire. But now it is different. Britain is already on a shrinking track. These overseas garrisons and expatriates must choose between the welfare of the empire and their future life. It is impossible to have both. They either abandon their wives and children and return to their homeland alone, or they are concerned about the family they have formed and stay. They can only choose one of the two, and they can never have both. Since you have chosen, you can't regret it. Well, I think we can let these people make a choice now. John sighed. This choice is bound to be difficult. In theory, he also wants to find a solution that everyone can accept. But if everyone accepts it, won't no one be satisfied? It's not time yet. Let's talk to the blacks in the south, and then settle things with the two Arab parties, and then evacuate. Of course, we should release some unconfirmed news first, so that everyone can be mentally prepared. If someone comes to ask, don't deny it firmly. Alan Wilson thought about it, and decided that he couldn't change the order. He still had to complete the orderly withdrawal bit by bit. Sudan has two problems in the next few decades. One is the independence of South Sudan, and the other is a Darfur issue. These two problems are not the same thing, especially the latter, which is geographically close to Western Sudan, French Chad. The residents of Darfur are ethnically divided into Arabs and blacks. There are more blacks than Arabs, but they all believe in the Church of Peace. This is different from South Sudan. The blacks in South Sudan do not believe in the Church of Peace. In the early years, Sudan was divided into 3 parallel regions: South Sudan, North Sudan and Darfur. The first 2 were ruled by the British colonial government, while Darfur was colonized by Ottoman Egypt. Later, after suppressing the Mahdi uprising in Sudan, Britain and Egypt merged the 3 lands into a unified Sudan for joint rule, but in fact, North Sudan and Darfur were ruled by one colonial government, and South Sudan was ruled by another colonial government. The merger of North and South Sudan happened 10 years ago, and the time it took to become a country was quite short. So in theory, this time when Sudan was divided, Britain could divide Sudan into 3 parts, namely Sudan, West Sudan and South Sudan, corresponding to Arabs, black people who believed in peace religion, and black people who did not believe in peace religion. However, too much fragmentation is not good either, mainly because West Sudan, after independence, may not have too much power to resist the invasion of French African colonies. You must know that France is more concerned about African issues than Britain. Don't think that the current situation will remain unchanged. During the Rwandan genocide, the shadow of France lingered in Africa. France wants to continue to push French culture to British colonies, so this must be prevented. Therefore, there must be a prerequisite for the division of Sudan. Even if it is divided, it cannot be weaker than Chad, which is dominated by French culture. It must have the upper hand in terms of area and population. Otherwise, if France reaches out, it will be difficult for the English-speaking countries to resist. So when there was really an opportunity to divide India, Alan Wilson thought for a long time, and could not split India into many small countries. First of all, it may not succeed. The consequence of success is that a bunch of small Hindu countries will have to call Pakistan Adi. John is the Sudanese commissioner, and his goal is much bigger than Alan Wilson, so he must stay in Khartoum. Only Alan Wilson can negotiate with the blacks in South Sudan. I'm really sorry to bother you. John was a little embarrassed. Alan Wilson seemed to come here to help, but in fact, the other party was half a level higher than him. The higher point was that Alan Wilson was the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Asset Management Committee. Just planned to ship the precious metals back to London and leave the pounds for Sudan to trade in. Alan Wilson waved his hand indifferently, ready to have a good talk with the African black uncle. Different colonies have different ways of managing colonies. For example, in Southeast Asia, no matter which European country is colonized, they all choose to support the Chinese and suppress the local indigenous people. Of course, there are sequelae. Once the colonies are independent, the Chinese will be left with the impression that they are accomplices of the colonizers, which is a source of inequality that most indigenous people can see. British India is more complicated. At different times, Britain has different attitudes towards the Pax Romana and Hinduism. It is difficult to say which sect is better, who makes these 2 religions the same. But for Alan Wilson, Pax Romana is still more than 1 level higher than Hinduism. The African region has a special matching mechanism. Britain has not thought about helping the weak and treating blacks better in Sudan, but after trying it, it still honestly chooses to win over the Arabs. Blacks are indeed difficult to support. Returning to the sponsored villa, Alan Wilson took off his shirt. Because of his knowledge of politics, he knew before coming that Sudan's weather was famous for its extreme heat, almost on the same level as Basra, the world's hottest place. But imagination is still different from personal experience. The temperature in Khartoum, which is often 40 degrees, is really unbearable. After entering, Alan Wilson smiled. Hedy Lama was lying on the big bed naked, facing the ceiling fan, with her body in a big shape. Even when Alan Wilson came in, she was unwilling to move. "Dear, I can understand your determination to fight the heat, but this posture makes me embarrassed." Alan Wilson was shirtless, but compared with the Queen lying on the bed, he was nothing. Hedy Lama kept humming, not wanting to move at all. "I regret it. It's hotter than Malaya near the equator. It's roasting me. If you didn't ask me to, who would come to such a hell of a place?" Alan Wilson was helpless. If someone else said that, he would definitely expose his nitpicking nature and ask who told you that it must be hot near the equator. The hottest places in the world are all in the Basra line, and the latitude is not close to the equator. But seeing that Hedy Lamarr didn't even want to move a finger, he knew that the actress was suffering this time and stepped forward to hug Hedy Lamarr's uncovered body. "Okay, let's go to a place that's not too hot and talk while washing." As we wash, it's not just a bath. Hedy Lamarr hooked the man's neck and her almond eyes looked straight at Alan Wilson. She could almost see through the essence of this man. Regarding this serious problem of slandering the morality of the Imperial Commissioner, Alan Wilson said that the actress was right. The capital of South Sudan is Juba, which is also the largest city in South Sudan, with a population of more than 100,000. There is also a British army stationed there, reflecting the presence of the colonial government. Juba is located on the banks of the White Nile. It is not comparable to Khartoum in terms of city size. The few decent buildings are all related to British colonists and are colonial facilities before the merger of Sudan. Fortunately, although the Sparrow is small, it has everything, and the conditions are not bad. Alan Wilson brought Hedy Lamarr, who was already accustomed to Arab robes, here. He did not lie about one thing. The temperature here is a little friendlier than Khartoum. At the former colonial governor's house, Alan Wilson met Joseph Agu, the commander of the South Sudanese army, which the British called the Equatorial Corps. In the mouth of his colleague John, Joseph Agu was the South Sudanese military strongman who was determined to draw a clear line with the Arabs. Britain has always had a strong interest in merging colonies. South Sudan was originally going to merge with Uganda, but at the Juba conference 10 years ago, it finally decided to merge with North Sudan to become Sudan. The black people in South Sudan have always been deeply dissatisfied with this, and Joseph Agu is one of the representatives. When North Sudan protested against the British withdrawal from Sudan, Joseph Agu watched coldly, ready to start a civil war after the British left, and fight with the Arabs. However, the considerate Alan Wilson came here, and the matter of starting a civil war could be delayed for the time being. There are also British troops stationed in Juba. Although the number is not large, it is not a problem to deal with a so-called Equatorial Corps with a team of less than 2,000 people. Colonel Joseph. Looking at the rank of the other party, Alan Wilson called him Colonel. From the perspective of the whole of Africa, among the long list of candidates for launching a civil war or a military coup, Joseph Agu's rank is not low. "Mr. Wilson, I learned of your arrival, and my friends and I prepared a gift for you." Joseph Agu came back to his senses and quickly spoke to express his friendship. Alan Wilson looked calm, but he was not interested in the other party's gift. He saw it when Joseph Agu just came in. It was ivory and 2 rhino horns. Some crocodile skins were good, belonging to the famous Nile crocodile. What a pity. I came here mainly to help everyone. As we all know, Britain has always respected the ideas of its subordinate ethnic groups, whether they are large or small, and they are all treated equally. Alan Wilson said with a long tone, and looked at the other party with expectation. Then, I wonder if South Sudan's legitimate rights and interests can be taken seriously by London. Or can it be successfully taken seriously by London from Mr. Wilson's mouth? Joseph Agu immediately said very well when he heard it. Very good. You see, the way to solve things is not necessarily to find the answer, the key is to find the right problem. Alan Wilson emphasized with a relaxed smile. See who can find the key problem. The last 500 words took more than half an hour, and I finally found out who the leader of South Sudan is. Chapter 820. Husband and wife cooperate in smashing the car. Joseph Agu didn't want to stay in the same country with the Arabs, just like Ali Jinnah was unwilling to coexist with Hinduism in the same country. From the perspective of the colonizer, Britain can merge or divide, and it is reasonable to deal with it in any way. Although it is inevitable that some countries will talk about deliberately splitting the colonies under their jurisdiction, who made Britain a colonial empire, it is right to be scolded for enjoying the benefits. Alan Wilson has no moral burden. He doesn't even think that there is anything wrong with colonization, and he shouldn't apologize. So when talking with Joseph Agu, Alan Wilson was very straightforward and asked what Joseph Agu wanted and what Joseph Agu could bring to Britain if he helped him. If Joseph Agu thinks that sending some ivory and rhino horns can't deal with hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land, he will underestimate Alan Wilson, who manages British overseas assets. I don't care what I can get from the Colonel. The key is what Britain can get. If there is no benefit, we might as well do less. and pretend that we can't hear South Sudan's call and let Sudan become independent. Then you will only cause trouble for each other. And what can you do to Britain? Alan Wilson thought to himself that Colonel, you misunderstood. He came to Juba, the capital of South Sudan, and he definitely didn't come here to travel. We hope to make our own voice heard. Didn't Britain divide India and Pakistan? We also don't want to stay in the same country with the Arabs. Joseph Agu finally said his true thoughts. It's something that everyone can see, but he has to go around and around, and he hasn't gotten to the point. Alan Wilson even doubted what part of the Colonel Joseph Agu was in charge of. Hasn't he ever been on the battlefield? Both of them had a lot of time. There was no gunpowder smell when they met for the first time. They just put forward their own opinions and refuted the other party's statement. Joseph Agu obviously wanted Britain to work in vain. Although Alan Wilson did want to divide Sudan, he must not let go. 3 possibilities after Sudan's independence were given. The first was to ignore Joseph Agu's voice, take the easy way out, finish Britain's own affairs, and let Sudan become independent directly. Joseph Agu would raise troops to fight against Khartoum at that time, which was the business of Arabs and blacks themselves, and had nothing to do with Britain. The second possibility was to clarify the plan of dividing the North and the South before Sudan's independence, which was considered to take care of the interests of Joseph Agu, but the Arabs would definitely be dissatisfied. Everyone knows the situation in Sudan. Arabs are superior to blacks in terms of population and cultural heritage. The third possibility is strictly an extension of the first 2 possibilities. Even if Sudan is independent, British East Africa is still in the hands of Britain. North Sudan may not feel much, but South Sudan is right next to British East Africa. Alan Wilson has a very flattering metaphor for Juba, the capital of South Sudan, which is very close to the border of South Sudan. It is definitely an African version of the emperor guarding the country's gate. Even if Sudan is independent, South Sudan will definitely be within the radiation range of the British garrison. 2 of these 3 possibilities are almost exactly the same, and the third is completely unacceptable. At least that's what Joseph Agu thinks. Dear Colonel, these are not all options. For example, in the case of partition, the Arabs in northern Sudan can become independent first, and you can wait for a few years for independence. Of course, you cannot drive the British garrison away during this period, otherwise it would be a lack of contractual spirit. Alan Wilson was a little tired because of the long journey, and his speech seemed weak. Half an hour later, the two said goodbye to each other, and Joseph Agu was willing to go back and think about how to gain the greatest benefit, whether to trust the colonizers for decades or the neighbors who could not move away. With a confused mind, Alan Wilson returned to his residence and couldn't help but breathe heavily. "What's wrong with you?" Hedy Lama saw that the man was not in good condition, so she came over to support him and said, "Don't scare me. Why do you look like you're forcing yourself? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" "I feel a little cold, and my head feels a little hot," Alan Wilson joked, panting. "Am I right? Although this place is closer to the equator, the temperature is much cooler than Khartoum. You still have the mind to joke." Hedy Lama wanted to reach out and hit Alan Wilson, but put it down. She leaned over and touched her man's forehead with her red lips, and then said, "The temperature is not right. Call for some medicine, or send a telegram. This place is remote. If you don't take it seriously, it will be troublesome." Alan Wilson looked at Hedy Lama's face with an undiminished smile, and waited until he finished speaking. "You are just like the wife I imagined. Now the fever is not too high, otherwise I would think I was dreaming." Hedy Lama said angrily, "Then just use your body to fight it. I don't care. Send me a telegram to Northern Rhodesia. John is dealing with Khartoum. Don't bother him this time." Alan Wilson said tremblingly, "The garrison has painkillers, but I'm worried that you will be discovered. Grace already knows you, so it won't be a surprise to see you when you come." He was embarrassed to let his wife, who was returning to London for business, know about such a small matter. With his memory, Alan Wilson felt that he could get through it with the help of medicine in 1 or 2 days at most. Pamela Mountbatten didn't know that her husband was fighting a minor illness. The thing that Mountbatten was most concerned about at the moment was undoubtedly the discovery of North Sea oil, which was also the purpose of his return to London. Pamela Mountbatten, who was no longer in the country most of the time, returned to London for the purpose, of course, to negotiate with the two major oil companies to show that the Mountbatten Group would not eat alone. Another thing was the issue of demarcation. I don't know why the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not listen to her husband's advice. Maybe they forgot or didn't get the demarcation done. Now she thinks that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs may need some support, especially the support of the Navy. After getting the approval of the First Sea Lord from the perspective of father-daughter relationship, Pamela Mountbatten took the next step and prepared to have a good talk with BP and Shell. She has always believed in her husband, and what her husband said about not eating alone is more long-term, and that is more long-term. After learning that the richest man in Britain had returned home, Maggins immediately gave up his messy affairs and came to meet him. Pamela Mountbatten was very grateful to Lord Sheffield, who had a good relationship with BP. "Respected Lord, I need your help this time." Although she could bypass the other party to do the same thing, Pamela Mountbatten still sacrificed a little efficiency to ensure the success rate. "No problem with my relationship with Alan. Of course I'm willing to do my best." Maggins forced himself to be energetic, but a trace of worry flashed across his face from time to time, which was seen by Pamela Mountbatten. "Lord, is there something troubling you? Tell me about it." Pamela Mountbatten said with great interest. "Maybe I can help. The London Police Department has had some troubles recently, and it's related to me." Maggins smiled bitterly. He didn't understand why a small subway incident attracted so much attention, which put great pressure on London City Hall. "So that's how it is." Pamela Mountbatten's eyes flashed with pity. It turned out that her husband asked her to support the women's movement to make things bigger, but in the end it fell on his good friend. She knew her husband very well and never did things without reason. This matter didn't last long, but it attracted her attention in the Telegram. There must be a reason. Although the Lord Sheffield in front of him was not of high rank, he was quite powerful among the civil servants in London. Coupled with a close relationship with British Petroleum, Pamela Mountbatten felt that she had found the code to wealth. Then, Pamela Mountbatten's face changed. Alan once said that the biggest supporter of the women's movement is the Soviet Union. It is a means to subvert the free world. This is a fact, but people who know the inside story dare not say it. Dear Lord, if there is no strong response, there may be a conspiracy in the future. It's not that serious, right? Maggins' face was uncertain. If this kind of thing really happened, it would be a huge trouble for him. This is a presumption of guilt. My lord, if they succeed this time, you must know the bandwagon effect of case law. Pamela Mountbatten raised her eyebrows. She now understood what her husband meant. He set the fire and hid far away and then let her wife come back to put out the fire. Maybe Alan Wilson didn't think so much at the beginning, but after knowing that the North Sea oil field was discovered, he had the idea of connecting the two things together. He needed Maggins' help, and at the same time he didn't want to owe him a favor. It's hard to get off the tiger with Maggins trapped in the middle. It must be said that Pamela Mountbatten felt that her husband was finished. It is impossible to give in now. We must face the battle head on and settle such incidents. We must go to the court. I don't believe that a small women's movement can really confront the London City Hall. My lord, I'm willing to provide all the help. After all, your relationship with Alan is worth it. Maggins also felt that it made sense. He didn't know that all the problems were caused by a couple, and then skipped the topic. Thank you for your help, my lady. I'm very grateful for this. I will definitely help to have a good result in the meeting between BP and Shell. Then thank you, my lord. Alan always said that you are one of his few friends. Pamela Mountbatten smiled and said half truthfully, if everything goes well, I believe the Lord's road will be broad in the future. This time, Pamela Mountbatten's goal is for the three major oil companies to unite and be behind the United Front to jointly discuss the interests of oil and gas fields with the British government. As for cleaning up the women's movement, Pamela Mountbatten believes that it is not a problem. She is also a woman, and only magic can defeat magic. This chapter has 4 hours of skills. I caught a cold, my head is hot and my body is shaking. If you ask me how it happened, I really don't know. I haven't been out for 3 days. I really don't know why I caught a cold all of a sudden. I just read one chapter today, and my head is already floating in the air, but my body is completely the opposite. Chapter 821 Oil and Food. If we were to say which thing was more important, it would of course be oil. Pamela Mountbatten only asked her assistant Marina to pay attention to the women's movement, and her main focus was on the Brent oil field. The most urgent task was to determine the quality of Brent oil, which needed to be done by the British Department of Scientific and Industrial Research. The National Fuel Research Institute under it could give the three major oil companies a reassurance in terms of oil products and costs. The British Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, which included 20 industrial research associations, was established in 1917. It can be said that, if the British Department of Scientific and Industrial Research was not optimistic, then the future of Brent oil would be turbulent. At the headquarters of British Petroleum in London, Phil Brown personally came down to greet Pamela Mountbatten and Ekberg, the president of Shell Oil Company. Shell Oil Company was established in 1890 and obtained special authorization from the Queen of the Netherlands, so it was named Royal Dutch Petroleum Company. In order to compete with the largest oil company at the time, Standard Oil of the United States, the company implemented a headquarter holding system, with Dutch capital accounting for 60% and British capital accounting for 40%. The two headquarters were located in Rotterdam, the Netherlands, and London, the United Kingdom respectively. So for the UK, Shell Oil Company is of course also one of their own. The three greeted each other and walked into the headquarters of BP. "Pamela, I haven't seen you for a while. You are still as charming as ever," Phil Brown said as they walked. "Your business sense is a model for the whole world. Even in the United States across the Atlantic, there are business stories of yours. Mr. Phil is too polite. Compared with the two gentlemen who have been in the business field for decades, I still have a lot to learn." Pamela Mountbatten responded politely, expressing her great respect for both BP and Shell. "Thank you, Alan, for your help during the Iranian oil crisis. You have won a good result for our company." Phil Brown began to express her gratitude. The two sides actually had a good relationship before. BP was actually the previous Anglo-Iranian oil company. During the Iranian oil crisis 2 years ago, it was Alan Wilson who went to the Middle East to negotiate and finally made things land smoothly. Although the UK supported BP, BP did suffer heavy losses during the 1-year Iranian oil crisis. As long as the confrontation begins, it will definitely pay a price. Compared with the two oil giants that have changed their names to British Petroleum and Shell, the history of Mountbatten Oil Company is terribly short, less than 5 years. But this short period of time is completely incomprehensible in the eyes of others. Pamela Mountbatten first discovered oil in Libya, and then squeezed into the Persian Gulf during the Iranian oil crisis. She also discovered high-quality oil in Algeria before. This is still the oil field that Phil Brown and Ekberg are familiar with. No one will forget that the Mountbatten Group discovered the iron ore in Western Australia before. If the emergence of the Mountbatten Group can be explained by luck, it is too lucky. The three of them sat down in the conference room to discuss how to distribute the benefits of Brent oil. We all know the importance of oil resources to the country, especially to Europe. Pamela Mountbatten explained softly, "To be honest, based on the current news, it is not a secret that the government wants to nationalize important industries." Phil Brown and Ekberg both nodded. Prime Minister Attlee's declaration that combines the advantages of socialism and capitalism is no stranger to anyone. Moreover, since the discovery of Brent oil, the Labour government has claimed that this is a new economic growth point in the UK. The Labour Party is so enthusiastic that it is hard not to worry about whether Brent oil will be nationalised. After all, many industries have been nationalised. Of course, we hope to combine the advantages of the two systems. Phil Brown said meaningfully, "Pamela, I believe you think so too. The last round of nationalisation of major industries in the UK did not harm the interests of the public. The nationalisation of the Labour Party was bought with money, and a total of £2 billion was invested to complete the last round of nationalised industries. If this is the case, none of the three would object. You must know that the North Sea is complicated, and the additional costs are quite high. The storm surges in the past few years have caused a lot of trouble for London and the Netherlands. In the eyes of Phil Brown and Ekberg, nationalization is a state buying oil shares to become a shareholder and completing some difficult tasks that private individuals cannot undertake. When the time comes to divide the money, they will not lose a pound. This is called combining the advantages of capitalism and socialism. Our three companies must take a stand to deal with the government. Ekberg said slowly, only in this way can we preserve the greatest interests, and the initial investment is best made by the state. Pamela Mountbatten and Phil Brown both nodded in agreement. This is the result they both hope to see. Let the country finish the most difficult things, and everyone rushes to get the benefits. In fact, Pamela Mountbatten thought more. In addition to supplying Britain, Brent oil can also serve Europe. This will increase the economic influence on Europe. If Alan Wilson were here, he would definitely be very relieved. The little girl who was knocked dizzy by a diamond has grown up. Unfortunately, he is fighting the disease in Juba. According to his idea, this kind of minor cold can be cured by taking some painkillers and sweating. Things did develop in this way, but the process was not so fast. After Grace arrived in Juba with a group of Chetniks, Alan Wilson was still lying in the house, his head resting on Hedy Lamar's long legs, and he thanked Grace for coming. Mr. Wilson, it's quite different from what I imagined. I really don't think it's that serious. Grace had met Hedy Lamer, and would not fail to recognize her, just because she was wearing an Arab robe. Oh, my friend, it's really heartbreaking to see you do this. I've been pretty good to the Slavs. I wouldn't say I've done them any favors, but I've always helped them. Alan Wilson reached out and touched his still hot forehead, saying, given our close relationship, it's not too much to ask you to come over and help. Of course you're good at dealing with independence movements. Grace nodded. But it doesn't seem to have anything to do with us. We'll just stay in northern Rhodesia. Why doesn't it matter? In the future Britain's influence on Africa will need to be maintained through you in northern Rhodesia, Alan Wilson retorted. Whether it's a royal territory or a dominion, it's politically incorrect for a white-dominated place like you to be in a black country. But by defending blacks and provoking conflicts between blacks and Arabs, and between Christians and Pax Romana, maybe it will change the face of northern Rhodesia, which is under siege. Grace curled his lips. He didn't think Alan Wilson's words would come true. It was just an excuse for him to help. He got straight to the point and said, Alan, you know, I'm very busy. There is one thing I can ask you to help me with, about India. Alan Wilson thought for a moment and said, although the Bandung Conference made London and Washington very unhappy, the free world is still mainly trying to win over India. But you also know that the Labour government tends to spend little money to do big things. So what should we do? Grace frowned slightly. Thinking back, she didn't think there was any connection between the two places. Agricultural revolution. Pamela has recently made efforts in the agricultural field, and according to our intelligence, India's agricultural development has not changed after the first 5-year plan. Nehru's national development strategy is mainly in industry. There are still famines in India now. Helping India in this field can export British agricultural technology and hold India hostage from the seeds. Even in Africa, Alan Wilson was still concerned about whether the Indian people could have enough food. It was touching that the colonists did this. While Nehru was presiding over the Bandung Conference, India was importing a large amount of American food to meet the needs of the Indians. This was not a good thing for Britain. India's imports and exports were settled in pounds, and its ties with the United States became closer, which would weaken the pound and increase the circulation share of the US dollar. For Alan Wilson, he had just asked his wife to increase investment in the agricultural sector, and now he needed a test field. India, which had a good relationship with the Mountbatten family, was more suitable. During Nehru's time, famine occurred from time to time in India. His daughter Indira Gandhi took over as Prime Minister of India. Facing India's food crisis, she changed her father's ideas and policy measures of focusing on industry and neglecting agriculture, accepted the opinions of agricultural experts and the World Bank, and established the policy of implementing the Green Revolution in agriculture in India. For example, a large number of high-yield grain varieties were introduced from all over the world. Scientific farming measures were adopted on a large scale. Investment and construction of agricultural water conservancy irrigation systems were strengthened, and various incentive measures were established throughout India to fully support farmers' enthusiasm for using new technologies in modern agriculture to increase grain production and crops. Pamela Mountbatten's road to becoming a grain merchant. The Christmas was just the beginning, and Northern Rhodesia was not the focus. He hoped that his wife's road to becoming a grain merchant could lead to India. Okay. Grace thought for a moment and said, in fact, we are also working hard to develop agriculture with Rhodesia. If Pamela is interested in cooperation, we can benefit each other. Absolutely mutual benefit. You may not believe it, but you are the one I trust most in the whole of Africa. Alan Wilson was a little more energetic and continued, we must combine the advantages of both. Finally, under the careful care of Hedy Lamarr, Alan Wilson recovered from his illness and could have a deep discussion with Joseph Agu about the future of South Sudan. During his illness, I believe Joseph Agu must have thought a lot. He has a hunch that this time there will be results. After tonight, I think I should be well tomorrow. Chapter 820 to Juba Talks. Joseph Agu appeared again, no different from the last time, except that he changed his clothes. His purpose was also the same. He wanted to get the promise of partition from Alan Wilson. He also knew that he didn't have many cards in his hand, and he had to satisfy some of the interests of Britain to achieve his goal. He had figured it out in the past few days. Compared to the British who were far away, the Arabs were more terrifying. The Colonel's sharp thinking is rare among black people. Alan Wilson praised Joseph Agu from the perspective of racial discrimination. Joseph Agu didn't know whether he was facing praise or ridicule. His dark face was changing constantly, but he had to bow his head under the eaves and could only mutter, "Mr. Wilson is too polite." Joseph Agu was very unhappy now that he had to greet the scolding with a smile, but he still needed the support of Britain, so he could only pretend that he didn't hear it. We know the Arabs very well and don't want to coexist with them in the same country. This judgment is correct. Alan Wilson praised, you are small in number and your culture is also at a disadvantage. Once you stay in the same country with Arabs, you will only be marginalized. I have always respected Arabs. They were the biggest enemy of the Christian world before the Industrial Revolution. Alan Wilson even believed that the peace religion civilization in the agricultural era was in a position to beat other civilizations. The Arabs created the peace religion, and it spread throughout Eurasia in less than 100 years. Persia was originally a Zoroastrianism. The Near East was originally the territory of the Orthodox Church. South Asia was the territory of Hinduism. The vicinity of Central Asia was originally the radiation belt of Buddhism and Confucianism, and North Africa and Spain were dominated by Catholicism. But in the end, the Peace Church defeated all these opponents. If India had not been colonized by Britain, it is very likely that the territory of the Peace Church would have extended from the Strait of Gibraltar to Southeast Asia. The expansion speed of the Peace Church in the agricultural era dwarfed the Christian countries in Europe, and it defeated more than one powerful civilization. So in Africa, it will only be easier to deal with a group of black people who are fighting each other. I want to know, what price will we pay if we let Britain divide Sudan? Joseph Agu asked. It may be independent later. About 5 years. Of course, this is beyond my power, but it is my estimate. Alan Wilson said calmly. First, South Sudan will go through a period of co-governance, with the colonial government and the party you formed jointly managing South Sudan. During this process, Colonel Joseph can first learn how to manage a country. To be fair, this is no more difficult than independence. 5 years. Joseph Agu frowned and said, does that mean that, if it is divided, South Sudan will be independent 5 years later? This is responsible for South Sudan. Independence is just the beginning. If Colonel Joseph feels that the newly independent country is not much different from a colony, then he can ignore everything. But let me remind you, although we are not as tough as the French, we also don't like politicians who do not cooperate with Britain. Alan Wilson lowered his voice and said, in principle, we hope that everyone is healthy and lives a long life, but there are always unexpected things in the world. Is he threatening me? This was Joseph Agu's intuitive reaction, but he immediately retorted, "Mr. Wilson, this is my territory, and my equatorial army is nearby." "What do you mean your territory? This is the territory of the British Empire." Alan Wilson laughed. "Maybe this will be your territory in the future, but it is only yours if the British give it to you. If the British don't give it to you, you can't take it. I want to discuss it with everyone." Joseph Agu did not refuse, although the British in front of him spoke very impolitely. But it is obvious now that the British will definitely leave. The difference is whether they leave immediately or wait a few years. But once the British leave, the Arabs will become a big problem. With the current situation in Sudan, if the British do not divide it, South Sudan will soon be marginalized once it becomes independent. So for the black people in South Sudan, the Arabs are still a greater threat. Joseph Agu said he would go back to think about it, and Alan Wilson continued to recover. Thanks to Hedy Lamar's help in sweating, the feeling of weakness in his body has been eliminated. He is just a movie queen who works hard to provide logistical support. It looks like the conversation went well, and I feel stronger now. Hedy Lamer turned her back to the man with satisfaction, revealing her smooth back, and took the opportunity to clean herself up. Britain is far away, and the Arabs are right in front of us. Most countries will choose this. Alan Wilson said confidently, so the Soviet Union's neighbors are very afraid of it, but Britain's neighbors may not be. Except the French. Hedy Lamer turned around and smiled faintly. Except. Alan Wilson pursed his lips and added, even the French. A few days later, Joseph Agu returned again, and brought out South Sudan's final attitude. We want to be independent from the Arabs. As long as Britain can guarantee this, everything else can be discussed. Very good. Alan Wilson agreed immediately. Then Colonel Joseph, are you willing to wait for some time for this? If you can, I have an idea. While the British Army can still control the situation in Sudan, South Sudan can hold a referendum. Of course, I'm willing to work hard for this and create a fait accompli. Okay. Joseph Agu nodded in agreement and then asked, what is the referendum topic? Are the black people in South Sudan willing to exist in the same country with the Arabs? Alan Wilson was full of confidence. I believe that the result of the referendum will be satisfactory. The referendum result can be predicted now, and the result that Britain wants will appear 100%. Alan Wilson has even thought of a reasonable excuse for South Sudan to be independent of Khartoum's management, and it can also kill two birds with one stone and get the United States to recognize it. The reason lies in the slave trade. Arabs also engaged in the slave trade. For the black people in South Sudan, Arabs in the north began to hunt black people in the south and sell slaves in the 19th century. Hatred was born from this. The slave trade is a lucrative business. In the 19th century, European colonists flocked to Sudan to open commercial companies. They provided a large number of weapons to the Arabs in northern Sudan and encouraged them to hunt black people. In the face of huge economic benefits, the Arabs could not resist the temptation, so they organized armed hunting teams to carry out inhumane arrests of black people in the south, causing a large number of families to be separated and their families to be broken up. The root cause is in Europe and the United States, but the people who implemented it are Arabs. The object of the most hatred of black people is not the European and American countries that they have never seen, but the Arabs who organized armed slave hunting teams. On the issue of black slaves, the United States, the world beacon at this moment, will not oppose the division of South Sudan. Racial discrimination against black people in the United States is another matter, but the slave trade has been politically incorrect since the Civil War. As long as we use public opinion to remind the black people of South Sudan of the past, I believe that, once the referendum begins, the support for South Sudan's independence will be at least 99%, if not 100%. Since we have received a guarantee from Joseph Agu, we cannot do without signing a secret agreement in black and white. The content of the secret agreement is that once South Sudan votes to be independent from Khartoum's management, it will not seek independence from Britain within 5 years. The British garrison in South Sudan will remain as before, and all interests will be protected by South Sudan. Joseph Agu agreed to all these terms, and Alan Wilson began to send telegrams to John, informing him of the results of his visit to Juba and discussing the next steps. It is now clear that the black people in South Sudan also want to be independent from Khartoum. Referendum partition is a solution to the problem. Letting Arabs and blacks be independent is listed as the established policy for Sudan's independence. The problem now is that we need to trick the Arab leaders to come to Juba in the name of discussing Sudan's future, and at the same time, promote the referendum on South Sudan's independence. If possible, let the ambassador in the rear of the US office in Khartoum be a witness. In Khartoum, the capital of Sudan, John, the British Sudan commissioner, took Alan Wilson's telegram, carefully understood the meaning of the telegram, and then fell into deep thought. Alan Wilson's telegram showed that South Sudan's independence from Khartoum was not a problem in public opinion. Otherwise, he would not have used such a firm tone in the telegram. Inform Ismail Azari of the Brotherhood Party and Abdul Rahman Mahdi of the National People's Party that, in order to maintain the integrity of Sudan's land, Britain is willing to come forward to hold a negotiation between North and South Sudan in Juba to discuss the future of the country. Soon, Ismail Azari and Abdul Rahman Mahdi knew about the negotiation between North and South Sudan in Juba. The two quickly summoned supporters of the Brotherhood Party and the National People's Party to discuss what the British were up to. While the two were discussing, John entered the US representative office in Khartoum as a Sudanese commissioner. It is hoped that the United States can witness the painstaking efforts of Britain in dealing with the issue of Sudan's independence as a friendly force. Of course, the Americans wanted this. York Kidston, the head of the representative office, was very happy. He thought this was a testimony of Britain's recognition of the influence of the United States. He agreed to appear at the Juba talks and assist Britain in dealing with the issue of Sudan's independence. Thank you for the United States' support for Britain in this position. John sneered in his heart, but still thanked him calmly. At the same time, Colonel Joseph Agu of the South Sudan Equatorian Corps was traveling around South Sudan, reminding the black people of South Sudan not to forget the hatred of the Arabs who trafficked black people. Soon all parties agreed that they should have a good talk and set a meeting in Juba a week later to discuss the future of North and South Sudan. Ismail Azari and Abdul Rahman Mahdi, representing the Brotherly Party and the National People's Party respectively, set off for Juba. Also on the road were the head of the US Representative Office, York Kidston, and the Sudanese Commissioner John. A few days later, in Juba, the capital of South Sudan, representatives of all parties had arrived, exchanging information and waiting for the start of the talks. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 823. The United States is also responsible. Everyone knew that the outcome of this meeting would determine the future of Sudan, which has 2.5 million square kilometers of land. The representatives of all parties had different feelings. The leaders of the two major parties in Sudan believed that coming to the south was just a formality. York Kidston of the US mission to Sudan was excited about the expansion of the US influence in Africa. As long as Sudan became independent, he would immediately be able to become an ambassador and have a place in the US bureaucracy. Moreover, for the United States, this was a landmark event. He himself might be a witness, witnessing with his own eyes that the system established by Britain and France was handed over to the United States. So, the Americans are very happy. John said with an unhappy look on his face. York Kidston is happy to show up at this time, so that Washington will remember him, and the road ahead will be much easier. It's all for progress. We are also officials and we understand his heart very well. Alan Wilson smiled and comforted his colleague who had just arrived in Juba, but this matter is not that simple. The Americans just want to witness the process of Sudan's independence and show the influence of the United States. There are no negative effects. You mean? John was stunned, a thoughtful look flashed across his face, and he said uncertainly, everything has two sides. Yes. Alan Wilson nodded in approval, smiling happily. Since the cabinet has approved our partition plan, let's think about the previous examples. How do many countries view the independence of British India? Needless to say, although as eyewitnesses, both knew that Britain did not deliberately split British India, and even thought about maintaining the integrity of the subcontinent, but the final result was the partition of India and Pakistan. Most countries in the world believed that Britain was deliberately causing the division of British India, turning it into a country that was mutually restrained. It could not be said that there was a deep hatred at present, but they disliked each other. Alan Wilson and his wife certainly thought it was unfair. Partition was not the means by which Britain governed its colonies. On the contrary, Britain was keen to merge colonies for unified management. But who believed it? People only believed the results they saw. Britain had a colonial history and a dirty foundation. Once the rumors of doing bad things appeared before leaving, they would immediately spread around the world. So we gave the Americans a stage to exert their influence, just to let them witness the division of Sudan. John nodded and asked uncertainly, also, let the United States help Britain share the responsibility for the division of Sudan? Of course, otherwise what use would the Americans have? The discussion of racial discrimination issues stimulated by the slave trade is also for this reason. John, we all know in our hearts that it is still commonplace for blacks to be excluded in the United States today. But in the field of diplomacy, in order to maintain the glorious image of the United States will definitely strive to maintain the results after the Civil War and pretend to be mortal enemies with the slave trade. Alan Wilson said sarcastically, will your Kidston say that the slave trade is good? Impossible, so he will definitely hypocritically criticize the history of the slave trade. Then there is the second question. The hatred between Arabs and blacks because of the slave trade is so great that division is a natural consequence. You think a lot, one thing leads to another. John chuckled and said with admiration, otherwise why are you so valued by Whitehall? How can others be commissioners without holding the position of Deputy Secretary General of the Committee on Overseas Assets Control? Well, but then again, our boss is really going to retire this time. In fact, when British India became independent, Sir Baron didn't want to work anymore, but he was 2 years younger than he was at that time. Now it has been 5 or 6 years since he arrived in Aden. This time, it seems that he really wants to enjoy his old age. Seeing his colleague listening with interest, Alan Wilson suddenly changed the subject and looked at John. Once Sudan becomes independent, you, the commissioner, will have no working environment. Do you want to become an ambassador directly? Although this is also possible, people like us are more suitable to make achievements in other fields. We are all professional bureaucrats, so who is worse than who? Alan Wilson would not just care about his old boss's retirement life. Saying this in front of a Sudanese commissioner, who is about to be useless, the direction is already quite obvious. The Middle East is very important to the British Empire, and the local commissioner should be a reliable person. John looked out the window without looking away, and his tone was very earnest. That's right. Alan Wilson, who had lit a cigar, blew out a smoke ring. It really needs to be very reliable. The Middle East is a very critical place for maintaining the influence of the British Empire. The commissioner in Aden looks after the Suez Canal to the west, and can see the Persian Gulf to the east, especially for the country's oil companies. John nodded in agreement and asked calmly, Alan, who do you think is more suitable as this reliable person? As the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Asset Management Committee, you have a lot of say in this kind of overseas assets. This issue is very complicated. I think we should see if we can handle the thorny issues in front of us. At that time, we will have more power to make suggestions in front of Whitehall and the cabinet. Handing a cigar to his colleague, Alan Wilson answered his colleague's question from the side. That's right. John nodded solemnly, then lit the cigar, and the room fell silent for a long time. Not all colonies have governors, but each colony has a commissioner. Some very important colonies have both governors and commissioners. Sudan is in a co-management relationship with Egypt among the British colonies, so the situation is more complicated. Before World War II, when Britain still had enough strength to protect its interests, Sudan had a governor. However, after the war, when the Egyptian people rebelled against Britain, colonial policies began to adjust. Britain and Egypt also negotiated around the Sudan issue. In the end, Egypt gave up its military presence in Sudan, and Britain withdrew the governor and part of the garrison. So it became a situation where a commissioner and 3,000 garrisons managed a colony of 2.5 million square kilometers, not much smaller than India. There has been no major chaos to this day, thanks to the excellent matching mechanism of the African region. In Juba, the capital of South Sudan, the leaders of the two major Sudanese parties, Ismail Azari and Abdul Rahman Mahdi, York Kidston representing the United States, and Joseph Agu, representing South Sudan and the local military, will conduct a very far-reaching negotiation for the fate of Sudan under the auspices of the Sudanese commissioner. If Alan Wilson had nothing to do, he would not attend the formal meeting. After all, the genuine Sudanese commissioner was busy here. He came here purely to help, and he couldn't take the lead in the meeting and give orders. Playing the role of a senior wingman is Alan Wilson's current responsibility, which is easy to maintain the relationship between colleagues. Anyway, no matter how to operate, all the contingency plans have been planned, and nothing serious will happen. You are very generous, running to such a corner of the world to contribute to others. Hedy Lamer complained. Alan Wilson didn't care about this kind of gain and loss, but she was not satisfied. She thought that doing good things and giving credit to others looked stupid. John is a commissioner at the same level as me. I just have another position that can manage him. Don't think he is my subordinate. And being an official also requires friends. I can't pay attention to everything. Most of the time I can only pay attention to the Malayan colony that I manage. Other things need my colleagues to talk to me. Alan Wilson explained softly while holding Hedy Lamer. Can I manage the affairs of the colony by myself? I can't. In fact, no commissioner of any colony can either. We are all ordinary people and face different problems. So frequent contact can help us learn from each other. When something happens in a place, the colonial commissioner can provide different experiences to deal with it. As long as you have no problem, what right do I have to complain? I'm not your wife. Hedy Lamer turned her head away and complained in a low voice, obviously not convinced yet. You can't say that. In my heart, you and my wife are equally important and have the same status. Reaching out to turn Hedy Lamer's head over, he kissed the actress's red lips heavily, and the persuasion work still had to continue. The long-abandoned governor's mansion of South Sudan, a rare landmark building in Juba, was the scene of negotiations between the leading figures of South and North Sudan, as well as the representatives of the United Kingdom and the United States in Sudan. As for Alan Wilson, he was chatting and laughing with the South Sudanese garrison, even though the military commander of the South Sudanese garrison was only a major. The British troops stationed in South Sudan had to ensure the safety of the representatives at this negotiation. After all, Alan Wilson was still not very confident about the local security. Anything could happen in this place in Africa. Especially recently, Joseph Agu, the military commander of South Sudan, was stirring up hatred everywhere to build momentum for independence from Sudan. He also used military facilities to contact the outside world and prepare public opinion for the preliminary work of Sudan's partition. We will never stay in the same country with the Arabs. In the governor's mansion of South Sudan, Joseph Agu stood up and expressed his hatred for the Arabs with gritted teeth. He glanced at Ismail Azari and Abdul Rahman Mahdi and said fearlessly, "We were not a colony. It was the British who unilaterally merged the colonies, which led to the current situation." What Joseph Agu said was also true. North and South Sudan were merged and managed uniformly after World War II. At that time, Britain was still like before, and continued to contribute to national integration in various colonies according to tradition. Dear Colonel, perhaps the past hatred should be put aside. York Kidston spoke to be a peacemaker. Chapter 824 Public Opinion in South Sudan. Sir, our hatred for the Arabs cannot be easily wiped out with just one sentence from you. Joseph Agu said word by word, our idea is very simple. Since it was a mistake for Britain to merge them into one colony for the convenience of management, it is the right decision to separate them now. The attitude of the South is to follow the example of the partition of India and Pakistan and become two places that do not interfere with each other. This is good for everyone. Apart from that, we do not accept any resolution. Nonsense. There is no reason to split your own land. Ismail Azari was very dissatisfied and retorted loudly, I believe that such remarks will be criticized in Britain, the United States or any other country. After that, Ismail Azari looked at the representatives of Britain and France here, wanting to see the reactions of the two countries. John, what do you think? York Kidston was an American, so he naturally asked for the opinion of the British Sudan Commissioner. It depends on whether Sudan's independence conforms to the concept of splitting the British Empire. Perhaps we should form an expeditionary force to come here to deal with this issue. How could John take over York Kidston's words and put himself in it? He immediately asked Ismail Azari a question about the relationship between Sudan and Britain. If Ismail Azari did not think that Joseph Agu's pursuit of South Sudan's independence made sense, but wanted to prevent South Sudan's independence, then conversely, Sudan's desire to get rid of British rule was equally unreasonable. On any current world map, Sudan is still a British colony, there is no doubt about that. If preventing independence is the general attitude of the world, then Britain has something to say. Anyway, Britain is willing to do so, but it is afraid that the United States will not agree. York Kidston dare not give the British a wrong impression on this issue. The United States is eager for the colonies under the rule of Britain and France to become independent as soon as possible, but there is another point. The United States will not declare this publicly, but will try to facilitate the departure of the colonial empire in secret. Everyone has the right to pursue independence. York Kidston thought and spoke, thinking about how to smooth things over. But dear Colonel, partition cannot solve all problems. Some problems are even caused by partition. The United States just hopes that people in the South can consider it carefully. We have considered it very carefully. John just spoke as the British Sudan Commissioner and talked about the Arabs who prevented South Sudan from independence. Joseph Agu had a bottom line in his heart. Just as Alan Wilson promised, he would try his best to stand on the side of South Sudan in the negotiations to promote partition. Originally, Joseph Agu did not fully believe in the British guarantee, although he had signed a secret agreement with Alan Wilson, promising not to seek independence before the time was up, guaranteeing the interests of Britain, etc. But whether Britain would really help, Joseph Agu was still a little worried. But now he is not worried anymore. The words of the Sudanese commissioner just now have shown that Britain will help as promised. What a joke. When it comes to black box operations, there are few people in the world who are more professional than Alan Wilson. He is a person who personally participated in the Potsdam Conference, very professional, and has done it more than once. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two sides was very unfriendly, Rahman Mahdi stopped Ismail Azari from continuing to refute and said to the leader of the Southern Blacks, "It is meaningless to dwell on historical issues now. From a realistic point of view, we live on the same land and will live in the same country in the future. It's easy to say, Rahman wants to brush aside the history of Arabs selling blacks as slaves." Joseph Agu sneered, "It's not Arabs who are sold. Of course you don't care. I think many blacks were also sold to the United States at the time." Cough cough. York Kidston couldn't help coughing twice to ease the embarrassment after hearing what the black man said. For the United States, which is proving the greatness and glory of the beacon of humanity in the world today, the slave trade is not a glorious thing. Although this is a fact, it is also the dark history of the United States. For a while, York Kidston didn't know what to say. Anyway, he couldn't let the black people in South Sudan let go of their hatred, because the foundation of the United States was not clean on the issue of blacks, so he could only remain silent. What we hope is that all parties can talk peacefully. The two party leaders also came to Juba with sincerity. John spoke indifferently to persuade them to reconcile. Although he disagreed in his heart, his ethics as a professional bureaucrat still made his words heartfelt. We are not prepared to come up with a result that everyone will be satisfied with on the first day, but I believe that gentlemen all have time. So, go back and have a rest and calm down. The Sudanese commissioner's words officially ended the first day of negotiations, which had yielded no results except for shouting at each other. Rahman Mahdi opened his mouth and finally said unwillingly, "Okay, calm down." Rahman Mahdi actually has great authority in Sudan because he is a national hero of Sudan. He once annihilated the British-Egyptian coalition forces and killed the British Sudan governor, the son of Ahmed Mahdi. Ahmed Mahdi's deeds of killing the British Sudan governor and annihilating the British-Egyptian coalition forces were widely circulated in Sudan and were regarded as a national hero by the Arabs. Rahman Mahdi, as his son, was restricted from free activities by the British who had returned in his childhood. After being controlled by the British, Rahman initially lived in the home of a relative in Jezera. According to the advice of Inspector General Slatan Pasha, Rahman Mahdi was constantly monitored in the early days of British rule, received very little allowance, and was not allowed to call himself Mahdi. But Britain did not suppress Rahman Mahdi all the time. As the banner of Sudan's insistence on independence, he was not liquidated just because his father killed the British Sudan governor. Later, Rahman Mahdi openly opposed the treaty signed between Egypt and Britain, which recognized Egypt's sovereignty claim over Sudan without consulting the Sudanese, so he went to London to explain the situation. His opinion played a major role in Sudan's exclusion of Egyptian forces during World War I, because the Ottoman Sultan called on the world's peace believers to launch a jihad against the Allied powers in the name of the Caliph of the Peace Church. A large number of peace believers around the world were hostile to Britain. It was also Rahman Mahdi who stood on the side of Britain in the name of Ahmad Mahdi's son and maintained the stability of Sudan. Therefore, although Britain did not trust Rahman Mahdi and the National People's Party, it was better than Ismail Azari, who wanted to merge with Egypt. That's the thing. You don't know that your Kidston shut up as soon as he heard about the slave trade. After the meeting, John came to Alan Wilson to describe the process of today's negotiations. Of course, would Americans be willing to listen to the dark history of their own country? We wouldn't do that either. Alan Wilson smiled happily. This was the purpose of bringing Americans to Juba. Some things are not useful if they are not mentioned. Although the United States is undoubtedly the only superpower in the future, its influence in Africa can only be regarded as one of the many superpowers. It is stronger than Britain, which has forgotten its colonial history, but not stronger than the traditional African hegemon France and the new big player China. Even during the Cold War, the Soviet Union seemed to be stronger than the United States in Africa, and even lost the Angolan War to the Soviet Union. The reason is that the United States has never solved the racial problems in its country, and it has made big news from time to time. How can it be qualified to pretend to be a beacon of humanity in the hometown of black people? Do you really think that black people don't remember grudges? It's just that they don't have the ability and can't show their hatred. The people who are most unwilling to see a strong country in the black world are Europe and the United States. One of the reasons is that they have engaged in the slave trade. Another reason is that when there is a large proportion of black people in the country, if black people really have a strong country, it will have a great impact on the United States. The attitudes of the two-party leaders in Khartoum are not unexpected. According to common sense, Rahman Mahdi's proposal for independence is definitely more popular than Ismail Azari's proposal to maintain a special relationship with Egypt. So our focus is to firmly promote the process of partition, and at the same time, keep the independent North Sudan under the control of Rahman Mahdi as much as possible. John listened to Alan Wilson's words, and then smiled and said, "Who says that a country must only listen to one person? Look at France, doesn't it always change governments? In fact, it's not a bad thing if Sudan is like the French government, right?" Oh, dear John, you are so surprising. Alan Wilson's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of this? As the birthplace of modern political ideas, France is certainly worth emulating. It seems that we have to prepare a set of constitutions of the French Fourth Republic to prepare for the democratic issues after Sudan's independence. Who dares to say that France is not a powerful country? At least now, no one dares to say this to France, which is fighting in Algeria. It would be great if Sudan could change its government as quickly as France after its independence. We have always respected France, especially the good intentions of France, to test various political concepts. John understood. After the two talked, he was ready to send a telegram to London to report his work. As for Alan Wilson, he also had his own things to do. First of all, he had to ensure the safety of all forces in Juba. Then, 2 days later, Juba launched a massive protest. Countless blacks poured into the streets, shouting for independence from Sudan. This was completely spontaneous, not instigated by anyone, and had nothing to do with Alan Wilson, who came to serve as a wingman. Colonel Joseph Agu, who rushed to the scene after hearing the news, shouted loudly in front of the angry protesters, "I have been fighting for the rights of our compatriots. I hope that our compatriots will not use this angry attitude to solve the problem. It's so touching, I even want to burst into tears. Alan Wilson wiped away the non-existent crocodile tears and said sarcastic words with great emotion. Chapter 825, Britain and the United States work together. Grace leaned against the window, watching Alan Wilson holding Hedy Lamarr and pretending to be serious. Suddenly, she remembered that afternoon on the German coastline, when rows of Slavs were bathing at the beach and handed over their last copper coins. The people in front of her also sneered and ridiculed them. If Alan Wilson knew that Grace thought so, he would feel very wronged. After all, it was a fact that he saved hundreds of thousands of Slavs, right? This was not a piece of cake, and Britain was paying the price today. If it weren't for these anti-Tito element who had already arrived in Rhodesia, and who were constantly inciting the unsteady element in Yugoslavia to flee in Italy near the Yugoslav border, Tito was constantly reminded that there was still a group of his mortal enemies abroad, and he probably wouldn't have joined the Warsaw Pact so easily. Although there is intelligence that Tito still preserved Yugoslav sovereignty and independent command of the army compared to many Eastern European countries. But even if Yugoslavia entered the Warsaw Pact, how much energy would it take to pull Yugoslavia out? It was almost impossible. Alan, Miss Hedy, John is back. Grace, who was standing by the window, paid attention to the movement outside and turned back to speak. Then I'll go to the opposite room first. Hedy Lamarr stood up from the man's legs and whispered, call me when you're done. Okay. Alan Wilson responded with an almost flattering expression, his eyes following Hedy Lamarr's figure until the door was closed. Grace had a toothache, saying that this person was not doing his job properly, but he was really doing a lot of big things at the same time. But to say that he is a workaholic, which elite figure in people's impression is like this, helplessly said, Mr. Allen really knows how to combine work and rest. I dare not understand. I have to take care of women's mood, which is as important as work. Alan Wilson didn't think there was anything wrong. Everything has a value, right? I just think that it's different from the officials I know. Grace said with a wry smile. The reason why the elites are elites is because they know how to hide. They also have a lot of dirty things to hide. It's just that they are well packaged and hidden. You can't see it. I'm different. I don't hide anything in front of my friends, especially in front of you. After all, we may have to benefit each other for a long time in the future. If you are good, I will be better, and if I'm good, you will be better. Exposing some weaknesses to each other will help to express honesty. Grace listened to Alan Wilson's long speech, and a thoughtful look flashed in her eyes. She nodded to herself. That's right. The relationship between the two has been firmly bound together after a series of mutual help after the war. Each other knows how much shit is under the other's ass. With this premise, the two sides have no choice but to work closely together. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Alan Wilson's face changed. Just as he was about to speak, Grace had already walked and shouted, Is it Mr. John? We are here. There is no one in the opposite room. Alan Wilson was relieved. Hedy Lamarr had just passed by the opposite room. What if his colleagues found out? I just came back from the Americans. The place where your Kidston lives has been surrounded by protesting blacks. But we are prepared and have arranged garrisons for defense. Those blacks still don't dare to go against us. As soon as he came in, John couldn't wait to tell the latest situation. It sounded like he was gloating, but it was not. John was still a little nervous about the current situation in Juba. Alan Wilson had been surrounded by a sea of protesters in the Malayan administrative office, but he hadn't. He was afraid that something would happen and cause the situation to develop in an uncontrollable direction. Don't worry, just shoot if you dare to make trouble. For the safety of our American allies, we can do anything. Alan Wilson comforted him. The situation here is much better than that in Kuala Lumpur. At the beginning, he couldn't sleep at night because he was afraid that the protesting crowd would be bewitched by Indonesia or some big country, which would ruin his plan. If something uncontrollable really happened, he would definitely support the garrison to suppress it first. Compared to the grand scene in Malaya, the situation in Juba is actually not bad. The key is that the performance of the black uncles is reassuring. Although I don't want to say racist words, The main reason why Africa was not divided until the late 19th century was that the colonial expedition team overcame many diseases in Africa at that time. This has little to do with the combat effectiveness of the blacks themselves. John nodded and continued, I just persuaded the protesters with Joseph Agu. I didn't expect that black man to be quite capable. What is the need for international support? It's only targeting Arabs, and those blacks really buy it. Those blacks are smart. They really know that you are not easy to mess with, so they won't jump out to die. Grace snorted and said sarcastically, when you meet them, you must be clear at the beginning, and you can't be soft-hearted. Grace, this is not Northern Rhodesia. Of course, if the French want to hire you and provide some experience, I definitely don't object. Alan Wilson asked Grace to say less. This is not the time for him to show off his professionalism here. Now, should we wait, or what? John did not regard Greet as an uninvited guest, and discussed with Alan Wilson what to do next. Wait a minute, we also need to give our friends in the media some time to prepare. I have already contacted them by telegram. The historical hatred of the slave trade is the starting point. The Americans will definitely not jump out to make trouble with this starting point. Be humble and don't do it openly. Alan Wilson took out the stock given by his wife and threw a cigar at each of them. Alan Wilson is not idle. In addition to being a movie queen, he can also write a diary. He will not be like Sean Gong in real life, smiling and submissive to Marshall. In his diary, he hit hard and angrily accused Marshall of being a lackey. Writing a diary is not something that is written every day. On the contrary, Alan Wilson does not have the habit of writing a diary. He just writes down the major events he has experienced. In essence, it records the response when facing problems, so as to avoid forgetting how to deal with similar problems in the future. Such a woman is lying in front of you, and you are writing a diary? Hedy Lamarr was not happy at this time. Who writes a diary? Writing a diary can make a serious person, Alan Wilson said without thinking, and then said, I want to record the response to Sudan's independence. For example, John proposed to amend the French constitution to a constitution for Khartoum. I didn't think of this, so it is good to discuss issues with colleagues more peacefully. Once again, it is time to use the British Empire's hegemony of public opinion. At present, only in this field is Britain still the British Empire. Sudan's independence must be shaped into what Britain wants, and work on public opinion is inevitable. The Times, Daily Times and other major British newspapers, together with radio stations, began to follow up on Sudan's affairs, with the same formula and the same taste, just like proving the correctness of the partition of British India, to prove that the partition of Sudan is also reasonable. Moreover, Sudan also has a natural handle. Arabs and blacks are enemies, because of the slave trade. Countless innocent souls are buried under the Atlantic Ocean, and the blacks are close to 1/10 of the US population. This is enough to prevent major American newspapers from going against British public opinion. Because the slave trade seems to be Sudan, but almost everyone knows that the United States is not clean either, and a civil war was fought for it. Even if the perception of 1/10 of the population is taken into consideration, American newspapers will not sing praises publicly. Racial discrimination among the people is among the people, but American public opinion cannot endorse it, and at most it will just ignore it. Even if they want to take the opportunity to imply something about blacks, they will only do so by reprinting the headlines of foreign newspapers. As the Sudanese commissioner, John came to the place where York Kidston and the American representative lived again. Just a few days ago, it was surrounded by angry blacks, and he came here specifically to appease the local protesting blacks. He was not afraid of hardships, and gained enough goodwill. Otherwise, who said that the embarrassing scene of the Libyan ambassador would not appear in advance decades later? The whole world has been in an uproar over the conflict between the north and south of Sudan. After all, there has been no big news recently. Sudan has made enough of its presence, and newspapers also need to sell more, so the issue of Sudan's independence is very popular. At this point, we may have to admit that the hatred caused by the slave trade should not be resolved. I wonder if Washington can speak out and make some efforts to preserve Sudan's integrity. John beat around the bush for a long time, but still got to the point. As soon as he got to the point, he put the United States on the fire. John, this is Britain's business after all, although we are close allies. But Sudan's independence is ultimately the responsibility of Britain, and we respect the results of Britain's handling. York Kidston shook his head as soon as he heard it. The United States does not have ambitions for British colonies. Many mouthpieces bought by the Soviets always say so. You don't think so, do you? Of course not. The special relationship between Britain and the United States is an objective fact. John said with approval, but we really hope that the United States will play a key role. The United States is happy to see any plan led by Britain. York Kidston said righteously. That's good. The Sudanese commissioner raised his eyebrows. Now at least one thing is certain, the United States will not take a stand on the partition of Sudan. Then the rest can begin. Deal with both the North and the South, and then bring the United States in, to show that they are doing it together. Joseph Agu, the leader of South Sudan's independence, received a unilateral hint from Britain that Britain and the United States would jointly support South Sudan's independence from Sudan, but the United States was not in a position to make a public statement. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.